All right. Gotta make my caffeine. As always. As always. Also, we got a new nice blue and purple background. Just like the deep state liberal branding. I've not made a podcast episode for that in a while. Hell yeah. I've totally fucked up my sleep schedule, so drinking more caffeine probably not the ideal solution to that. But who cares? In the long run, we are all dead, right? So fuck it. That's my... Instead of saying YOLO, that's what I say. The long run, we are all dead. Alright, before we get into the interview and stuff, obviously. Finland to bikini first out. So, Russia, Georgia, Turkey, Syria, Israel. It'll be Israel, Egypt, Libya, and then I don't know. So I don't know. My guess is Algeria, but I don't know if it'd be faster to go down from Libya. I don't know. It might be Algeria, then Mali. Here, let me just see if I need Mali. I didn't need Mali. Okay, damn. So it would have been... the answer is going to be like Chad and then like something. But it was faster to go down. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Niger borders both Libya and... Damn. Fuck. Subpar. Not ideal. Gabon. I feel like Gabon is this one, right? Or is it? I feel like it's that. Yeah. The Gambia. Sierra Leone. Okay, shoot. Comoros. This one starts with an M. This is the Sicilies. I believe this is Cape Verde, and this is that one. Okay, I was right. Zambia. I feel like... Fucking hell. That's Tanzania, right? I feel like this is... I think there's Botswana. Botonomics is working, but vote to fix the economy. Based. Accurate. I mean, I don't really like the vote to fix the economy messaging, because I think the economy is doing pretty well. I mean, we're... Borders of Cuba, vote for me to fix the border. I mean, I think we're basically back to a... I think we're back to about a little bit higher border crossings than under Trump's term. But we're back to, like, within a pretty good range. Zambia. It's one of these. I feel like it's this one. Thank God. Sudan. Cape Verde. It's that one. South Sudan. Mali. Mali. Liberia. Libya. Egypt. Rwanda. Fuck. Okay, it's one of these three. I feel like this one's Brunei. One of these is Uganda. I feel like Rwanda is the big one. Nope, Uganda is the big one. God damn it. Central African Republic. I forget. Why do I forget? I feel like it's that one. Okay, Namibia. Eye contact is the key element of trust. This thing with confidence. Kamala avoids it. That is like the that is the worst critique of a candidate I've ever fucking heard. Okay, I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know how the fuck do we measure that? We're gonna watch the interview pretty soon. I guess maybe we'll see if you're right. Benin. I feel like Benin's this one. Tanzania. Fuck. Wait, Tanzania's that one. God damn it, I knew that one too. This one's a... I know these. God damn it. Comoros, Eritrea, Botswana, Madagascar, Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Cameroon, Eritrea, Togo. Watch the interview, especially while making bold claims about her abilities. Her words are confident, but her eyes are telling a different story. Okay. Hey, who is she? Is she making... Do you mean eye contact with the interviewer? Or with the camera? Guinea is the bigger one. Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mozambique. The lake one. Ghana's that one. Ivory Coast is this one. Republic of the Congo. Angola. Looking up, down, all around. Okay, Ivory Coast. Djibouti. Equatorial Guinea. I mean, I don't know why I would trust Trump when I just saw him flip-flop on abortion like 3 times within 2 days. Saying that he would vote to uphold the whatever abortion abortion protection in Florida, and saying that he's in favor of free IVF right after the Republican Party blocked the IVF vote in the Senate. I think it was, the headline I saw was 5 times in 3 days. I don't know what the other times were. Oh, this is not about recently. Okay. Yeah, that was this, like, literally right after the Senate voted down a bill that would have done this. Oh, wait, fuck, I knew that. Equatorial Guinea, god damn it, I just wasn't thinking. Mauritanius, or whatever, that one. Algeria. Zimbabwe. Morocco. South Africa. Somalia. Guinea-Bissau. Lesotho. Uganda, DRC, Brunei. Oh, Brunei. Fuck, I shouldn't have gotten these wrong, okay? I knew what Tanzania was. I knew where Eswatini was. I knew where Equatorial Guinea was. Rwanda, I don't. I always get Rwanda, Uganda, Brunei. I always get confused. Gotta remember, Uganda is the big one. Rwanda is the one on top. Brunei is the one on bottom. Fucking hell. Watch this, 100% right here. Bulgaria. That one. Greece, Ukraine, Italy, Montenegro. Montenegro is San Marino, Vatican City. I think this is Montenegro. Fuck, that's Monaco. Which one's Montenegro? Why am I... Kosovo, North Macedonia. Oh, wait, Montenegro is it this one? Yeah, okay, Vatican City. Bosnia. Czechoslovakia. Austria. Hungary, Belarus. Kosovo. Denmark. Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is... that one. Latvia. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, North Macedonia. Czechia, Malta, Andorra, Sweden, Albania. Fuck, that's Serbia. This is Croatia. That's Albania. Cyprus, Belgium, Romania, Hungary, Poland, San Marino, Norway, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Croatia, Iceland, Russia, Ireland, France, Moldova, Monaco is that one. Okay, Slovenia, Finland, Spain, Estonia, Netherlands, Germany. Okay, I got fucking one wrong, but who cares? No one gives a shit about Montenegro, bro. Anyway, while I was busy not streaming, I did make a few shorts. I think I made 2. Because I think I showed the other one, right? Yeah. All right, I did make 2 shorts. One about patents, which nobody cares about. But I care about it. Ronald Reagan messed up a lot of things, but one that isn't often talked about is patents. Patents are what give inventors the exclusive right to use and sell their ideas for a limited amount of time. Now, as part of Reagan's general effort to streamline the government, he made 2 changes along with Congress to how patents were granted and protected. First, a specialized court was created to hear patent-related appeals, and second, the Patent and Trademark Office started requiring its applicants to pay fees. This simultaneously made it easier to get patents, easier to enforce patents in court, easier to get large financial rewards for enforcing such patents, and harder for people accused of infringing on patents to challenge a patent's validity. We can easily measure this by looking at the number of patent applications and patents granted. There's a massive spike after these reforms, and it's unlikely such a massive spike was simply due to a sudden increase in American creativity. Many of these patents, I think I have the numbers for this as well. Were granted to ideas that should not be considered novel nor new. The most infamous example probably being the patent granted to a sealed crustless. This was eventually struck down, by the way. But there are also like patents. I think there was another case where like a patent was granted to a 5-year-old for inventing a way to swing. We can also measure the massive increase in patent-related court litigation. Companies like Texas Instruments have made patent enforcement into a business in its own right, netting billions of dollars. Look, patents are important to protect innovation. If I spend time and money inventing something, then it's important my idea can't be stolen by my competition who didn't. But allowing people or companies to easily get patents for old or overly broad ideas, then allowing them to easily sue others for massive payouts, whilst at the same time making it harder for people to challenge the validity of those patents, restricts innovation more than it helps. This especially applies to research tools, where sometimes expensive licenses are required to research with special equipment. I didn't, I only have 90 seconds. There's like cases we can look at, like there's Duke versus... I think it's somebody v. Duke. Madley v. Duke. Yeah, this was about patent stuff, about research equipment. Or patented research equipment. What the fuck is this? Cyberharvard.edu. And sometimes not only do you need to license a patent in order to do research or whatever, any technology that you invent with that licensed patent, you then have to pay licenses to the owner of the research thing, which is bullshit. Even if we can see that minimum wage causes unemployment, there's still a strong argument for it. Morally, people shouldn't be working for poverty wages. The minimum wage is the wage at which below people must face an existence below the poverty line. That's something a wealthy society like ours should find unacceptable. In that respect, minimum wage is analogous to environmental regulations. They may cause some level of disemployment, but that's the price we pay for a civilized society. Furthermore, any decent society doesn't let the unemployed starve. Ideally, there's a social safety net that ensures some baseline quality of life. Also, unemployment can be further mitigated by stronger fiscal policy that can support higher levels of employment. But it's not really clear that we should concede that a reasonable minimum wage causes much disemployment. A comprehensive analysis. I need to find a better way to frame these videos, because right now I don't have enough room to put like a ton of text on the screen. I need to figure out a better way to do that. But I don't want to do like the cringe fucking like green screen thing where like I have like this shitty little cutout of me like pointing at shit. I could do that, but I don't want to. It's so cringe. I hate it. Analysis of 20 OECD countries between 1983 and 2003 found no significant direct impact of minimum wage on unemployment levels. A 2019 paper analyzing 138 different state-level minimum wage changes from minimum wage here, to 2016 found minimal disemployment effects. That's how content creation works. Like teenagers and high school dropouts. A 2018 paper analyzing the increase in Seattle's minimum wage found no significant unemployment effects and a modest reduction in hours worked that still raised the majority of workers' income. Raising incomes also reduces the number of people on government benefits. A 2004 paper found that California could reduce its expenditures by $5.6 billion if the minimum wage will never not be cringe. You just have to hope you provided something more than $14 an hour. Of course, it is possible to set minimum wages too high, and there are trade-offs, but a minimum wage set to the poverty line is probably a positive thing. It's not cringe. It's informative. It's good content, bro. Fuck you. Listen, I think it's less cringe when I have my fancy microphone, okay? I have my, well, semi-fancy lighting, okay? I have my nice, what should I got? Like normal white lights on me. And then I have like the LEDs in the background. I think it looks good. It's not just me on my phone speaking into the the microphone on earbuds saying look at this, chat. I'll never do that. Okay, anyway, I want to watch the Kamala Harris interview, which they fucking uploaded in 3 parts, which is super annoying, but regardless, anyway.
Governor Wells, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. The bus tour is well underway here in Georgia. You have less time to make your case to voters than any candidate in modern American history. The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
I heard she did not have a good answer to this.
There are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class.
What up, Kinley? Welcome back.
When I look at...
Wait, what did you say? Support who?
And strengthen the middle class.
Oh, the middle class.
When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward. In a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families.
This is a policy
for example,
answer.
Extending the child tax credit
She
to
got there eventually.
$6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life, to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
What about you?
Well, I'm excited about this agenda too. As I said, the idea
Who even?
of inspiring America.
Why would the
to
fuck
what
would you
can
answer
be,
that?
and I think
Answer
many
to the
of
vice
these things
president?
that
Who
the
cares?
President's
Vice president can't do
proposing
shit.
are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We did it in Minnesota to have a federal partner in this. Unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People,
By the way, those
we were
latest yes about Tim Walt's DUI in 1995. Damn, really? Everyone was saying it was going to be like a softball. Oh, Type I Turtle followed me. Softball interview. So far, she when she asked like when she asked like, oh, what are you going to do day one? And Kamala Harris gave a non-answer. The interviewer actually fucking pressed her on it. She was like, okay, so what are you actually going to do? And she's going to ask about Tim Walz's DUI, and she just
well, let's start.
She just
with
asked a really good question of like, what do you say to people who do want to come back? Oh, thanks, Type Turtle Carter for the for the sub. I appreciate it. You are my favorite streamer. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. By the way, those that GDP. Hold on, I think I put it in graphs I like. I hope I did. Fuck, did I not? No. Hold on, I gotta be able to find it. Our GDP is higher right now than we projected it would be pre-COVID. Okay. Hold on, this should go in graphs I like too. God, look at this. Fuck yeah. Real GDP has outpaced pre-COVID expectations, okay? Prior to the COVID recession, we thought our GDP would be here, okay? We're higher than that. We're higher than that, baby. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. It's a good question followed by trash, followed by good question. And also there's this graph. God, why did Finland do so bad? Wow. Our inflation was not abnormally high. However, our GDP growth is abnormally high. So, you know. God, we're so fucking based.
that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis.
Bro.
When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any.
I mean, yeah, it's under 3%. I think the new report was 2.6%, right? And that's still kept up by owners equivalent rent. Okay, obviously, I don't expect Kamala Harris to be able to say this because it's impossible to. It's so hard to explain this to voters, to median voter. But inflation is actually at way less than 2.9%. It's just kept up by owner's equivalent rent, which lags behind other market prices. So it's just if you look at the new tenant rent index, rent inflation is down. Can you add a reward that makes you say something nice about Trump? I would have run out of things to say so quickly. There's not that much good about him. I would like the COVID, like some of the COVID vaccine stuff was good. The fact that he rushed the development of the COVID vaccine, it can be a very expensive reward. I just don't. I would only be able to say that over and over again. Look at the new tenant rent index. God. Yeah, rent inflation is falling. It's just that the way that CPI, which is the inflation index that most people use, not the Fed. The Fed uses PCE, but a PCE uses own equivalent rent too. It just weights it less. What about the Trump checks? Oh, that's true. Yeah, the 2 stimulus bills under him were good. Yep. That's it. That's it. What else can I say? He did like tax cuts, border wall. I don't think either of those were particularly good. His bigger penis and Biden and Kamala combined. Awesome trading cards. Shoe. Oh yeah, the shoes and yep, he's selling shoes and he's selling trading cards and he was selling a Bible for a while. Let's see the stimmy checks. Stimmy checks were good. The NFC, yep. Stimmy checks were good. I feel like I remember Trump doing something good with organ donation, but it was something I don't remember. Trump administration finalizes a rule that could make thousands more organs available for transplant. Finalized major reforms in the way organs are collected and distributed for transportation, an effort aimed at making thousands more kidneys, livers, hearts, and lungs available for the lengthy list of people waiting for them. The change announced Friday evening are aimed primarily at organ procurement organizations, the government-chartered network of 58 nonprofits that collects organs from deceased donors and rushes them to surgeons at transplant centers. So this was good, I guess. Also, we've all seen Hunter Biden's cock. It's pretty big. So like, you gotta wonder, where he got it from. So I'm just saying, like, I don't think we even know. Trump's prison reform was good. What did he do in prison reform?
Any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it. Which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers, so they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually
get a lot of people
get
out for
on the
nonviolent
path
drug crimes,
to
particularly around
achieving that
weed,
goal
lesser
and that dream.
sentences, and out of
You
jail.
have been vice president for 3.5
Didn't Biden
years.
also? I thought Biden expunged a bunch of weed records too. Thank you, Cosmic NPC, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate it, buddy. I think Biden did some of that too. I don't know if it was as big a reforms, but I think he did. I think Biden did do. I don't know if it was pardons or if I think he like expunged people's records from nonviolent weed offenses.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have...
Thoughts on Kamala interview performance? Brother, we're 2 questions in. I feel like she did not have a good answer to that first question. I'm glad the interviewer pressed down on it. It seems like so far all she's done is repeat the policy positions that she announced earlier. Lock up all the druggies, 0 out of 2 so far. Presidential proclamation expands pardon from possession. Grants clemency to 11. Terrible. I don't feel like it's that bad. I just feel like she did not. I feel like I don't know why she did not have a better answer prepared for that first question. I feel like that should be the first question you prepare for. And also I have to fix my stream deck.
done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%. The work that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Donald Trump said he was going to do a number of things, including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We did it. So now, as I travel in the state of Georgia and around our country, the number of seniors that have benefited, I was in Nevada recently, a grandmother who showed me her receipts. And before we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, she was paying hundreds of dollars, up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that any
You
longer.
maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain
Accurate.
that when we do the work of bringing
Oh,
down
she doesn't
prescription
wanna-
medication
she
for the
doesn't wanna
American
associate
people,
herself
including
with
capping the
Bidenomics.
cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000, when we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%, when we do what we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America.
True. Mention a tariff.
What we
Shit on
have
Trump for his
done
tariffs.
to
Do it.
improve the supply chain so we're not
Ah,
relying on
damn.
foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs. I'll say that that's good work. There's more to do, but that's good work.
I want to get some clarity on where you stand on some key policy issues. Energy is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do
You
you
won't
still
ban
want to ban
fracking,
fracking?
boo.
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I believe, at a town hall,
Okay, well,
you said
she's no
you were asked,
longer in
would you
favor.
commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We
Wait,
are-
she did she
Paul,
mention
you
that?
said you were asked, would you commit
2018
to
thing?
implementing? In 2019, I believe,
President, I will not ban fracking.
in 2019, I believe.
Hey,
at a
would she
town
bring up
hall,
the
you said you
2019
were
thing
asked,
right
would
after
you
she
commit to
said,
implementing
I
a
already-
federal
I
ban
changed
on
my
fracking
position
on
in
your first day in
2020?
office, and you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and
His,
I
his localist party here. Does the federal government even have the authority to ban fracking?
will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed.
Commerce clause.
I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And
That's why me and
to
Biden
do
invested
that,
more
we can do what we
than
have
anyone
accomplished
else.
thus far. The Inflation
Yes,
Reduction
thank you.
Act, what
Good
we
one.
have done
Yes,
to invest, by
thanks.
my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, I cast the tie-breaking vote that
Inflation
actually
Reduction.
increased leases for fracking
Yeah.
as vice president. So
Wow.
I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it
Good
now?
answer. True.
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
Okay.
Base. That was a good answer. God, I don't understand why they uploaded it in 3 fucking separate parts. Fuck that shit.
Okay.
Israel-Hamas war. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Oh no.
Another issue, big one, is immigration. As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries.
I feel like she's hitting some good
Central
points.
America.
The northern part
But
of
I need better on the debate stage. She's gotta
Central
go after
America
Trump,
that
yeah.
deals with, that affects the
She
southern
should have gone
border
after
of the
Trump for his
US.
fucking tariffs, but
During the Biden-Harris administration,
that's understandable.
there
It's
were
a little hard
record
to
numbers of
communicate that
illegal border
sometimes.
crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all,
They probably don't have the
root
constitutional
causes
authority
work
to do
that
so.
I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we
Okay.
began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue
Yes,
that is
thank
very
you.
significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock, and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation again. I just want to
Not
ask
only
about
push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
just one other question about something that you said in 2019 when you first ran. There was a debate. You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should
you
be
banned private insurance.
decriminalized.
Oh,
Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race,
I saw such a good immigration talking point. Well, true. People like keep taking that clip of her saying my values haven't changed, and then it shows her like raising her hand on the debate stage. I think for that, as well as I think she said that she would want to ban private insurance and like some of the other. I mean, some of the stuff she said was a little bit cringe. Where is it? Hold on, wait, this is this even the right thing? I feel like Medicare for all is a public option is whatever. Yeah, but I think she held like the most extreme like Bernie position on it or whatever. So people
Were you the last person?
People say she's a fucking socialist for that. God, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but
I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. I'm the only
your favorite
person
curse
in
word,
this race
Kamala?
who actually served
Bernie's position is what
a border
moved them to
state
the public
as
option in the
Attorney
first place,
General
not going to lie.
enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going
Although I
forward.
feel like in the 2020 primary, weren't most of them still? I don't remember the exact. I feel like I remember Biden and Buttigieg were in favor of like a public option. I feel like it wasn't like basically everyone else Medicare for all.
Forward. I recognize the problem.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more
Medicare for all
about
is also
the
based, though.
information? Is it
I don't have strong
because you were
positions
running
on
for
what.
president
maybe
in a
we'll do a
Democratic
healthcare
primary?
research stream
And
one day.
should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect.
That's a really good question too, by the way.
Running for president in a Democratic primary, and should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real,
Hassan
that
was
it is
hating on
an
the
urgent
interviewer.
matter to which we
Why?
should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to
Hassan
secure
hates
our
Dana Bash
border,
for some reason.
that value has
No.
not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the passage, illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed. So that is the reality of it. And 4 years of being vice president, I'll tell you, one of the aspects to your point is traveling the country extensively. I mean, I'm here in Georgia. I think somebody told me 17 times since I've been vice president in Georgia alone. I believe it is important to build consensus. And it is important to find a common place of understanding of where we can actually solve problems.
On that note, you had a lot of Republican speakers.
Fun fact,
at the
Patrick Snow was the
convention. Will you
2019
appoint a
Democrat president of
Republican
the
to your
parliament debate,
cabinet?
or Kamala Harris
I would.
was noted for making that
Yes,
the
I
little
would.
girl was
no,
restatement.
no one in
Oh,
particular
man.
in mind. I got
I didn't
got 68
remember
days to
that.
go with
Yeah.
this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse. But I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
You mean a member of your cabinet who was who's a rhino, a Republican in name only, not even a Trump supporter.
I want to ask you about your opponent, Donald Trump.
Okay.
I was a little bit surprised. People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face. That's going to change soon. But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
Any
Same old tired playbook.
People don't. I've seen this clip on Answer or on Twitter. People didn't like this answer. I feel like it's a good answer. We just need MAGA Republicans in the Harris administration just for the lulz. It would be miserable. It would be a shit show. They wouldn't, because they don't have any policy position. Their only policy is they don't think Kamala is a communist who opened the border.
Next question, please.
That's it?
What's she supposed to answer to that
Okay.
even? Yeah, I don't know.
Let's
but
talk about some foreign policy issues
Make them
that
my
would be
fellow
on
guy
your plate if you
ambassador
become
to the UN.
commander-in-chief. President Biden has tried...
Can we get is Tiger King? When does Tiger King get released from prison? Can we get Joe Exotic Tiger King as the I don't know, as a Treasury Secretary or something?
Successfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently, for example?
Is there any news on the Gaza ceasefire? Gaza talks on nitty gritty. You read this. Make Warren Mulder Fed chair. God, you know what we need to do, by the way? We need to do a stream on quantitative easing, because I think I'm pretty convinced that the MMT view of quantitative easing is correct. I've not seen any remotely good objections to it. Yes, in fact, I happen to turn black, or no, it was always black. Like, what the fuck is the point of the question? Dude, that would have been a based answer. Yes, I did happen to turn black. It was, I don't know what happened. The MMT view of quantitative easing is correct. Yeah, I literally haven't seen any. Here's why printing money is okay. Non-fund. The MMT view is that quantitative easing isn't printing money, and I don't think it is, because you're just crediting a reserve account and debiting a securities account. So, also there are right here definitely positive trade-offs to printing money sometimes. I feel like
Right. I did a cartoon once years ago for Brentwood. Hands out the window, not holding on to it, looking over at Alan and going, "Nice driving," while the car's going over the cliff, right? So, but that's exactly what it is. You know, it's monetary policy is the kid with a steering wheel that's not attached to anything. And how do you know that? Just look at the details of what actually happens when you do quantitative easing. You buy treasury securities. So what does that mean? It means you go into the market and you offer a price where people are indifferent between that treasury security and holding cash. And what is a treasury security? A treasury security is a dollar balance in an account at the Fed. It's called a securities account. Okay, they give it a fancy name, treasury security, but it's like a savings account at a normal bank. If you buy a treasury security,
this guy says money printing. This guy says that money printing because we are just giving people money more digitally.
The Fed money, you get it back with interest. If you go to a commercial.
The point he's making here, I think you messed up your grammar. And okay, I don't know what you tried to say. The point he's making here is that it isn't money printing. You're just shifting money between two accounts.
Commercial bank, you buy a CD, you send the money, you get it back with interest. It's the exact same thing. So the Fed is a bank, and they have two types of accounts. A normal bank would call them checking and savings. The Fed calls them reserve accounts, Federal Reserve Bank, and securities accounts, treasury securities, okay? But they're just checking and savings. And so when the Fed buys securities, they go into the market, they offer a price where somebody decides, you know, instead of this securities account, I'd rather have my money in a reserve account. And the Fed debits their securities account, makes it smaller, and credits their reserve account, makes it larger. They're both dollars at the Fed.
It's effectively swapping assets on the balance of the balance sheet of the Fed. It's not actually creating new net aggregate demand.
Yeah, so if you had $1 million here in your securities and you sell it to the Fed, now you have $1 million in your reserve account. Both of them were bank deposits at the Fed. There's functionally no difference. And the only reason they call it printing money is because they don't count the securities accounts as money, but they do count the reserve accounts.
So it's an accounting
Now, why do they do that?
Yeah.
Because back in 1933, the reserve accounts were convertible into gold and the securities accounts were not.
So again, it's another legacy of the gold standard.
Yeah.
Everything always.
Yeah, I haven't seen any. This makes sense to me, and I have not seen any good critique of it. I even asked Perplexity. Like, are there any like critiques of this that I could read? And it did not give me anything. Did not give me anything good. It basically said it gave me like critiques of like, oh, welcome to the stream, Angelic Hoon. It just gave me stuff to read. Harris 2024 based. It just gave me stuff to read on like zero interest rate policy and not like critiquing other parts of MMT and not critiquing the MMT or the MMT view of quantitative easing. So I think I'm probably pretty convinced with that. It makes sense. Even if it was printing money, I would still say I still don't think Sam Harris. True. Trump 2024. No, boo. Got me, bro. We need a Shapiro Harris ticket. Ben Shapiro and Sam Harris. That would be the optimal presidential ticket. Or Sam Harris, Ben Shapiro. Sam Harris, president. Ben Shapiro, VP.
Well, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear.
Ben
I'm
Shapiro,
unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred.
Oh.
Many
Alex Jones
young
is
people
goated.
who were
Yeah.
simply
I love when you
attending
lied about
a music festival.
Sandy Hook
Women were horribly
and
raped.
lost a defamation lawsuit because of it.
As I said
what's the
then, I
level
say
terrain?
today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha.
Almost lost this on vote, I know.
We have to get a deal done.
Did
This
you
war
see
must
that,
end, and we must get a deal.
The Mike from PA tweet? Where like he literally shifted from, oh God, I hope I bookmarked it. Do you think banks will lend more money if they have more money in reserve accounts versus treasury accounts? I would I would assume yes. I would assume, although it's not printing money, you're probably still affecting loanable funds, right? I would assume that's the. I mean, traditionally concepts banks lend reserves. Yeah, I would assume that's basically the effect it actually has. But I don't even think that's effective. Goalpost move for Mike from PA. Well, I know. Yeah. God, I think I like. All right, this is my likes. Ah, fuck. Maybe I just bookmarked it. MIT disagrees with loanable funds models and the core traditional Keynesian critiques of monetary policy apply. Okay. Wait, why does MIT disagree with the loanable funds model? I don't know. I've never read into loanable funds. It's just that's just what they taught in my macro econ class. So that's just a framework from which I'm basing it off of. They don't think banks lend reserves. Okay. Fuck, hold on.
Deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages.
Oh, here it is. You live in New York City, vote doesn't matter. If she picks Waltz, I'll vote for her, and I live in a swing state, so my vote actually matters. If the genocide is caused, still have an election day, well, not vote for Kamala Harris. There's absolutely nothing you can do to change my mind about this. Damn.
Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at
I feel like this
the
is
significance of this.
I don't know. There's no way to please. There's no way to please people on this. So I feel like this is a good enough answer. Can I Oh, I can. I'm a genius. If you right click somewhere, it assigns that terrain height. Okay, good.
To the families, to the people who are living in that region. A deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8 to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
East. Oh, wait, fuck. Yeah, it's fine. Well, let's build some houses here, then it'll level out. Okay, where is part 3?
Governor Walz, the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So
Great pivot.
I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war. Yeah. Did you misspeak, as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct.
That's why
but
you
again,
mentioned it. Okay.
If it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
God, Republicans deserve to be shit on so much more for some of the rhetoric around either the fucking Tim Waltz tampon stuff or the Tim Waltz IVF stuff, or just calling his son retarded on Twitter. God, I can't believe any of that shit. Okay.
I just one other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
I mean, this was not however many days ago, this was not on either of your bingo cards, especially yours, you had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children. And then when you ran for
IVF sounded
Congress
so
in
out of pocket, I know.
2006, your
It's
campaign
wild.
repeatedly
Insane.
made
It's
false
unhinged.
statements about a 1995 arrest for drunk and reckless driving.
The DUI.
What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Well, I've been very public. I think they can see my students come out, former folks I've served with, and they vouch for me. I certainly own my mistakes when I make them. The one thing I'll tell you is I wished in this country wouldn't have to do this. I spoke about our infertility issues because it's hell, and families know this. And I spoke about the treatments that were available to us that had those beautiful children there. That's quite a contrast in folks that are trying to take those rights away from us. And so I think people
That's a good
know
answer.
who I am. They know that record. They've seen that. I've taught thousands of students. I've been out there. And I won't apologize for speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools or protecting of reproductive rights. The contrast could not be clearer between what we're running against.
Don't understand banks. Don't write about them. What is this?
The vice president's position on this has been clear. And I think most Americans get it if you've been through that. I don't think they're cutting hairs on IVF or IUI. I think what they're cutting hairs on is an abortion ban and the ability to be able to deny families the chance to have a beautiful child.
Vice President Harris, you were a very
Listen, I'm in favor of the IVF question because we got you got an opportunity to shit on Republicans.
staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have
am I?
served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal
Dave Rubin would
to
go
the
hard.
American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one,
Based.
I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I am so proud to be running with Tim Walz for president of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
Oh, usdebtclock.org. Can we have this in a corner? Who gives a fuck about this? US debt clock. What is this? Oh. Per citizen. Man, I can't believe every taxpayer has to pay $268,000.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an
Or
era
at least they have the debt to
started
GDP
about
ratio
a
here.
decade
It's
ago.
not even that bad.
where there is some suggestion, warped I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up.
What is this? The fund's market value. Is this Norwegian social wealth fund?
That's what's at stake as much as any other detail that we could discuss in this election.
Because we haven't had a chance to talk, I'm just
Sovereign
curious,
wealth.
staying on President Biden, when he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so So here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces, and we had just had
All of
pancakes.
Hassan, by the
and,
way. Oh,
you
well,
know,
of course you're
Auntie,
gonna.
can I have more bacon?
We can just
Yes,
print
I'll
the
make
money.
you more
We can just
bacon. And
monetarily
then
finance any transfer
we were
program.
we were sitting down to.
I mean, there's
to do a
nothing stopping us from monetarily financing transfer programs,
puzzle.
but
And the phone rang.
it's about the polio. I don't think there's any new stuff on this ceasefire
And
deal.
he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
And he was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you.
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you.
Sure, the
My
Aussies and
first thought was
Norwegians
about
of
him.
1.9 mil are feeling how fake it is.
To be honest.
Well, I think he's just gonna say, fund back two funds, government, okay, blah, blah, blah. Fund makes transfer to government spending, to the government spending itself money to cover the non-oil budget deficit under a strict fiscal policy guideline, which call for the spending of petroleum revenues over time to correspond to the expected real return on the fund, estimated 4%. There's a question, does any of that matter? Guardians seem to think it's a big deal. Correctly knows that companies looking to extract Norwegian oil pay handsomely for the privilege, which is contradict. How the fuck do I pronounce this?
Contradistinction.
Contradistinction to the approach taken by the Australian government. What's the point here?
I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency. I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative, be it on what we have accomplished around finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back.
Term funding means that money is being provided to allow for some spending to occur. Funding allows for the spending that otherwise would not occur. However, the Norwegian government is sovereign in its own currency, and therefore it is never revenue constrained. Sorry, it makes no sense to say that such a fund, or to say that such a government uses the. Why can't I fucking read? It makes no sense to say that such a government uses the returns from the petroleum fund to provide itself with more capacity to spend than it otherwise would have, which is the meaning of the term funding. That's the real economic value. I'm sure the government who has a branch that can print money so another branch can buy bonds and inject cash into the market. Then another government body is almost all members at best again. Oh yeah, the point is, or yeah, that's right. Norway does make its own currency.
Back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance. What we have done to stand true to our principles, including the one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man is one
What year? Yeah. Crazy.
that he has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite
God, our state
selfless
level
and puts the American people first.
It's
I
higher
just
than
have
most
to
of these
ask you
other
both
fucking
about
fake ass
two
countries.
Standout moments, aside, of course, from the addresses that you both gave, but standout moments that were perhaps unexpected during the
Those
convention.
kids literally the
You
exact same
mentioned one
thing.
of
I'm not
them.
lying. I read most of the deficit myth. My dad is reading the deficit myth still.
A moment that you shared, that the world shared with your son, Gus. You were speaking, the camera caught him, so incredibly proud of you, so emotional, saying,
It's
that's
actually
my
a funny
dad.
accounting trick. Well, it's just a way
Yeah,
to be.
I don't know
fucking,
as a father I could have ever imagined
I mean,
that.
it's obviously a self-imposed constraint. But it's just a way to constrain it, right? It's just a self-imposed revenue neutral spending constraint.
grateful for so many reasons to be on this ticket, but that moment, to understand what was really important, to have my son feel a sense of pride in me, that I was trying to do the right thing. And it was, you try and protect your kids, it brings notoriety and things, but it was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm so proud of him. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of Hope. I'm proud of Gwen. She's a wonderful mother, and these are great kids. And I think the one thing is, talking about the era we're in, is our politics can be better. It can be different. We can show some of these things, and we can have families involved in this. And I hope that I hope people felt that out there, and I hope they hug their kids a little tighter, because you just never know, and life can be kind of hard.
And last question, Madam Vice President, the photograph that has gone viral. You were speaking, one of your grandnieces that you were just talking about was watching you accept the nomination. You didn't explicitly talk about gender or race in your speech, but it obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and that viral picture really says it. What does it mean to you?
I am running because I believe that I am the best person to do this job at this moment. For all Americans, regardless of race and gender. But I did see that photograph, and I was deeply touched by it. And you're right, it's the back of her head, her two little braids, and then I'm in the front of the photograph, obviously speaking. And it's very humbling. It's very humbling in many ways.
Did she talk to you about it afterwards?
Oh, she had a lot to talk about. She had a lot. She listened to everything, and she listens to everything.
Give you your hot takes?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having
Thank you,
us.
Dana. Thank you.
Base. I feel like she did a mostly good job there. And it was not a softball interview. It was they actually did press her on getting answers to certain things. Why do people not? I feel like I just had strong demand for housing, but whatever. Okay, that's it. Americans are so much better off than Europors, and our society is so much more dynamic. I mean, we're better off some ways. Oh, by the way, okay, cool. Yeah, it could just crash. Okay, whatever. Hopefully, depending on how things go, we might get non-fun, might get a non-fun hippy dippy appearance. That would be pretty cool. Oh fuck! I closed the wrong thing. Hold on. Okay, docs. Vertical sources. That would be cool. That would be skibbity true. It would be skibbity. I don't know exactly how it works. Apparently they'll fucking I think they just DM you at some point when they're doing a recruitment debate, but we'll see. You should go talk about your love for Israel and Netanyahu. I'm sure that'll come up inevitably. There'll be a debate where that comes up, whether that's a subject of debate or it's about like Kamala Harris in general and Israel. It's almost always gonna come up in that discussion, or if it's just about foreign policy in general. So them your BB tattoo. There is a big BB with a Israeli flag in his Someone has to have. And he always says facts if you really listen. I'm sure some of the things that he says are factual. What is this? What the hell? Yo! I don't know if I can even click on that, but that was awesome. That's fire, man. Oh yeah, there's a lion. There's a lion with an Israeli flag. Bibi is riding a lion and holding an Israeli flag. Better than trans in war. Oh man. Oh wait, I shouldn't have closed it because I want to watch this as well. This is like an hour-long video. Fucking hell. It's 40.
Through some
40
key
minutes.
talking points of.
Oh. But yeah, apparently the person, I was watching like a Sound Soul video, and they were like, "Welcome to a hippy dippy recruitment debate." I was like, "What?" I don't know these existed. But yeah, apparently they do like recruitment debates, and I was like, "Hey, Sound Soul, how do I join one of these?" And he sent me the link to the server, and I got in, and the person who. The Danabo, the person who was like in charge of some of the recruitment stuff, was like, "Oh, hey, non-fun. I've been lurking in your chat for a few weeks. So, hopefully that means I got a good chance of getting into one of the recruitment debates, and then from there, potentially the real debates. Thoughts on Palestinian prisoners in the West Bank? Didn't I go? I feel like last time we streamed, I talked about that for a little bit. Like some of them definitely deserve to be there. Some of them, I don't want to say. How do I say this? It's not that they don't deserve to be put in as rough of a situation that they're in, but they do have justification for some type of general like arrest. Like the stone throwers don't deserve to be thrown in prison for 5 years. And have a military trial. They deserve much better. They deserve like actual due process, and they deserve fair trial, due process. And most of them probably shouldn't be. They should get like a fucking fine. They like people who fucking throw stones at Israeli tanks don't deserve to be fucking in prison. Okay, that's dumb. But there is obviously justification for the Israeli military in that case to do something about it. Yeah, I don't think they're at all equivalent to the Palestinian, to the Israeli hostages that Hamas took. So, yeah. And then there are definitely some people I know apparently, according to some, I think there were 2 articles from I think one was from the Times of Israel and one was from a different Israeli news source. So whether you believe them, whatever. Apparently, one of the issues with negotiations right now is that a lot of the Palestinian factions that aren't Hamas in the Gaza Strip, like Palestinian Islamic Jihad, they want all of the West Bank prisoners to be released, and Israel is not willing to release some of them because some of them are actual high level terrorists. Okay, but what if the West Bank Israeli settlers are tried under Israeli law in Israeli courts, and Palestinians in the West Bank are tried in military courts? Is that apartheid? I don't think it's apartheid. It's just a result from the occupation. It's obviously not fair, but it's just a result from the different citizenship status because of the occupation. Yeah, probably not fair, but I don't know if I would call it apartheid. But even if you want to call it apartheid, it doesn't go away without ending the occupation. So we should just talk about the occupation, why that exists and how it should end. That's the issue you have to solve there. There's no way to get rid of it. Anyway,
2024.
We're gonna speed this up a little bit. How the GOP lies about the Trump economy.
Or Republican GOP platform for Donald Trump, and fact check as I go with a variety of sources and statistics directly from the corresponding places of government, fact-checking organizations, etc. And I will specify on the screen and in the description with specific sources so you can read more about it yourself or see it for yourself. Let's start. 2024 GOP platform, Make America Great Again. America First, a return to common sense. Past the preamble, the first claims are simple. Donald J. Trump was elected as an unapologetic champion of the American people. He reignited the American spirit and called on us to renew our national pride. His policies spurred historic economic growth, job creation, and a resurgence in American manufacturing.
Historic economic growth. Hold on. Okay, let's pull up the chart. Oh, I fucking closed my window. Graphs I like. Let's see this historic economic growth. Oh, it's lower than Biden? Oh, that's crazy. It's lower than Biden both with COVID and without COVID? Dude, that's so crazy. That historic growth, man. The historic growth when that Biden doesn't have, when we're literally higher, real GDP is higher than it projected pre-COVID. Look at this. Real GDP has outpaced pre-COVID projections. Holy shit, we're so based. Holy shit, look at this actual historic growth right here.
Unfortunately, as far as policy goes, after researching, none of that seems to be accurate. As far as GDP growth and GDP per capita, the GDP increase year over year was 2.24% in his first year, 2.95% in his second year, 2.29%, and finally, negative 2.77%, with exception to his final year in office. So, before considering COVID in this final year, the economic growth stayed virtually the same as Obama's economy from the 2010 recovery to the 2008 housing crisis in these metrics, until the beginning of Trump's term. In fact, if you were to look at the graph without seeing the years, you would probably have a difficult time telling when Obama ended and when Trump began. A reminder, though, of two things, and this is something that'll be important as I talk about specific dates in the future. Trump began his term on January 20th, 2017, when he was sworn into office, and it ends in January 20th of 2021, when Biden was sworn into office. This will be important to address the future claims, especially as we compare them to the Biden presidency, as the GOP platform specifically does. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics also lists job loss growth and total trends per quarter each year. For quarters, I will count June as the starting point for presidencies, since it's hard to blame a first quarter job economy on someone who wasn't in for a full first quarter. So that's being equally fair both to Trump, Biden, and anybody else who would run in the future. June 2017 to March of 2021, job creation either stayed roughly the same or was lower than job creation under Barack Obama. This is until COVID hits in 2020, to which we see a initial 836,000 job loss in the March quarter, followed by a 14,538,000 job loss in the second quarter, and then recovering to a positive 4 million job gain and a 2 million job recovery in the last two quarters. Now, I'm not going to blame Trump for the unprecedented worldwide pandemic situation. There was liable to be some type of large hit to every economy in the world, under any presidency. But I at least think it's worth noting that this type of catastrophic loss, undoing the net job creation of his entire presidency and putting it in the red, as well as undoing the last 2 years of job creation under Obama, it's worth mentioning too, that in September 2017's quarter, the net jobs were negative, losing 39,000 jobs. The first time for this to happen in a quarter since the 2008 housing crisis in Obama's first term. So before COVID, he was basically the same as Obama with a few weak quarters. And once COVID hit, it was a massive spike, making it so that the...
Where's the fucking... I was going to mention, also, not only do we get a lot of job growth under Biden, okay? A lot of that job growth, yeah, here we go, has been in manufacturing our nice fancy new chip fabs.
Peak unemployment at the end of Trump's term was over 8%, 8.09. That is to say, from a purely objective standard, there was not historic economic growth or job creation, at least in any sort of broad way that people would generally interpret it. Maybe some small job sector had a historic boost, but the broad trend of the economy was anything but historic, aside...
And his tariffs fucked up a lot of the U.S. manufacturing shit because he put tariffs on steel and aluminum. Now, to be fair, Biden, I think Biden increased, I think he kept the aluminum one, and I think he's increased the steel one, which is cringe. We probably shouldn't be doing that. But Trump is the one that started it. Still a bad policy.
From the decades-low negative job creation and unemployment caused amidst the COVID crisis. It's also an...
I think the number I remember, I think the estimates say it led to a increase in steel jobs by 1,000 and then a decrease in manufacturing jobs by 75,000. So that's a total of 74,000 jobs lost. And then also you're taxing consumers. Consumers face higher prices too. There's a burden on consumers for that as well. It's not even just job losses.
Fitting characterization to say that American manufacturing had a resurgence. From the start of Trump's presidency, manufacturing jobs bounced between 2 and negative 2%, and as of February 2019, it only remained in the negative until Biden took office. Meaning for a full year before COVID hit, manufacturing was down every month between negative 1 and negative 3%. Once COVID did hit, the worst month, April 2020, saw manufacturing hit a record low of negative 19.5%, a number not seen since the 1940s. Even through the height of the 2008 financial crisis, it came close, capping at a negative 18% in its worst month of 2009. So, okay, ignoring COVID, Trump was a slightly below average president on jobs and the economy. An objective downturn from Obama, but mostly the same, at least by these specific metrics, which I think are the most obviously representative of America's economy as a whole. These are the successes that the Republican Party and GOP were touting as their opening success for their 2024 platform statement. The next claim of the GOP platform statement is this. Yet after 4 years of the Biden administration, America is now rocked by raging inflation, open borders, rampant crime, attacks on our children, and global conflict, chaos, and instability. So as for what is specifically mentioned, let's say the clear ones here are high inflation, immigration, and high crime rates. The most valid of these is high inflation, although it's a selective argument. The 2 years leading into Biden's term, as I've shown, there was a consistent job loss for over 2 years, manufacturer closures, and heightened unemployment rates, to the extent not seen since 2009 and in some cases not seen since the late 1940s. Inheriting an economic downfall of this caliber and not seeing inflation hit back is pretty unreasonable, especially as the economic downturn and height of inflation hit in 2021. By 2022, the unemployment rate had already been halved of what it was when Trump left office, and by 2023 had dropped back down to 3%, meaning that the current inflation rate has already stabilized and is only 1% higher than Trump pre-COVID.
And it's kept up by owner's equivalent rent. Never forget that. Never forget. Every time.
Looking at such a steep and obviously historic recovery, just looking at the graphs, the recovery is hard to blame negatively. COVID was a sort of worldwide economic force. It was neither something I would completely reasonably blame on Trump or Biden, but that's largely the thing. Even if I have some issues with how Trump handled it, the whole world suffered from the pandemic, and if I'm not going to blame Trump for the huge downfall in his last year as president, it doesn't seem to make any sense or be fair to blame Biden for the inflation that was a direct result of that exact same aforementioned downfall, especially with how quickly the inflation rate restabilized back down to where it was pre-COVID. One couldn't honestly say that inflation is currently raging, as this increase over pre-COVID Trump policy is the same increase as Trump over Obama, and there wasn't an economic...
Look at the chart. Not an outlier in inflation. We had about the same amount of inflation as the other G7 countries. Okay. All right. This doesn't say G7. It just says advanced economies. But we are an outlier in growth. Super high growth. And we've seen, for the majority of people, we have seen increases in net worth, even despite the inflation, because wages grew a lot, and wages grew fastest at the bottom. There was a lot of wage compression during COVID. Wages grew super fast for the bottom 10% of workers relative to before. Is it in here? Yeah, here we go. Percent change in inflation adjusted net worth.
Economic crisis to recover from in 2017. As a sort of last note on the economy, Trump's final numbers, as they were when he left office, came to corporate profits increasing by 17.4%, but household income only going up by 6%, meaning workers were getting paid less for their work compared to their employers as the term went on. Home prices also increased by 27.5% under Trump's presidency, and again, we lost a net 178,000 manufacturing jobs. One of the main things that Trump promised before his term and has continued to pretend and claim was a success during this election cycle, despite being provably and undisputably false. I'll do crime next, since it won't take as long as the immigration thing. The Brennan Center for Justice and the CCJ, or Council on Criminal Justice, show a general increase from the beginning of the pandemic that peaks in 2021, followed by a steady downfall afterwards, with exception to a slight but noticeable increase in property crimes in 2022. Of course, we don't have a lot of definitive data for 2023, and this year, 2024, since it's not over, doesn't have its proper statistics out either. I mean, this year's only half over. But based on the change from 2020 to 2022, looking at the data from the major United States cities, the national murder rate was down by 6.7%, property crime down by 0.5% nationally. And generally speaking, looking at Trump and Biden next to each other, very similarly to the pre-COVID Trump era to Obama before him, you can't easily tell where Trump ends and Biden begins, as this trend has been a pretty flat line with steady decline since 2011 and a much more drastic decline since the 90s. In fact, violent crime is at the second lowest point it's ever been, aside from pre-COVID 2019. So let's get into arguably the biggest talking point of the Trump administration, the crisis on our southern border, or illegal immigration. I'm sure that you've all heard prominent figures in the GOP broadly talk on this as well. Here are some possibly familiar quotes. Nikki Haley claims that 8 million have come in illegally and that we have to send them back. A number also repeated by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Senator,
they always fucking quote the encounter number when to say, "Oh, these people came in illegally," when like half of them are turned away at the border.
Tom Cotton of Arkansas said on Fox News Sunday that Biden had allowed an invasion to occur on our border. Almost 10 million.
And, I don't know if I'll mention this, but Biden, as a percentage of immigrants who came over or who were encountered, Biden actually deported more than Trump did. Not by that much, but I think Biden is at like 51% and Trump was at 49%. So
migrants have crossed into our country. On CNN's State of the Union, Marco Rubio stated more conservatively that 3.3 million people have been released into the country who arrive here illegally, also claiming Biden had a policy of releasing virtually 85 to 90% of any migrant that crossed the border. The DHS has, of course, released its statistics as from the Office of Homeland Security. The first thing factcheck.org notes about this specific claim is that the data often cited lists all apprehensions, which means many are counted more than once, with a 27% recidivism rate, up 7% from 2019. But since the federal health emergency for COVID-19 has ended, the rate has then dropped 11%. A large section of the people counted at the border also are largely in stasis, considering that they have neither been accepted or rejected and are instead being held at the border and awaiting trial, waiting to either be rejected or approved. So it's hard to say they've really crossed into the country if they aren't even in the country but are waiting to see if they'll be allowed in. From the month that Biden took office until October of 2023, 6.5 million encounters were made at the border. 700,000 arriving legally but without initial authorization to enter, so 5.8 million illegal people crossing the border. Subtract the 27% of repeats. Of those numbers, 2.5 million have been released into the country, but again, a chunk of that is made up of legal immigration, but initially unauthorized entries from the 700,000 included in the initial stat.
Citation 12. Let's see. I'm going to put these in my immigration notes because I feel like there's a good chance these claims come up in the future.
A spokesperson for the DHS also says that they believe their capture rate is 78%, which does seem to be low. But to quote, under the administration,
Much
the
higher
estimated
than
annual
the past.
apprehension rate has averaged 78%, identical to the rate of the prior administration. The people at the border doing their jobs is largely the exact same group of people who are working under the Trump administration, because these are not simply appointed jobs from the president, but are largely administrative jobs. From both administrations, few policies have actually changed aside from the effects of lifting the COVID health emergency guidelines. That means that since Biden has taken office, the rate to which immigrants are caught and refused or let in is not significantly different than it was under Trump. However, due to the COVID crisis, the raw amount of people who are trying to cross the border has increased. So there is a slight increase in people, just not in the actual percent or change of policy. The numbers Haley and DeSantis give, then, are the totals of all migrant encounters, including repeat customers, so to say, as well as hypothetical people who got in without being caught, and in the case of Tom Cotton's exaggeration, also including immigrants from Canada, coastal borders, and all American airports. This seems very blatantly dishonest, so the people at factcheck.org reached out to Cotton's press secretary, Patrick McCann, for comment. And in response, he told them that the figures show that the senator was correct to say that the number had, quote-unquote, crossed into the country. This seems to be doubling down on extremely tight legal speak. It's essentially the Bill Clinton, it depends what the definition of is statement. So after being confronted with the fact that 27% of this number are people that are counted multiple times, as well as including 2.5 million near immediate expulsions from the country, not including all those still awaiting trial as well, many of which to be turned away, there is no frame of reference from which someone could call Tom Cotton of Arkansas's remarks honest. But it also shows bad faith as he voted against the border bills proposed during the current administration as well. A bipartisan bill brokered over 4 months between the Republicans and Democrats, Trump weighed in and told Republicans to vote no because if the border wasn't that much of an issue, it could harm his re-election chances. Senator James Lankford, Republican from Oklahoma, stated on Fox News, said about the situation,
They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats. Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election. It's the single biggest issue during the election. Don't resolve this. We'll resolve it next year. Quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then walked away. I get that. That's a decision everybody makes in it. My issue is if we're pursuing everything, we very often end up with nothing. If we're pursuing someone coming later to fix it, later seems to never come. When we have a moment to fix things, we should fix as many things as we can then come back later and fix the rest. That's on Donald Trump, Senator. Again, he's got an office that he's running for. He's got a campaign that he's running. I'm already in office. I've got a responsibility to be able to carry on this.
Republican Senator Lankford also stated an unnamed popular commentator told him flat out, if you try to move this bill that solved the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you before the next presidential election. While we should acknowledge this second comment as hearsay, this clearly portrays one of, if not two things. One, that the Republicans who voted against this, like Tom Cotton, know that the border crisis is an exaggerated issue for politics. Or two, they sincerely believe there is a crisis, but would sacrifice the safety of the American people if it meant getting Trump elected once again. Personally, based on the data I've shown and also have cited below, I think it's number one. But if someone is sincerely concerned about the southern border, the second option seems much more sinister and like a betrayal to the people who voted for these elected figures. The GOP party platform then goes through a series of paragraphs stating what common sense tells us. It says, common sense tells us blank, and then it fills it in with one of these before-mentioned stated issues, explaining why they find these issues important, but not really stating how they would fix them, different from prior. But as I've outlined, the actions of the GOP don't reflect the results of this stated priority. The first new addition to these common sense things, though, is common sense tells us clearly that if we don't have a strong military, we won't be able to defend our interests, and we will be at the mercy of hostile nations. The policy of the Republican Party must be to ensure
Kamala Harris is literally saying that we're going to have the most lethal military. The Republicans are the one that are trying to shoot down Ukraine aid half the time, or I should say half the Republican Party in Congress is anti-Ukraine aid.
Then, that America's military is the strongest and best equipped in the world. Looking into the statistics again, Biden has maintained the same year-over-year increase in military spending that Trump started, even upping the rate from 2021 to 2022. Regardless, the American military is the best military in the world, to an almost comically absorbent degree. The United States in 2022 spent $876.94 billion on military expenses, the most out of any country in the entire world, and by a long shot too. The second place, Saudi Arabia, spent a mere $75.01 billion on the same year, meaning that the United States spends over 8 times more than the next highest spending military, and more than the next 40-plus countries beneath us. And that's just because I got sick of adding numbers.
This is literally the meme of This is the one thing the two parties agree on is military spending. It's like, oh, both parties say they want to decrease the deficit, but when it comes to military spending, this is that meme. Like, why are we still
of less than $1 billion to try and reach the United States numbers. I stopped at like $650 billion. Our military is easily the most bloated part of the American budget, especially since this number doesn't even include resources used to help our veterans. Over Obama's 2 terms, spending towards veterans increased by $100 billion. Under Trump's 1 term, it increased by $34 billion. Under Biden's term, as of 2023, it increed $48 billion, meaning that per term, Biden has already outpaced increased aid to veterans that Trump offered by 25%.
Yeah, and both parties are still in favor of increasing it. Which, I mean, to be fair, the world's only getting more dangerous. You probably should be spending about the same. The issue is, I think we're probably being fucking price gouged on a lot of shit. Although, according to Nader, I think Nader told me once, it looks that way, but that money is funneled to secret projects. I have no clue if that's true or not. I don't know how accurate of a source of information that is. At least till Russia stops. I don't even know, even if the Russia-Ukraine war stopped, there's still issues with Israel and Gaza, and then Taiwan as well. Yeah.
And is on track to overpace Obama as well. This is yet to include the last year of his term. So it might lead one to wonder, what type of additional budget is going to be sent to non-veteran military expenses that we aren't already far exceeding?
Fuck.
Trump has proposed a plan to build a nationwide Iron Dome defense system that will protect all American skies.
I know, this is such a fucking goofy policy to me. Maybe there's a justification for it, but we have two oceans. Why do we really need a Iron Dome? What? It just seems like it's going to be expensive and not worth it. In case Canada and Mexico attack. Does Mexico even have ballistic missiles? Canada probably does. I don't even know if Mexico has them.
The same as Israel has, although much larger due to the obvious difference in nation size. The estimated cost of this has been stated to be $2.5 trillion. But where is this money going to come from? Trump left office his first term, raising the national deficit $8.2 trillion, more than any single term of a president prior, and almost as much as Obama during both of his terms combined, Obama having a little over $9 trillion. The debt spending increased, the immigration policy was virtually the same, record profits were made for corporations, but working families saw less than a quarter of the same payout increase in their paychecks, crime was worse, jobs were lost, even before COVID historically devastated the economy, manufacturing was down. And as a result of this historic downturn, inflation was a natural result of the catastrophic blow to the economy. But this has already returned to near normal in historically record-breaking decreases. You can see it for yourself on basically any graph you look at, looking at the American economy. I want to say something positive, just so I can feel more fair and balanced, TM. But the fact is, I already am. These are the things that the GOP platform specifically signaled that it wants to fix in the economy. And these are the things that all were objectively done worse under Trump when they were last given the reins. And it would be different if they were humble and tried to explain what they will do differently, but most people don't even realize the reality that the stats show because Trump just goes on pretending everything was great. He inherited an economy with less than a 1% inflation rate, and it immediately boosted to over 2%, creating less jobs on average, and even a net loss jobs one quarter, including 2 years of net loss in manufacturing jobs, and that's before a refusal to help the American people in COVID. Many people attribute the stimulus that was granted to Americans under Trump. I personally thought that that's when it happened as well. But the American Rescue Act was a bill passed under Joe Biden, signed into law by Biden's hand. All citations are in the description once again and have...
Well, they didn't, Trump had 2 stimulus bills and Biden had 1, right? Biden had the last one. He had the American Rescue Plan. Didn't Trump have his 2 stimulus bills before that as well? Which were good bills, by the way.
Listed on screen as to the relevant specific ones to link on. Politics isn't a team sport. It's people's lives. Personally, my politics have shifted a bunch over the last 10 years. And that's because I have always tried to understand the truth. And I have, at times, still fallen into bias and gotten things wrong. Hundreds of millions of people, single, married, childless, and quiverful. These are economic facts that do not side with the administration, and these are economic issues that I am only addressing because they specifically gloat that it was a strength, and it is the only thing that Republicans repeatedly poll on as handling better than Democrats. And maybe that has been true. All I've looked at is Obama, Biden, and Trump. And out of those 3 administrations, Trump clearly had the most economic downturn, even if we were to ignore the obvious effects of the COVID crisis under Trump and Biden. It's no one's fault for being misinformed. Most people are busy. They have full-time jobs, school, church, family, and friend obligations. I had to take multiple hours out of my day researching a lot of this stuff just to get the information. The lack of laws restricting malicious actors from spreading false information on social media means it's more rampant than it's ever been. Radio and TV had far more restrictions that prevented this sort of misinformation from being allowed to fester unchallenged. But in a lot of ways, we're still in the Wild West in regards to how much people are allowed to openly lie without consequence. America has free speech, and I am and have always been an ardent defender of the First Amendment. The classic exceptions are in the case of threats, either directly or like the classic example of
5 bits. Why is Kanye West? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back.
Screaming fire in a crowded
Appreciate it a
theater.
lot.
But also slander and libel laws. These laws are rarely used because they require, under American law, an undeniable proof that someone not only told mistruths, but did so deliberately on purpose and with an intent to harm and misinform
Actual
repeatedly.
malice, yep,
In the
you have to
past,
prove.
short of hearing someone say and admit to the fact that they did that, it used to be almost impossible to prove in a court of law. But in the age of texting, recorded audio, emails, and more, it's becoming more easy to prove these things through discovery. Fox
Tucker
News settled with
Carlson
Dominion
lost.
voting systems in $810 million after willfully lying about election fraud and interference. In discovery, it was found that lead hosts Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, and billionaire chair Rupert Murdoch acted dishonestly. Fox said in a statement to quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." Similar lawsuits towards Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, Mike Lindell, and Patrick Byrne, and the networks One America News and Newsmax also have cases pending, but are likely to settle or be found guilty, as many are close associates with Fox and close company with many of the people already found guilty. Rival voting company, Smartmatic, has also now filed suit for fraudulent claims and are pending for the court. In private, it was found through discovery of text messages and emails that hosts such as Tucker Carlson repeatedly called these claims about election fraud insane and absurd in private, with Chair Rupert Murdoch even stating in a deposition that he didn't believe the claims and could have easily stopped them from being made, but didn't. Without question, these comments and many others meet criteria for actual malice, a willful disregard to misinform the American people, to betray the sacred duty that is supposed to be the core of news. Lou Dobbs was fired from Fox in 2021 shortly after the Dominion case was filed, with one clip in particular about his rage at an Atlantic article, which reported on Trump calling people who serve at a cemetery suckers and losers. Dobbs called it a hit job, despite information.
Well, Judge Netburn, I'm going to continue on this line of questioning. In your court, what matters more? The rights of individuals or your political ideology?
I apply the law to the facts.
I asked a question, which matters more?
Well, my political ideology doesn't matter at all.
Okay, so I don't believe you.
What is that? Thanks for the 10 bits. What is that from?
Being corroborated by an, at the time, colleague from Fox News, Jennifer Griffin. Privately, Irina Briganti sent 2 clips to Jay Wallace, who was and is the president and executive editor of Fox News Media. He replied to these clips in a private email saying, "Thank you. I watched Lou closely for 2 weeks during conventions. The North Koreans do a more nuanced show." That's what he's saying about the shows on his own network. That's far from all, though. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and Tucker Carlson repeatedly acknowledge fault while conspiring against coworkers in private. Remember, this isn't some silly celebrity gossip. These are news anchors caught without excuse willfully lying to the American people for months, mocking the claims in private, and then putting on a serious face to undermine the integrity of American democracy. Sidney Powell, too, overstating the case of election fraud so much that Tucker Carlson privately sends a text to her, sending caution, telling her that if she doesn't prove what she's saying soon, it would be cruel and reckless, despite all of it being fake. When the information seemed to be on the way to being made public, Hannity joked in private with Steve Dawsey.
Thank God. We have Tucker on X now, where he's not censored by the woke media.
We might as well tell people to stop watching at 9 a.m. and turn the TV back on tonight at 9. Tucker Carlson, in another text, said privately, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump on most nights. I truly can't wait. I want nothing more. I hate him passionately. I blew up at Peter Navarro today in frustration. I actually like Peter, but I can't take much more of this." This lie was a continuous one from the top down, a willful continuous lie, proved in court of law through discovery of direct messages and emails sent from those accused. And while Trump's countless associates were hit trying to push a lie, Trump was also actively working to undermine American democracy too. In a leaked audio with Georgia election official, once it became clear that he was going to lose the state, this happened.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find, 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
It was the president here asking you for exactly what he wanted. One more.
You shouldn't, that's kind of a dumb clip to use in its context, because during that phone call, Trump literally repeated like 10 different like fake election fraud claims that people had told him weren't true before. Yeah. if you're talking about like voter or the like election disinformation, you shouldn't be using the "I want you to find this many votes" clip. You should be using like when he literally mentioned the like Georgia ballot video.
Vote than his opponent.
What I knew is that we didn't have any votes to find. We had continued to look. We investigated, like I just shared the numbers with you. There were no votes to find.
Mr. Secretary, after making this request, the president then goes back to the danger of having you deny these allegations of fraud. Let's listen to that part of the clip.
When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that.
Here. Video.
You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that Rudy Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context. So the next day we brought in WSB TV and we let them see the full run of tape. And what you'll see, the events that transpired are nowhere.
Yeah, this is literally like Trump lying about the video, and then like the Secretary of State has to explain to him why the video is fake, even though Trump prior to this had people explain to him that the video was fake. He's just repeatedly lying because this phone call happened. I think this phone call happened on January 2nd.
He ran back in there when everybody was gone and stuff.
What day did this happen? I feel like I think it happened. It happened January. Oh, uploaded January. Well, that's a year later though.
She stuffed the ballot boxes. Let's face it, Brad. I mean, they did it in slow motion.
Oh no, it's not a year later. January 3rd. Okay.
Replay magnified, right? She stuffed the ballot boxes. They were stuffed like nobody's ever seen them stuffed before. So there's a term for it when it's a machine instead of a ballot box. But she stuffed the machine. She stuffed.
I think I'm not going to be able to find it. I don't. I know that I know the January 6th committee has that table where they show Trump was told this was fake before, and then he repeated it.
I felt then and still believe today that this was a threat. Others obviously thought so too, because some of Trump's more radical followers have responded as if it was their duty to carry out this threat.
My email, my cell phone was doxxed, and so I was getting texts all over the country, and then eventually my wife started getting the text, and hers typically came in as sexualized texts, which were disgusting. And then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed, and she's a widow, and has 2 kids, and so we're very concerned about her safety also. Because I knew that we had followed the law and we had followed the Constitution, and I think sometimes moments require you to stand up and just take the shots when you're doing your job, and that's all we did.
During the remainder of the call, the former president continued to press you to find the remaining votes that would ensure his victory in Georgia. Let's listen to a little more.
Why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It takes a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
Many emails from electors also showed collusion to provide fake votes, making pithy comments calling them alternative votes, a reference to the Trump campaign line about alternative facts. Still more and more, as a cheated coup appeared not to be working, Trump flagrantly lied on the stage at January 6th about the election, and according to Mark Meadows and 3 other people who were privately confirmed to have been there but chose to speak with anonymity, they stated upon hearing that the protesters had put a noose and gallows up outside and chanted "Hang Pence," that Trump had allegedly expressed support for the idea. Meadows initially provided thousands of text messages in a subpoena to the court, but changed his tune suddenly, suing the court and Verizon to try and keep things privately. The House brought him in contempt of court, but the Republican-controlled Congress dismissed his charges to keep the information private. This is a near-endless litany of information, and I think in large part it's exactly why it's been so easy to twist and ignore the truth. If you want to believe the best in someone, and the evidence against them is so inaccessible, and the accusations so unbelievably awful, it becomes very easy to just stop engaging, accept a more comforting answer that it must just really be a witch hunt, and that they're after nothing. Pile that on with the threats to people and their families' lives, and it's genuinely become something scary to talk about on such things publicly. For my part, I'm not in politics. I don't have any cushy job. I don't have any special funding. I think I provided enough information here. The information is public, if you want to learn more. And to my mama and papa, we can obviously just talk about things more in private, as I'm sure we would otherwise. I hope that you've enjoyed the information that I put together in this video as well.
Yeah, here. I think this is, yeah, right here. And so he said, well, what about this? I saw it on videotape, somebody delivering a suitcase of ballots. And we said it wasn't a suitcase, it was a bin. That's what they use. They're counting ballots. It's benign. And then later, there is even security cameras footage from Georgia showing officials telling poll watchers to leave the room before pulling suitcases out of ballot. Yeah. You're talking about the State Farm video. Is it extremely unfortunate? Yeah, I really don't any slice and dice that video. Yeah, it did happen. I am right. It did happen on January 2nd. I knew that. Yeah, the phone call happened on January 2nd. He told him the video was fake, and then... But he's literally been told that, like, this video is fake before. And, like, he's just repeating it. And then this guy tells him it's fake, too. And then he repeats it again a day later.
Initially, this was going to be the first half of the video. I was going to dedicate the second half to the ways in which Donald Trump is a precise antithesis for anyone who claims to serve Jesus or be Christian in any way. But I think for most reasonable people who would watch this far, knowing any scripture at all would easily turn someone against Trump. And knowing as much scripture as you can repeatedly shows not to support Trump. Instead, I'll just pass with alleged actions in private from Michael Cohen, who also took the fall for Trump's illegal misappropriation of campaign funds years ago. Mr. Cohen said that one day in 2015, he was brought into Trump's office where Trump was brandishing a printout of an article about an Atlanta-based megachurch pastor trying to raise $60 million from his flock to buy a private jet. Trump knew the preacher personally, and later, the man, Creflo Dollar, were among the people to pray over Trump in the famous photo in the Oval Office, as well as one of the evangelicals to meet with him in 2011 when Trump initially was considering running. Trump reportedly seemed delighted to Cohen, calling it an obvious scam and full of shit. They're all hustlers, Trump supposedly said. And this is genuinely just scratching the surface. The fact that Trump is still running and has so much support is really due to the intense disinformation campaigns targeting most people not adept with modern technology and algorithms, or the worse, targeting and abusing the faith that they have, their most sacred personal beliefs. The farther you fall into a hole, the more you feel the allure of the sunk cost fallacy. The fear that if you admit that you were mistaken, it's an embarrassment. It's too late to bear that sort of guilt. And so people retreat further and further into denial to protect a sense of self-worth. But there's nothing more respectable than someone being able to acknowledge fault and change. I'll admit, I felt a lot of satisfaction in 2016 when Trump beat Hillary, because I thought that she had snubbed the party of its rightful candidate. The Democrats were corrupt, and Donald Trump would be a loose cannon, an element of randomness, a wrecking ball to the corrupt corporate elitism. But he ended up being perhaps the most corrupt, spiteful, wicked person to have ever been captured and manipulated the hearts of so many otherwise good people. I wanted this video to focus purely on his performance in office and facts arbitrated by a court of law, to keep things objective for those who might genuinely believe that the economy and immigration would be better under him. I didn't even get into the rape conviction or the felony accounts. Threats from the Heritage Foundation, who in the last 10 years have also slowly become co-opted by the MAGA movement, pieced together Project 2025, a document written and organized by Trump staffers and donors, past and present. The leader of the foundation at the time said,
"We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be."
And this is still scratching the surface. The fact during discovery of Ghislaine Maxwell's case of the United States versus Ghislaine Maxwell, this is the partner of Epstein, we got records for flight logs that Epstein had 14 different saved phone numbers tied to Donald Trump, that Trump gave settled cases of accused assault. The fact that before justice could even be served in his court cases, the Supreme Court then ruled immunity on everything that he and any future president may do, upending literally the precedent that dates back to the founding of the United States, that violates the
God, and fucking the fact that Jeffrey Clark he's not listed as a co-defendant anymore, and Jeffrey Clark just gets to fucking get away with the shit he did. I think because they had to remove. Because the Supreme Court ruled that any conversation between Trump and his DOJ is given absolute immunity, but it also means Jeffrey Clark. Jeffrey Clark isn't even a co-defendant anymore.
Fundamental idea of checks and balances, and that we shouldn't have a king. And this blatant disgrace and treason to our democracy was just so that in case he gets elected before he can be convicted, then he can escape any prosecution under the law. It's a genuinely harrowing situation, and as already shown, many of the people pushing this for money are...
Yeah, drops former DOJ environment chief. Former President Donald Trump's top environmental lawyer is no longer being accused of being a co-conspirator. Like, God, it's so, not only is Trump immune from these things, because evidence like this is totally unreviewable by a court of law. They can't review it. They can't look at it. Jeffrey Clark, who I would say quite obviously engaged in criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States, he just gets to get off scot-free because it's unreviewable now. Yeah. Is he he's a lawyer, right? Is he has he been disbarred? Has not yet. Took a second look at his bid to sideline a ethics case against him for his role in attempting to undermine the 2020 election. A petition for a rehearing filed Monday. He did a 3-judge panel in the U.S. Court of Appeals who district court got it wrong when they declined to move the ethics case to federal court. Okay, so I guess not yet, but Jeffrey Clark disbarment is the only possible sanction. Disbarment is the only possible sanction for former Trump administration official Jeffrey Clark. D.C. bar official said on Monday, Clark, a former U.S. Assistant Attorney General, in late 2020 tried to get Justice Department Superior Assistant a letter to Georgia, improperly questioning the election outcome, 3 lawyers for the bar wrote. Clark engaged in dishonest attempts to create national chaos on the verge of January 6th. The lawyers led by the D.C. Disciplinary Counsel Phil Fox wrote, the D.C. bar is trying to ascertain how to sanction Clark after a 3-person panel earlier this month preliminarily ruled that he broke at least one lawyer ethics rule. A lost law license could hamper Clark's ability to win a high post in the second Trump administration. Clark's lawyers did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Okay. Disciplinary proceedings are being weaponized against allies of former President Donald Trump.
Well, you had a sneaking suspicion that former President Trump would be in the building for UFC 302. He is a rabid mixed martial arts fan. I kind of feel like he's betting on these fights when he's not actually here.
Boy, the round of applause he's getting right now is pretty staggering. And you had to imagine that.
Why is Joe Rogan even there?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the 10 bits. I really appreciate it. It really helps. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Wise Kanye West. Top bits. I think you're number 1 in bits by far. The memo that Greg Jacobs wrote, or not memo, op-ed. I think it's an op-ed. I think it's an unreleased op-ed that somehow got leaked. Isn't really good because he goes over basically exactly how the lawyers around Trump, even if you say they didn't engage in criminal conspiracy or whatever, how they definitely broke some check out benefits. Oh, I didn't fucking link it. But yeah, he wrote this op-ed. Draft op-ed, Greg Jacobs wrote in January 2021, and he was chief counsel to Vice President Mike Pence, but ultimately decided not to publish. Washington Post obtained a copy of the draft for the story examining Trump's attorney John Eastman's actions surrounding Jan 6th. Lawyers did not inform the crowd and possibly did not inform the president that they were pushing an abstract legal theory that had overwhelming drawbacks limitations. In a meeting, Eastman reportedly agreed with me, Greg Jacobs, that a day before the events at the Capitol that not a single member of the Supreme Court would support his position. He acknowledged that 230 years of historical precedents were firmly against it, and that no reasonable person would create a rule that invested a single individual with unilateral authority to determine the validity of disputed electoral votes for the President of the United States.
Selling the American dream out willingly to good American patriots. knowingly lying about it in private messages, mocking the people who they are fooling. Please protect yourself. Protect our democracy. E pluribus unum. If you're not my grandparents and you have made it this far, please consider supporting my work on Patreon, Ko-fi, or directly on PayPal.
All right, I might just copy a few of the citations from this about the economy stuff. It's just I feel like I already know to this. It's really useful. And then Sonic crime. Okay. All right. What a lovely city. We just have a little bit. Oh, this is almost full too. How is it full when it's still leaking? Can it not choose one or the other? It has to. Oh wait, is there still a thing down here? Is that what's happening? Oh, there is. Okay, get rid of that. Hold on. If I make it leak over here, it should be fine because it should go this direction. Let me just rate. Let me. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. It's good. We're good. If it's fine, it's fine. Just raise that a little bit. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's fine. We're good. Uh-oh. Well, you know, there aren't many homes over here yet, so it's fine. We were good. We're good. We're chill. Everything's chill. Just gotta make this a little bigger over here. No, just like, yeah, we can just, you know. Yeah, that's good. I'm good at managing my city. Okay, we have some shit to read that we gotta start reading. Oh, fuck, there's a fire over here too? God damn it. Oh, everything already burned down. Well, I should have built fire. Fire station's over there sooner. Hold on, let me put fire stations and hospitals down. I want to read some stuff on UBI today, as well as some stuff on maybe some means testing stuff too. I don't know how much we'll get through. We'll see. Who knows? All right, see, we're good. Not even here. Oh, well, you know, that's fine. Okay, we're good. They're just two disconnected things now. Fine. Oh, I use TTS. You have to donate in order to do it. But if you really want to donate, you do !TTS in the chat, or go to the description on YouTube, and it has a link with instructions. There we go. Okay. All right, I collected a bunch of links as well as some books to read on UBI. So I don't know exactly what we'll read on it, but also welcome to the stream. Wicked goods. All right, reading. Let's get hype. Make sure to smash that like and sub button for some epic reading. Let's go. Whoa. Fuck yeah, reading. Fuck yeah, reading. Let's go. We're gonna start out simple with some quick blog posts that aren't like that dense or anything. Let's go. W's in the chat. Why we need universal basic income now. An introduction to UBI and its benefits. Hello, I'm John Munitz. You may have seen me or heard of me on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. For my previous media network. Okay, don't care. I've covered many topics on my subject before, and now it's time to start a series of explainers on UBI and the potential positive impacts in the future. In this blog post, I will be introducing the concept of UBI, factors as to why I believe we need to push for its top priority right now, and why UBI is better than our current approaches to welfare. What is UBI? UBI is a simple idea. Cash in every citizen's pockets every month for life. No bureaucratic strings attached. What does that mean exactly? How much cash are we talking about? Who qualifies as a citizen? Why no strings attached? Let's break it down. UBI is simple. Each citizen an amount of cash each month. No strings attached. Oh, hold on. Let me start my music for you. Okay, there's your chill hop gaming beats. And then I'm starting my music too. If I can spell. Okay, cash. Yeah, let me make this. 3. UBI is a cash transfer, not a voucher, not a coupon or a service. Cash is the most flexible and empowering form of resistance. It allows people to spend it on whatever they want or need without any restrictions or conditions. Cash also respects people's dignity and autonomy, as it does not impose any paternalistic or moralistic judgments on how they should live their lives. A transfer. Not a voucher, coupon. Service. simply gives people money, allows them to spend it they want. Every citizen. I'm in favor of UBI because it would give me a nice big fat check that I could use to get a fucking cloud lifter for my microphone that I accidentally bought. That's the real reason I'm in support of UBI. Entirely selfish. UBI is not means tested. Targeted universal means that everyone gets a payment regardless of their income, assets, or other factors. Universal also means that everyone is treated equally and fairly without any discrimination or exclusion. Universal also means that everyone is included and valued without any stigma or shame. Everyone gets it, regardless of income. Every month. UBI is recurrent, not one-time or sporadic. Recurrent means that people receive the payment on a regular and predictable basis, usually monthly. Recurrent also means that people can rely on a payment as a stable and secure source of income without uncertainty or anxiety. Recurrent also means that people can plan or budget for their future without any fear or stress. Do millionaires receive UBI? Yeah. But I think Mankiw has a good example for this. Basically, for any like progressive program, there's an exactly equivalent. You can do the math and find an exactly equivalent universal program, meaning everybody is taxed at the same effective rate. Bro, tax them UBI. Well, the point of UBI is like you're giving a you give a flat transfer to everyone, right? So everyone gets $1,200 a month, but there would still be a progressive tax system. So although millionaires get $1,200 per month, they're still taxed way more than $1,200 per month. Yeah, so the effective rate for millionaires is still much higher than it is for poor people. Mankiw has a good example of this. Mankiw means testing. Here's a good example of why we should give billionaires free money. Okay, let me find it in my notes because I can't find it on YouTube. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Here it is. Okay, Kinley. Well, it's true. Means testing can sometimes here it should say decrease the cost of programs. This often is an illusion. To see, take the following example. Oh, here, does this link to the YouTube video? Yes, thank you.
People should face higher taxes. Now, what I find hard to believe is that Mr. Frugal, they might say, okay, well, that's just the cost of redistributing economic resources, and if this was the only possible to something along the lines of the policy dollars and a 20% in
here we go
is a means tested transfer issues. The first one is a means tested transfer. So we're gonna give everybody $1,000 per month aimed at the truly needy. So the full amount goes to somebody with zero income, for a person at the very bottom. The transfer is then phased out. Recipients lose 20 cents for every dollar of income they earn. These transfers are financed by a progressive income tax. So there's no taxes on below $60,000 and a 20% tax on all income above $60,000. Now the second policy is closer to what Mr. Yang is proposing, a universal transfer of $1,000 per month for every person, financed by a 20% flat tax on all incomes. Now think for a moment whether you'd prefer to live in a society with safety net A or safety net B. Now, I'm not going to take a vote here, but I did actually take this to a bunch of Harvard students, Harvard undergraduates, and I gave them exactly this experiment. And they were unequivocal in their preference, absolutely unequivocal. Over 90% said Plan A is clearly better. And the arguments basically ran as follows. Plan A targets the transfer payments on those who are truly needy. As a result, it requires a smaller tax increase. Moreover, the taxes are levied only on those people with really high incomes. Plan B is crazy. Why should rich people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos receive government transfers? They don't need it. And if they give it to them, they have to raise taxes more to pay for it. Well, superficially, you can see these arguments seem appealing. But here's the rub. As the economists note, these policies are exactly the same. Look at the net payment, that is taxes less transfers. Everyone gets exactly the same under these two plans. Person with zero income gets $12,000 per year in both cases. Person with an annual income of $60,000 gets exactly zero. A person with income of $160,000 pays $20,000 in both cases. And everyone faces the same set of incentives, a 20% effective marginal tax rate for every dollar of income. In other words, everybody's welfare is like...
And for every, like any means tested program, you can design in a exactly equivalent universal program. And the benefits of the universal program is that it's way more administratively simple to just give everyone, to just tax everyone the same rate and to give everyone the same amount of money than it is to do this like means testing stuff. We have to calculate their income, and you have to calculate how big of a tax rebate or whatever they should get. Yeah.
It's identical under the two plans, and everyone faces the same set of incentives. The difference between Plan A and Plan B is only a matter of framing. Now, I bring this up. This is kind of obvious to the economists in the audience, but I bring this up because I think it teaches really two important lessons. First, if somebody finds something like Plan A attractive, which all the Harvard students did, and once they sort of recognize the logic that it says Plan A and Plan B is equivalent, they should find something like Plan B attractive. Many critics of universal basic income seem to fail to make this leap because they don't notice the equivalence of the two approaches. And I've had debates with some economists who didn't notice it the first time they saw it. But once you see the equivalence of Plan A and Plan B is much easier to embrace. I think it looks even better when you realize that universal benefits and flat taxes may be easier to administer than means tested benefits and progressive taxes. The second lesson from this example is how misleading it is to focus on taxes and transfers separately. Now, it is fully accurate in comparing Plan
A. Every month, you realize a current payment but on a regular and predictable basis. Well, millionaires invest that $12,000 and avoid taxing it technically, while poor people can't invest it. I mean, technically, the millionaires can spend the money however they want. Poor people can invest it. First of all, we tax, under our current system, we tax investment. We do tax capital gains. Understand, obviously, poor people or rich people hold a disproportionate amount of, investment, obviously. And, but no, they're still taxed at a higher, depending on what the tax system is. Either you tax the same amount, you can tax the same effective rate for everyone, or you can tax income progressively, and you still to end up taxing millionaires more. Monthly. Everyone. Stigma attached. For life. I should capitalize that. Why is this bold when I literally hit Control B? Okay. UBI is permanent, not temporary or experimental. Permanent means that people receive a payment for as long as they live without any expiration or termination. Permanent also means that people can count on a payment as long as a long-term and sustainable source of income without any disruption or discontinuity. Permanent also means that people can invest and save for the future without any risk or loss. Many people can. If a millionaire keeps $12,000, are they taxed more than $12,000 per year solely for UBI? Well, I mean, there's different ways you can tax them, but either yeah, you would tax them at the same effective rate as other people, or you tax them at a higher effective rate. I would prefer that. Yeah, we tax them at a higher effective rate. If we give a millionaire $12,000, we tax them more than $12,000. That's how you fund UBI. That's why it's like an income redistribution thing. Yeah, like you shouldn't be looking at taxes and transfers separately. You look at taxes and transfers together and look at their net payment. Millionaires, true, will receive a $12,000 transfer, but they also pay more or equal, but more. You could design it so they pay equally, but I think there's probably a lot of justification for progressive taxation. So. So they don't get any money technically? Well, no, not net. Their net payment is way higher than $12,000. Yeah. That's why you don't look at taxes and transfers separately. If you look at them together, you notice that they pay a lot more. All right. I mean, the example he used in the video, he said 20% tax on everyone, but I think we should probably tax. We should at least, if we do a consumption tax, we should definitely do it progressively because yeah. What the fuck? All right. No bureaucratic tax. UBI is unconditional, not conditional or contingent. Unconditional means that people receive the payment without having to meet any requirements or obligations, such as work, education, or behavior. Unconditional also means that people receive the payment without having to prove or demonstrate their eligibility or need, such as income, assets, or disability. Unconditional also means that people receive the payment without having to deal with any bureaucracy, hassles, such as paperwork, verification, and monitoring. UBI is a simple idea, but has profound implications. Okay. UBI is granted unconditionally. Any need to prove. Not the need to meet requirements based on income, disability, etc. Simple idea with profound implications. UBI is not only a policy, but a vision, a philosophy, and a movement. UBI is not only a solution, but also a question, challenge, and opportunity. Why do we need UBI now? We need UBI now because we're living in a time of unprecedented change and challenge both locally and globally. Here are the drivers of the need for UBI. Automation. Technology is advancing rapidly and replacing jobs and tasks that humans used to do. This is creating unemployment, underemployment, and income insecurity for millions of people, especially those with low skills or education. Automation. It's replacing jobs. UBI would be like a vote with your wallet. I mean, it's just giving everyone unconditional money. So yeah, you get to vote with your wallet. Globalization, which is just a form of technology, so it also creates unemployment. But okay, the world is becoming more interconnected and interdependent, and exposing us to more competition and volatility. This is creating inequality, instability, and uncertainty for millions of people, especially those in developing regions. I don't fully agree with that, but okay. We're more interconnected. interdependent. Exposes us to more competition and volatility. I agree with this first sentence, but not really the second. Climate change. Planet is warming and changing and affecting our environment and resources. This is creating scarcity, conflict, and disaster for millions of people, especially those in poor, fragile areas. Increasing scarcity. Or in the environment. Affects poor people most. Epidemics. Spread of infectious disease is becoming more frequent and severe and threatening our health and well-being. This is creating sickness, suffering, and death for millions of people, especially those with weaker living access to healthcare. Who gives a fuck when it comes to UBI? I don't know if I care that much about that. Poverty. UBI would prevent poverty and crisis by providing people basic income that would cover their essential needs and expenses. This would reduce the risk of impact of shocks and emergencies such as job loss, injury, divorce, natural disaster, or pandemic. UBI would also reduce the stress and anxiety that comes with financial insecurity and uncertainty. UBI would improve people's mental health and physical health and prevent many of the negative outcomes associated with poverty, such as crime, violence, addiction, homelessness, and suicide. UBI would prevent poverty and aid in unexpected events like job loss, illness, injury, divorce, natural disaster, pandemic. But also act as an automatic stabilizer and dampen the impact of oxygen emergencies. Rising hatred. One of the main drivers of hate, violence, and extremism in our society is economic insecurity. People are struggling to survive, they become more fearful, angry, resentful of others who seem to have it better. They're more susceptible to scapegoating, conspiracy theories, and radical ideologies to promise to restore their dignity and power. UBI would reduce this economic anxiety and desperation by providing everyone with basic level of security and stability. It would foster a sense of solidarity and compassion among people rather than division and hostility. It would create a more peaceful and tolerant society where everyone feels valued and respected. Okay, sure. UBI reduce economic instability and anxiety, which can drive people to hateful, extreme ideologies. These and other forces are disrupting the economy and society and creating new challenges and uncertainty for millions of people. Many people are struggling to survive, let alone thrive, in this challenging world. Many people are facing poverty, homelessness, hunger, and debt. Many people are experiencing stress, anxiety, depression, and despair. Many people are feeling hopeless, helpless, and worthless. UBI can help us cope with these changes and challenges by giving us a reliable and flexible income that we can use as we see fit. UBI enables us to pursue education, training, entrepreneurship, and other opportunities and talents and interests. UBI can empower us to make choices that improve our lives and well-being. The current approach is inadequate, insufficient, and stigmatizing. Current approach to addressing poverty is inequality. It's based on a bunch of patchwork programs that are often inadequate, efficient, and stigmatizing. These programs include welfare, unemployment benefits, food stamps, housing assistance, healthcare, subsidies, and others. They're supposed to provide a safety net for those who fall into hard times and a ladder of opportunity for those who want to climb out of poverty. However, these programs have flaws and limitations. The current patchwork programs designed to create a social safety net. Flawed and inefficient. They're subject to political whims, budget cuts, eligibility criteria that exclude many people who need help. They also create perverse incentives and disincentives that discourage work, saving, and education. One of the main drawbacks of these current approaches is that it relies on means testing, which is the process of determining whether someone who qualifies for a benefit based on income, assets, or other factors. Programs subject to whims and eligibility criteria. That exclude people who need help. And great welfare cliffs. Means testing is not only costly and complex, but also unfair and harmful. It creates a lot of bureaucracy, red tape, and wastes money. It also creates a poverty trap where people lose their benefits if they earn more income and thus have no incentive to improve their situation. Means testing also creates stigma and shame, where people are treated as underserving and unworthy of assistance and are subject to scrutiny and judgment. Means testing is a mean, and it should be replaced by a more humane system. Means testing is mean. Maybe I'll read this later as well. One time I recognized a sculpture because I had an art project where I had to where with a partner we had to like research an artist and explain their project. This was in like 5th grade. I remember the first day. First day I was matched with my partner. He was literally fucking jorking it. He was jorking it. He was literally edging in art class. I forget the name of the artist. Like Janice something. It's like Janice. I want to say Janice. I know it's not Janice Ellis, but here, Greensboro. Oh fuck! There's a park there, Greensboro, LeBar Park. Sculpture. I think it's this. Janet Elchman. Yeah. Jorking it to our project. Yeah, he was, bro. He would do it. He would like rub up and down in his pants. His hand wasn't in his pants, it was outside. He would like rub up and down his pants. And like anytime I would like look over to him for like help or something, he would like stop and like there's no way he thought he was hiding it because it was so obvious. I don't know. But yeah. It's just a big net, not even a good art sculpture. What the fuck's it even mean? Anyway. Back to reading. Means testing also creates stigma. UBI is a protractive and preventive solution. Art more like fart. True. Can't wait. That's it's a hold on. I gotta pin that. Hold on. YouTube sucks. Hold on. Okay, now I can pin it. Dude, YouTube actually, look, you can see, like, if I try to pin one of these messages, I can't because of this stupid reaction thing that's here. Oh wait, I guess I can just click on it. I didn't know I could do that. Oops, I did not mean to delete that. Sorry, Kinley. Can we get some reactions in the chat for that one? I don't ever see them when you do that. When you do them, by the way, there's no, because they don't like show up in my chat window that I have in OBS. So another problem with the current approach is that it often is reactive, not protractive. It waits until people fall into a poverty or crisis, and then tries to help them out of it. This is not only costly, but inefficient and harmful. It creates a cycle of dependency and despair where people are constantly struggling to catch up and get ahead. It also fails to prevent or mitigate the root cause of poverty and crisis, such as a lack of education, health, or opportunity. Current programs. So wait until people are in. Poverty to help them. And they don't address root. Streaming for European viewers? I'm streaming from my broken ass sleep schedule. I gotta fix my sleep schedule. Cause I have to leave my house at some point. In a few days. So it has to be fixed. So we might actually stream for a while today. Fucking hell. Same when I'm living at night, lol. Dude, I don't even know how exactly I broke it. I just slept for really long. I stayed up a little late editing. I stayed up till like 6 a.m. editing, and then I just slept until like 7 p.m. I literally slept for like 13 hours. I don't really know why. I was just lazy, so I just slept for 13 hours, and now my sleep schedule was fucked. I got up at like 8 p.m. today. Hold on, I sent a good morning gif. I went to bed at 12 p.m. and I think I got up at around 9 p.m. It happens sometimes. Yeah, I don't. What's that word? Hypersomnia. I guess I can use my context clues, considering I know what insomnia is and I know what hyper means. I did pass English class, except the one time I did fail it as a freshman. But I retook it at a pass, so it's fine. We're chill. I also failed my civics class. But clearly, there's obviously no reason I should have failed a high school civics class other than I just didn't do my work because it was online school. That's like, it wasn't because I was dumb or anything. Like, obviously, I would hope that my research streams, my reading streams show that there's no other reason that I would fail a civics class. Although I never put this much effort into my schoolwork, like what I'm doing right now, like all this reading. I never did any of that shit for school. Why the fuck would I do that? When I could just stream it for free content, free knowledge. UBI would also be protractive and preventive measure. It would give people the resources and support them before they fail or fall into poverty or crisis. It would create a floor that no one can fall below, and a springboard that everyone can jump off from. It would enable people to invest in themselves in the future and avoid and overcome traps and pitfalls to keep them down. Create a floor that people can't fall below. Prevent them from falling. UBI empowers productivity. One of the biggest myths about UBI is that it will make people lazy and dependent. The opposite is true. UBI would increase people's motivation and productivity by freeing them from fear of losing their income if they quit or lose their jobs. For example, a study in Finland found that UBI recipients were more likely to find employment than those on traditional welfare. UBI would also make people refuse exploitative or abusive work and to pursue meaningful and fulfilling work. For example, a study in Kenya found that UBI recipients were more likely to start their business or engage in creative activities than those without UBI. UBI would also recognize and reward the unpaid or underpaid work that many people do, such as caregiving, volunteering, or creative work. For example, a study in Canada found that UBI recipients were more likely to spend time in education, health, and family than those without UBI. UBI would not replace work, but rather enhance it and dignify it. UBI would allow people to seek work without fear of losing their income. I guess benefits. That fucking study in Finland. UBI would also enable people to refuse exploitative work and focus on fulfilling work. Fulfilling work. Studying Kenya. Oops, studying Kenya. Yeah, also rewards unpaid or underpaid work, such as caregiving, volunteering, or teaching. I'm going to say teaching. Listen, if teachers weren't paid so little, maybe I'd be a teacher, man. Maybe I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I still will be a teacher. We'll see. UBI empowers people to invest in themselves. UBI would empower people to invest in themselves and their future by giving them more choices and opportunities. UBI would enable people to pursue their passions and talents, learn new skills, knowledge, start new businesses and projects, volunteer and contribute to their communities, and care for themselves and their loved ones. UBI would also encourage people to work smarter and better, not harder and longer, allowing them to choose their type, amount, and quality of work that suits them best. UBI would enhance people's productivity, creativity, and satisfaction. UBI would allow people more opportunities. Best in learn new skills. Start new business and projects, volunteer and contribute to communities, and care for themselves and their loved ones. UBI avoids the traps and pitfalls of the current approach. I need a wireless mouse. Goddamn. What the fuck? My life is... I have so many cords. So many. This can't be the most efficient way to do what I'm trying to do. Oh, also, by the way, speaking of more cords that I added to my desk, I'm gonna start doing more. I figured out a way to set up TikTok debates correctly, so I can have my phone, my second phone, down here, and I can stream the TikTok debate. But I can also capture it with OBS, and I just mirror my phone screen to my computer and capture that with OBS, as well as the rest of my screen, so you can see like what I'm doing. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that at some point. Start farming TikTok debates. Because I saw one person doing really well. This guy Carbonites, he does really well on Twitch, as well as TikTok. I know there's people like, I think his name is Parker or whatever, like Parker, get a job Parker, I think. There's a lot of like TikTok debaters who do pretty well on TikTok. But this guy does well on TikTok. He averages like 90 viewers on TikTok or something. But he also does really well on Twitch. He also averages like over 30 viewers on Twitch. Yeah. We got to get practice in for the hippy dippy. UBI would avoid the traps and pitfalls of the current approach by eliminating the need for means testing and its negative consequences. UBI would not create a poverty trap where people lose their benefits if they earn more income and thus have no incentive to improve their situation. UBI would not create a bureaucracy trap where people have to deal with a lot of paperwork and hassle to access their benefits and thus waste time and money. UBI avoids welfare cliffs where people lose benefits. If income increases. Also, is administratively simpler than means testing. Saves time and money. Else avoiding. Including people. Or what's a good way to phrase it? I don't want to say excluding people. I want to. What's a good way to phrase like it doesn't have the same problem with like people falling through the cracks. Like there's a lot of people who are eligible for welfare benefits in the U.S. who don't get them because they don't like file the right paperwork. Excluding. Excluding eligible people. UBI would not create a stigma trap where people are treated as undeserving and unworthy of assistance and thus feel shame and guilt. UBI would not create a dependency trap where people rely on external help and lose their autonomy and agency. UBI would not create a work trap where people are forced to work in low quality and low paying jobs that they do not enjoy value and thus lose their motivation in meeting. Also avoids negative stigma. People are treated as unworthy, undeserving and unworthy of assistance. That's feel shame and guilt. UBI avoids. As you try to put people rely on external help lose autonomy. Hey, what's another what's a good way to phrase UBI avoids the this is a thing Milton Friedman talks about a lot with his negative income tax, where he's like, well, with negative income tax, people avoid becoming a slave to the government, where the government tells them exactly how much they can spend on food, and exactly how much they can spend on housing, which he's making a good point there.
Before, I would be entitled to an exemption of $3,000 without paying a tax. That is, if I had an income of $3,000, I would have an exemption of $3,000 with a family of 4. I would be entitled to receive. The point that I think it's urgent to stress to avoid misunderstanding is that while there's a guaranteed income, a minimum guarantee of $1,500, that income is not equal to the break-even point, the point at which you pay no taxes of $3,000. This difference is essential because there are other proposals which have been made under the name of guaranteed income, which would say, let's set a level like $3,000. Then if a family has less than that, we'll make up the difference. Now the trouble with such gap-filling programs, with a program which says if you have less than $3,000, we'll make up the difference, is that you destroy the incentive of people to earn anything. Why should anybody go to work and earn anything? Now, under a 50% rate, you also weaken their incentive. And if you were starting from scratch, you might be adding to the problem. But you're not starting from scratch. Our present welfare programs, our present direct relief, and aid-dependent children programs, in effect, have a 100% tax rate. Because if a family on relief, if let's say a woman, as currently is mostly the case under aid-dependent children, if a woman who is on relief takes a job and earns $100, and she's honest, she is required to have her relief payment reduced by $100. That's one of the ways in which we've been producing poor people.
Yes, but it would be easy enough to modify that system without invoking your revolutionary substitute.
Not at all. Impossible. How?
What?
Where? I don't know where you mentioned it. Oh, here.
Who may spend X dollars on rent, Y dollars on food, etc., and then be given a handout. The idea of a negative income tax is to treat people who are...
Yeah. Also increases individual liberty. That's the way I'm phrasing it. Individual liberty. Allowing people spend money how they see fit. Matter. Receiving in-kind benefits. Then, yeah, also it avoids the dependency trap. UBI is a trickle-up solution. Everyone had universal basic N-word passed, we would solve racism. True. Can we get one N-word pass per month from the government? Universal thing. God, every time I don't know what I'm gonna do about my website, guys. I don't know. I didn't think it through. I can't have nonfun.com and I can't have nonfun.gg because then my fans would be called NGGers. So it's a real issue that we're gonna have to sort out at some point. I do own nonfun.blog, but I don't really want... I had that for my Substack, which has nothing on it. I don't really know. Yeah. I don't really know what to do. I can buy nonfun.org, but like all those are cringe. I don't really want that. I don't even know if I can buy nonfun.gg. Nonfun.on? Oh. Maybe, I guess maybe. Oops. Nope. Not what I wanted. I mean, I don't know. It's already registered. Are you kidding me? Who the fuck? Why? Why? Who? Who could possibly be? Why? This is not real. I think I can get nonfun.gg. Oh, I can't even get nonfun.gg. Are you kidding me? Who the fuck owns nonfun.gg? Here, let me like see. Oops. Code Dappy. $99 a year. No fucking shot. Why is nonfun.gg $99 a year? Nonfun.co is like $20 a year. Yeah, $5. Nonfun.org is $9. Why is nonfun.gg $99? We're not getting that anytime soon. Not unless fucking Mr. Beast does another donating to small streamers stream. I don't think he would donate. I'm too controversial for. Well, I was gonna say I'm too controversial for him, but I think he's in a lot more controversy than I've ever been in right now. So. Another myth about UBI is that it would be too expensive and unsustainable. The truth is that UBI would be a smart and fair way to distribute wealth and prosperity that we all contribute to and deserve. UBI would not be a handout, but rather a dividend, a share of the common wealth that belongs to all of us. UBI would not be a drain on the economy, but rather a boost, a stimulus that would increase demand, consumption, and growth. UBI would not be a zero-sum game, but rather a positive-sum game with a win-win for everyone. UBI is not too expensive or sustainable. And it's not just a handout. It's a dividend. Wealth that we all contribute to. Not a drain on the economy. At a boost. UBI would not be a trickle-down policy that benefits a few at the expense of the many, but a trickle-up policy that benefits the many and lifts the whole. UBI would not only help the poor middle class, but also the rich and powerful. UBI would create a more dynamic and inclusive economy where everyone has a stake and a voice. UBI also creates a more harmonious and cooperative society where everyone has a sense of belonging and responsibility. UBI would create a more peaceful and stable world where everyone has chance and hope. Conclusion. UBI is not utopia or unrealistic idea. It is a sensible, humane, and effective policy that we can and should implement as soon as possible. UBI is not a solution, not only a solution to many of the problems we face today, but also a vision for a better future for all of us. UBI is not only a matter of economics and politics, but also a matter of ethics and values. UBI is not a policy, but a movement, community, and cause. UBI is not only an idea, but also a reality, a possibility, a hope. If you agree with me and want to learn more, I invite you to join me and millions of others who support UBI. You can follow me on Twitter, where I share information and insights on UBI and related topics. You can also visit websites of or some organizations and initiatives that promote and advocate for UBI, such as basic income. I think I have this one linked already. But I know we solved any of today's problems. It's a vision for a more fair Maine. All right, what? I have UBI center linked. I think I have. But I did put that there. Okay. Or here. I feel like Africa is the one I still struggle the most with, so. Guinea-Bissau, Angola, South Africa, Cameroon, Eswatini. Thank God, Togo. Togo is Equatorial Guinea, Zimbabwe. Why do I always forget? That's Tanzania. I feel like that's Zambia. That's Zimbabwe. Damn it. Gabon. Western Sahara, Tanzania. It's fuck. Oops. I knew that one too. Cape Verde. Central African Republic. Eritrea. Chad. Sicilies. Tanzania. Fuck, wait, no, that's Tanzania. God damn it. I knew that. Fuck. Mali. Nigeria. Guinea. It's the opposite. Guinea's this one, and that's Guinea-Bissau. The one with the longer name is smaller. That's how I remember it. Mozambique. Guinea-Bissau. Madagascar. Kenya. Ghana. Sudan. Algeria. Egypt. Rwanda. Top one. Uganda is the big one. Morocco. Sierra Leone. Lesotho. Surrounded one. South Sudan. Ethiopia. Niger. Ivory Coast. Senegal. Comoros. The Gambia. The River. Djibouti. Libya. Liberia. DRC. Botswana. Benin. The lake. One of the islands. This one. For 9 to bottom one. Zambia. Namibia. Okay. Good enough. I have an example of universal basic income. Yeah, talk about 3, and then I'll say like resources or /orgs. Okay. UBI in action, real-world evidence, and economist endorsements. In my previous blog post, I introduced the concept of UBI and highlighted its relevance in today's world. Now let's delve deeper into the evidence and examples that demonstrate the potential benefits of UBI for individuals and society. A rich historical context. UBI is not a novel or untested idea. Its roots trace back to ancient times and has been explored across diverse cultures, religions, and ideologies. Over the years, UBI has been subject to rigorous study and experimentation, yielding promising results. Let's start with some notable examples. The Alaska Permanent Fund. It's subject to many pilot programs. Studies yielding promising results. Alaska Permanent Fund. Since 1976, the Alaska Permanent Fund has been yielding a yearly dividend to all Alaskan residents using state oil revenues. The dividend amount has varied, ranging from $300 to $3,000 per person per year. Research shows the program has several positive effects, reducing poverty and inequality. The dividend helps those individuals out of poverty and narrows income gaps. Crime reduction by focusing on financial stability. The fund contributes to lower crime rates, enhance well-being. Alaskans report increased happiness and trust due to the dividend. Remarkably, the Alaska Permanent Fund enjoys widespread support across political ideologies and ideological lines. This is just Wikipedia. Okay. Since 1976, Alaska has been using state oil revenue to give yearly dividends to its citizens. Just had a number of reported positive effects. Reducing poverty and inequality. One, prevents poverty. And salary income. Crime reduction. One provides financial stability, which reduces crime. Enhance well-being. Alaskans report. They spell Alaskans. Fund. Mini income experiment. From 1974 to 1979, the mini income experiment took place in Dauphin, Manitoba, Canada. During this period, recipients received guaranteed income, which varied based on family size and income level. Key findings from the experiment include work effort and labor market impact. Contrary to concerns, the income did not significantly discourage work effort for most recipients. However, young mothers and students did reduce their hours to prioritize family and education. Health and education improvements. The unconditional income positively influenced health outcomes, educational attainment, and overall well-being. Hospital visits decreased, mental health improved, and school enrollment rates rose. Strengthening family stability. Mini income contributed to stable family environments. Just run in. Canadian okay, I don't really care about the province. I'll just say the city. Oops. The key findings being I'm fine. I decided to join Team Neolib based. Welcome back, Roots and Music. I don't know if you're trolling or not. Okay, income did not significantly decrease. Labor market. What do you got to say? If I were a Eurasian neolib, what would my agenda be? I don't know. If you were a Eurasian neolib, what? Your agenda? Degrees. Work effort for most participants. Would it be military intervention to oppose the U.S.? Yeah. However, young mothers and students, they'd reduce hours to focus on family and education. Would it be fair to call Russia neocons just on the other side? I don't think they're neocons. I think they're I think they're beyond that. I think they're a little bit further right. They're in, closer to fascism. Education improvements. They're not intervening in Ukraine. They are like invading Ukraine unilaterally. But fascism is up? No. What do you mean fascism is up? I would probably, like, yeah. I would think so. Condition. Literally. Influence health and education outcomes. Like, oh, onto quadrant. Let's give me a third term and fashion. Okay. I mean, if you watch like the Putin Tucker Carlson interview, a lot of Putin pulling out old maps and saying this is clearly meant to be Russian territory. I would also say like fascism's gonna be more to the right than just neocons. Hospital dental improved and school enrollment has grown. Enrollment rose. Strengthening family stability. Stable family environments. Namibia Basic Income Grant. Big. Oh, an acronym. The Namibia Basic Income Grant made waves by providing monthly cash transfers of $100 Namibian, approximately $12 to all residents of, don't pronounce that, Namibia, from 2007 to 2009, funded through donations and churches and NGOs. This unconditional and universal grant had far-reaching effects, transformative. Okay. All residents of the town. What is it? No, I know what you're. I know. Yes, I'm aware. I know what you're referring to. Yes. But the graph must be lies. Well, this obviously is a dumb graph, but. $100 Namibian, approximately $12 a month. Thought you know what could mean that fascism starts on the right and there's a spectrum line. And that's a spectrum there. Could that be? When I hear neocon, I'm typically going to think that a fascist is going to be way more to the right than a neocon. I'm typically going to think a neocon is still going to be like pro-democracy, relatively pro-democracy. Like a neocon is still a liberal, like a classical like a lowercase L liberal. Like they're gonna believe in freedom of speech. They're gonna believe in democracy. They're gonna believe in like property rights protections. And a fascist does not believe in that. They're gonna be more to the right. They're gonna be far enough to the right where they don't believe in freedom of speech. That's why I don't. That's The political compass thing was literally invented by libertarians to make people think that they are more libertarian than they actually are. That's why I said it's a dumb metric, but. Poverty reduction. Poverty was reduced. Here, the poverty rate. (26 to 37%). Regional impact malnutrition drops. Malnutrition rates drop dramatically from 42 to 10%. I don't really need that. Education boost. School attendance rate surge, reaching an impressive 92%, up from 62%. $62. Okay. But neocon is willing to impose itself through military means, so it's a fascist, which is pretty right-wing if you ask me. Like confrontation on foreign grounds is pretty right-wing, which is why I consider China isn't right-wing. They're nationalist, and they posture the military, but they're not been involved in wars for a while, at least not aggressively. But they obviously have not been as interventionist as we have, at least in as direct of a sense. I mean, you could argue with the Belt and Road shit, but we do that shit too with the IMF, I guess. Yeah. Although there's arguments to be out there. Crime reduction. Crime rates fell by 42%. Retail. Box theft. Fell by 43%. I'm going to be fair though, I prefer economic warfare compared to actual wars. You know what I mean? What do you mean you prefer it? I mean, it's probably better. It's probably less harmful to most people when there's a economic war compared to a like when there's an economic or sanctions or trade war compared to actual war. People are fucking drafted and killed. I don't think either are good, but Iran cash transfer. Better for human health, yeah. Broke ground today, guys. War is bad. In 2010, Iran introduced a groundbreaking policy akin to UBI, targeted subsidy program, the nationwide cash transfer. Russia can't be responded solely with economic warfare, though. Well, I agree. Well, that's why we're also giving aid to Ukraine. Yeah, this nationwide cash transfer initiative provided a fixed sum of all Iranians, regardless of age, sex, or work status. Here are the key features: monthly transfer. Iranians received a fixed sum equivalent to $45 a month per person. Subsidy reform program replaced subsidies on food and fuel. Unconditional, universal, every citizen benefited. 2010, Iran. Reduced. Legit though, I think if we sat down in Discord VC one day and talked things through, we'd more likely find a lot of common ground. That being said, you need to accept this. I'm not smart, but I try. Oh, I'm not smart either. I don't know. I read what I read, and I think what I think. Oh, this is like not fucking work. Hey, is it like it's probably a PDF and it can't download it for some reason. Because I'm pretty sure the Chrome extension thing. Yeah, PDF viewer. Error code, yeah, okay, so it's just broken. If I open with Edge. It's replaced. Subsidies on food and fuel. With monthly cash transfers. To $45 a month. Like, I didn't think Russia was authoritarian and very harsh cracking on human rights. Absolutely. The question for me for long has been, is it generally a Putin problem, or is it something like Putin as a result of bilaterally failed affairs? I mean, it's not Putin alone. but I think it's primarily an issue with Russia's government. No, you can argue the fucking whatever stupid shock therapy shit or whatever the fuck, but labor supply to program led to a 70% reduction in labor supply, primarily young women and young people. They used the income to pursue education or engage in home production. Primarily young women and young people. Focused on family and education. Consumption patterns on average to reform of removing energy subsidies while providing basic income reduce household expenditures by 7 to 9 million rials while reducing inequality and poverty. Reduce household expenditure by 7 to 10 million rials for reducing inequality and poverty. Iran's quasi-UBI experiments offer a valuable lesson for global implementation, reshaping the social contract, and addressing poverty and inequality. India's basic income pilot. There's a lot of these. That says fucking Wikipedia, okay. Mankiewicz best known as for new candidate. Mankiewicz was a conservative. Okay. Even if Putin isn't a problem, Putin will be the example that invading independent territories isn't Gucci. Accurate. Empowering villagers in the Madhya Pradesh, the Indian basic income pilot aimed to alleviate poverty and enhance well-being in rural communities. Here are the key details. Made monthly cash payments. Of 200 rupees, approximately $4. Adults. China's looking at Russia and maybe reconsidering Taiwan. Yes. Children receive about 100 rupees, about $2. Program is funded by the Self-Employed Women's Association and Trade Union. Okay, not really care. Unconditional, universal. Every eligible villager received a payment. Positive outcomes. Poverty and debt reduction. program significantly narrowed the poverty gap, achieving a remarkable 32% reduction. Recipients, I think China and Taiwan are still the same people. I think that's becoming less true, but even if they were, it doesn't really mean that China should invade Taiwan. But who don't like free money? Everyone loves free money. Welcome back. Ethnically, it cannot divide us too. Well, one, there were native people on Taiwan before the Chinese went to Taiwan, right? And then so there are still like native Taiwanese people there. And then two, I think Taiwanese people, the younger generations, are increasingly identifying as Taiwanese rather than Chinese. But even if they are ethnically the same, that doesn't really... even if they were ethnically the same, I would still be in support of giving aid to Taiwan as much as we are now. I don't really care. To population. Defying more. Here's primarily Chinese, yeah. Primarily Taiwanese. You can see 83% for those 18 to 34. Under, it's only 61 for those 39 plus, yeah. Hawaiians also call themselves Hawaiians, though. Okay. In mainland China are native to allow them to invade? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the point of Hawaii's about. Why is it a bit more complex in near Taiwan? Well, even if you like Hawaii's in the past. I don't know enough about the history of Hawaii, but like I would lean towards the US probably should not have fucking overthrown the monarch in Hawaii and then made it a territory and later made it a state. I lean towards that was probably a bad thing, unless there's some justification for it. It's barely 100 years when it comes to annexation, but like that does not nothing whatever the case is with Hawaii, that does not change my position that Taiwan is functionally independent from China, and it's also a liberal democracy, at least relative to China, and deserves to maintain its functional independence. It's not the same situation. Poverty is reduced 32%. Recipients of basic income were also found to be able to reduce indebtedness by double that of the control group. An independence should be the only thing changing the landscape. Oh, Confederacy and independence should be. I agree mainland China should not, under the circumstances, invade Taiwan or cost them dearly. I'm just saying 95% of the people there are Han Chinese. Well, I just showed you the Pew Research thing, which shows the majority, even the majority of older people still identifies primarily Taiwanese. And that's only becoming increasingly more true. Younger people overwhelmingly identify as Taiwanese. They're 35%. 35%, sorry, not 30, 83% was it? It was 83% identify as primarily Taiwanese. And then I don't see why ethnicity matters at all. I don't care at all. People are also blamed for the Han. The people who are also blamed for the Han to be there in the first place. The Dutch. Let's not make Taiwan another Hong Kong, true, because that world would just be sad. Base. But I don't know why ethnicity, I don't know why that matters in the slightest, but perfect health expenditures rose by 38%, leading to improved well-being, and a study found more improvements in housing, sanitation, and a 14% improvement in food security. Me too. Improved health outcomes. People who usually want to annex territories illegally use ethnic liberation as pretext. They did out of Ukraine. Well, that's true. It just shouldn't matter. I'll see Germany the same. I'm just saying it ought to not matter. Yeah, rather than whether or not it descriptively has mattered in the past or whatever. Also measured. Also found improvements in housing, sanitation, and 42% improvement in food security. Furthermore, disabled people found inclusion in society. Furthermore, recipients who were found not to spend on alcohol, tobacco, more than the control population. I think Hong Kong happened because Taiwan is in essence like Hong Kong anyway, so the CCP probably said, well, now we have a democratic republic in a country. What I'm saying is the island belongs to the Chinese people, not the likes of Japan. I don't think anyone is arguing it belongs to Japan. I fuck up recipient spelling too. I fuck up every spelling of every word ever. I don't know why my brain is so broken when it comes to spelling, but China broke the argument with Britain. Oh, sorry, agreement with Britain. Hong Kong was supposed to be around 100 years independent, mainland China, but then that had been broken. Wasn't it? Well, didn't it? I don't remember. It was in 2017 or whatever. Weren't there like agreements to like start handing over control before that? Like, wasn't the issue that China was like, there was some agreement that like handed over to China after 100 years or whatever, and then like I think there were agreements to like slowly phase in Chinese control, wasn't it? Wasn't that the whole issue? Is that China was increasingly coming more into control of Taiwan? Quebec is not declared independence and whose authority. There are referendums and those issues. Oh, wait. If Quebec declares independence, should Canada be allowed to invade us? Yes. The fact that some Quebec is from Canada doesn't change anything after independence. That's what he means. It's just some kind of coup. Yeah, I don't like. I think Quebec declaring independence would be more analogous to like the fucking Confederacy declaring independence. But if Quebec declared independence and then operated as a effectively independent country for 50 years or whatever, then I'm probably gonna lean to yeah, maybe we should just should respect Quebec's independence at that point if they are operating as a functionally independent country. So French, even French people have failed the migration test. Ben says investment in personal savings. Here's what hypothetically to Bremer and passes like Taiwan. Not joking. Awesome. Wait, why does Quebec have a separate immigration test than the rest of Canada? Why is that the case? Did you know this? If China invaded Taiwan, it's an independence agreement, but Taiwan could fall legally under Japanese rule. Might have told me Stephen proved it to me. I didn't know that. If China invaded Taiwan, it is in an independence agreement that Taiwan could legally fall under. I didn't know that, but I saw there was that I don't think it was legal. I think it was public. That document showing that China's saying, oh, if we control Taiwan, we also have increased access to control Japan's shipping routes. That's a little concerning. French immigrant can't write. He's worse than any immigrant that passes. They do. I'm not familiar with the ins and out, but I found this hilarious. That's wild. Okay, personal savings nearly tripled. New business startups doubled, and farmers increased their spending on high quality seeds, fertilizer, and pesticides. Or tripled. Almost tripled. The number of business startups doubled. And farmers use the increased income to spend on higher seeds, fertilizer, and pesticides. Education boost school attendance rate surged by an impressive 67%. It's called a Treaty Taipei. Sino-Japanese peace treaty, formally treaties between the Republic of China and Japan. Peace treaty with Japan, Republic of China. The People's Republic of China was invited to sign it. Under pressure from, okay, blah, blah, blah. Where does it say? Increased by 68%. Thanks for the follow, FK Gaming 001. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. What's going on with you? Or are you a lurker? I don't know why I try to talk and drink at the same time. Jesus. Women found it easier to access and operate SEWA cooperative accounts than the nationalized bank accounts. Cash grants led to an increase in owned account work and a relative switch from wage labor to own account farming and small scale business. This was especially true for scheduled caste households for women workers. I don't know what that is. Providing individual grants gives individuals more autonomy and bargaining power than within a household, which, as the results confirm, is particularly important for women, the elderly, and the disabled. It also ensures complete financial inclusion since an account is owned for each individual in the family. What is this? Oh, wait. Oh, because this was funded by the Women's Agency. Okay. Hold on. That makes sense. Well, I don't really care about this then. But I do here. I will say. Cash grants led to an increase in own account work and a relative switch from wage labor to own account for being small scale business. Own account farming. Is this just small personal farm or whatever? Refers to the practice of creating and managing multiple online accounts and farm. Oh. What? Our own account work. Own account. One or more partners to put jobs to find itself. Okay, yeah. For instance, similar to Spanish and part of groceries that we get as immigrants too. So what's especially case for women? Give directly experiment. I think Give directly sent a lot of experiments. Oh, by the way, just because I got reminded of this, because I think I like Give directly. It's a weird language, like 1/3 French, 1/3 German, 1/3 Spanish. It's really weird to hear. Well, does anyone even speak it? I've never heard of this. That sounds like a fucking hell language. It says it's a language family. What the fuck? Oh, you know what? You know what I found out? Okay, YouTube lowered their monetization requirements a while back, right? Okay, they lowered it from previously you needed 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time to be monetized. Then they lowered it to 3,000 hours and 500 subscribers, or like 10 million short views. But I'm not getting 10 million short views anytime soon, so it doesn't matter. Okay. You know what I found out the other day? Okay, that's the new lower requirements give you access to the YouTube Partner Program. Now, it does allow access to things like super chats. It allows you access to like super chats and to like memberships and things like that. It allows people to donate, basically. It doesn't monetize your videos. It doesn't give you ads and videos. You still don't get that till you meet the old requirements of 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. The 1,000 subscribers is not that hard. I'm 200 subscribers away from that. But the 4,000 watch hours is fucking... that's 1,000 more watch hours than I thought I needed. So... you know... that's a little cringe. See. Oh, and I guess you need 3 video uploads, but I do that anyway. Like, so it's fine. Fucking bullshit, I'm telling you. I guess we're 700 watch hours away. I guess I need to start farming TikTok debates. Because I think those will get views. And reaction content gets more views than that, even. So... Give directly. Since 2011, to Give directly expand has been making key differences in the lives of poor households across Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. Key features include generous transfers, and giving as transfers to poor households. In Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda. receive unconditional cash transfers averaging approximately $50 per month, which is around 9% of the median income in the regions. $2 per month equal to 9% of the median income in these regions. Sustained over varying durations, ranging from 2 to 12 years. Funding. Program is funded for donations. These test groups. Experiment employed a rigorous design, providing participants into distinct groups. Okay, I don't really care about this. People into distinct groups. 5,000 recipients promised a monthly income for 12 years. 9,000 promised a monthly income for 2 years. 9,000 received a lump sum payment equivalent to the total amount that they would receive over a 2-year period. The 12,000 recipients served as the control group and received no income during the study. Tangible benefits. Monthly UBI empowered recipients, contrary to concerns. A monthly UBI made recipients more productive. Viva Donald Trump. Welcome to the stream, Strasser 45. Aid. Productive. Vested, became entrepreneurial, and earned more. Do you support Kamala or Trump as of now? Kamala Harris. Common fear, laziness, and materialized recipients and not work less or increase alcohol consumptions. What's up, Bert Stein? Welcome back. Effectiveness of different designs. Trump save America. How so? I don't know if we're in need of saving right now. I think we're, all things considered, doing pretty well. I don't know what Trump would do to save America. I feel like most of Kamala's policies are better in that respect. I don't know. Why don't you like Trump? I feel like none of his policies are that good. I feel like he's pretty egotistical. I think he's only in it for himself. I think he poses a threat to democracy, and all the actions surrounding January 6th make him morally unfit for office. I think he's an idiot. I don't think I've never seen him sound super intelligent. Like, fake elector is true. Welcome, Kinley. Oh wait, you've already been here, but you're Twitch chat now. Yeah, I don't know. You know, like the amount of times he says like tariffs are paid by China when tariffs are not paid by China. Tariffs are paid by U.S. companies and consumers. That makes me think he's just not very intelligent. Yeah, I think A, he's morally unfit for office, and B, I think his policies are just worse than Kamala's. Enabled significant investments. What are you doing? I'm just reading stuff on UBI right now and taking notes to learn. Your mom owned. To guarantee 12 years of UBI encourage savings and risk taking. Trump save America. If you repeat it enough times, it becomes true. I think I heard that. He's the best beautiful president, you know. I don't know. You seen those pictures of him at the border? He looked like kind of looked like a ghoul. Unironically, like a Fallout ghoul. Actual waffle. Oh, hey, the boss. Welcome. True. If I just look up Trump ghoul. Come on. Oh, god damn it. It's such okay. Trump at Twitter. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna I can find it. I think it was like a picture of him. I'm pretty sure it was at the border, and he looks so bad in it. Oh, and he's also falling asleep in court. Trump falling asleep in court. Where's the drawing? Yeah. You're losing weight like mad. Yeah, he's up. During that call with Elon Musk, he was slurring his speech a lot as well. But it's also just not what I judge a president on. I don't really care what they look like. And UBI designs. Nearly all imports ending in our measures. A 2-year only UBI performed less well than giving cash transfer to the large. Kamala supports Israel and Trump supports peace. That's not true at all. Trump has only ever been way more supportive of Israel than Kamala has. Didn't he recently he gave that speech in front of the Israeli flags? What is that statement? I know it's totally not true at all. I remember he made that comment about he was like, oh, this is the Presidential Medal of Freedom, you know, it's the highest civilian award, and it's better than the military award, and a lot of veterans got really mad at that one. He gave that he put embassy in it. Yeah, I know. He put the he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized the annexation of the Golan Heights. He helped sign all the Abraham Accords, which are very beneficial to Israel. Like, both support Israel. Yeah. Fake news. Trump don't support Israel. I don't know what to tell you when like he's way more supportive of Israel. You understand Trump used Palestinian as an insult to Biden, right? Like when he was on the debate stage, he said the Palestinians love Biden. Biden's become like a Palestinian. I think he gave, yeah, see? When he did this, he literally was in front of a bunch of Israeli flags.
Trump's comments about veterans are sparking a new controversy tonight after he said that
also, Trump's peace plan was like super pro-Israel. You can see how much of the West Bank it removes, although it does give Gaza these. I think these are like where oil fields are. Plan was delayed by 2 years and previously rejected by Palestinians who were not. Yeah, the Palestinians weren't even invited to the meeting. Kamala is the one calling for a ceasefire. You know that, right? I think you're trolling, but Kamala is literally calling for a ceasefire. I don't know, wait. Kamala met Netanyahu, okay? Do you think Trump hasn't met Netanyahu? Trump also met with Netanyahu. Didn't Trump literally also meet with Netanyahu while he was over here? Not even though he's not president? Trump don't never meet with Netanyahu. That's not true at all. I feel like I remember that. Maybe I'm thinking of Mike Pence, but I feel like, yeah, Trump meets with Netanyahu first time post presidency.
Meantime,
you're trolling. You're Trump literally just trolling. I got to stop getting rage baited. Yeah, even though he's not the fucking president, he still met with Netanyahu.
Congratulated Joe Biden for beating Trump in 2020, infuriating Trump, who to this day denies he lost that election. Trump and Netanyahu briefly took questions in a darkly lit room. The prime minister was asked about.
I don't know, it makes sense. They're pretty similar people, you know? I mean, they're both like, you know, kind of authoritarian, AI fake news, you know. Netanyahu's also, you know, indicted, or I don't know exactly how the system works, but Netanyahu's also a criminal. He, you know, he's been indicted on like corruption stuff. That's part of the reason why he doesn't want to end the war, but I don't trolling, you are trolling. Is she supposed to not go talk? Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you try to get a ceasefire deal done, you don't just not talk to one of the sides. Trump built its fucking golf course in Israel. Trump golf course. Like, Trump moved into Jerusalem, turned Palestine into Bentistan, recognized the Golan Heights, cut off. Oh yeah, he cut off aid to Palestinians. Yep. Biden indicated possible policy towards recognizing the Palestinian state, placed sanctions on Israel settlers and outposts, resumed aid formerly frozen by Trump. Trump criticized the U.S. for fighting a very, very political correct war against ISIS. The other thing is terrorists, you have to take out their families. When you get these terrorists, you have to take out their families. Like, yeah. Relax the rules of engagement. Oh yeah, he did a lot of things too with like the drone strikes. Relaxing the rules of engagement there and like limiting the transparency on how many drone strikes we were doing and shit. Never said anything about a ceasefire. Telepathy is also a thing. Government should consider changing how they deliver cash aid to short-term monthly payments. Found to be the least impactful design. Finland basic income experiment. In 2017 to 2018, Finland conducted a bold experiment by providing monthly incomes of 560 euros, approximately $630, to 2,000 randomly selected unemployed Finns. Key insights include Finland provided a month to 2,000 randomly selected unemployed Finns. They found government funding, the income was well funded, was okay, don't care. Partially unconditional, well, not fully universal to unconditional income, well-being impact, employment. Employment remained largely unaffected, but other aspects improved. Yeah, how to say. Well-being increased. Employment remains largely unaffected. Stress and health. Stockholm empowerment, economic empowerment demonstration. Stockton economic empowerment demonstration provided a monthly income of $500 to 125 randomly selected residents of Stockton, California from 2019 to 2021. Monthly income of $500. It's given to 125 random selected residents of Stockton, California. We found employment boost to full-time employment rate increased by 12 percentage points. Mental health impact. Mental health utilizing Kessler's 10 scores improved by 13 percentage points. Mental health improved by 13 percentage points for basic income recipients, while the control group worsened by 4.8%. These findings, along with other ongoing basic income compliance in the USA, affirm that UBI is both feasible and beneficial, dispelling common misconceptions. All right. Benefits of UBI for individuals and society. The advantages of UBI are multifaceted, touching upon various aspects of well-being and societal progress. Here's how UBI will progressively. Trump is for peace. Also, Trump, we need an Iron Dome. Oh, that's true. Yeah. But Trump want woman are freedom, and Kamala want women are LGBT. That's true. I didn't consider that one, buddy. That's true. You know what? Well, actually, you know, I was gonna say Trump might have won my vote there, but actually, lesbians are hot. So, you know, now that you say that, I'm actually pro Kamala forcing women to be lesbians. That just means more epic hot porn. So, fire. Kinky. Reducing poverty and fostering prosperity. Guaranteed minimum standard of living. UBI ensures that every person receives a basic income, providing safety net against poverty. Poverty. Provides a safety net. Sharing a minimum standard of living. This financial stability allows individuals to cover essential needs while pursuing other income sources such as work, savings, and investment. Do not worry about essential needs whilst I hope you vote Trump. I mean, you have not really provided any argument for voting Trump other than other than the he wants peace in Israel thing, which is a lie, and he wants women to be LGBT, which I really don't know how to interpret that one. It's hard to say whether that's true or not. Kamala, I would say, is more friendly to LGBTQ people than Trump, but I would say that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. I think gay people are chill. Yes, but Kamala support Israel less than Trump. Bro, 3% of population right now is LGBT. Calm down. With Kamala, it will be 100%. She'll make everyone do it. Although Biden's been in office for 4 years, and I mean, not everyone's gay yet. Can you imagine, guys, if I had UBI and I didn't need to work and I could just stream all day? I don't have a job right now and I barely stream anyway, but I shouldn't say I barely stream. I don't stream as much as I could. Make the first generation of trans men mothers as mandatory. Kamala. I can't believe she said that. Real. Closing the wealth gap by narrowing the divide between the rich and poor. UBI promotes fairness and inclusivity. It creates a more level playing field where everyone has a chance to thrive. Enhancing health and well-being. Kamala shook Netanyahu's hand with a big smile. Trump never did that. I just showed you pictures of fucking Trump of Netanyahu. I guarantee you, you're trolling. You're trolling. I'm not gonna take anything you say seriously, but Trump is the best economic program. That's not true at all. It's the opposite of true, dude. His tariffs are bad. You know, like almost all economists don't support tariffs. Very, very few economists think that tariffs will increase economic well-being. What he said about the Fed, he says he wants to end monetary independence and he wants the president to be included in interest rate decisions. That is fucking horrible. That is catastrophically bad. Countries where politicians control the money supply usually suffer from super high inflation. Tariffs, by the way, also increase inflation. They increase prices for consumers. Yeah, I don't like GDP growth has been way higher under Biden. GDP growth was not high under Trump. His tax cuts went disproportionately to rich people, whereas like Kamala's policies are helping low and middle income people disproportionately. Like yeah. Trump increased the deficit more than Biden did, and their proposed budgets. Trump increased the deficit more than Kamala. So if you care about that. And he stopped the most war in his mandate compared to Obama, who was just loved because he played basketball. I mean, Trump did, end the war for ISIS, right? He did beat ISIS. That's fair. But like, I don't think that outcome would have really been significantly different under any other president. But yeah. Also, I don't know. Like, I guess you think he wants to end the war in Israel, but I don't think he wants to do that. His position on Ukraine is not super clear, but I would be more worried about Trump's position on Ukraine than I am Kamala's. Kamala's supposed to shit and piss. Did Trump did what he said would conduct even before the missile testing they did. True. The enemy is South Korea. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read this. UBI grants individuals means to meet fundamental needs, food, shelter, clothing, and healthcare. This directly impacts physical health. Needs. Fundamental needs like food, shelter, and healthcare. Which has a direct impact on physical health. Mitigating health challenges. Poverty exacerbates physical and mental health issues. UBI reduces malnutrition, disease, and suicide rates, leading to overall well-being. Wait, that's basically, I don't really need to write that out. Knowing that basic incomes are, knowing that basic needs provide security, freedom, and dignity contributes to increased happiness. Stable and reliable source of income. Ensures baseline access to needs. Increases well-being, or decreases stress. Increases happiness. Powering education and lifelong learning. Equal opportunity. UBI incentivizes education, training, and lifelong learning. Individuals can pursue their interests and abilities without financial constraints. Pursue their interest. That's not how you spell that, is it? Financial. interest rate increases or incentivizes. Did I get it right? I did. By reducing enrollment costs for financial hurdles, UBI enhances the quality and outcomes of education. Quality. Outcomes of education. Traits. Oh my god. Removing. More time resources learners can explore and discover new horizons. Okay, great. Yeah, I'll say allowing students to focus on schooling. Basic income. Fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. Capital and confidence. UBI provides individuals with financial means and self-assurance to launch and expand their businesses, projects, and creative endeavors. Like my stream. Passion and talent find fertile ground. Economic barriers are removed. By reducing waste and function caused by poverty, bureaucracy, and inequality, UBI enhances overall economic performance, a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem. Okay. Start or expand. Businesses. By reducing poverty and waste. UBI. Are you for UBI once you take into account consideration all the ups and downs? I mean, I'm reading about it right now to decide more about it, but yeah, I would lean towards yeah. I don't think that, like, I want to see many downsides. The downsides are going to be there's probably going to be a small amount of inflation, and it's probably going to be a little bit of a decrease in hours worked. But all the studies show that the decrease in hours worked is concentrated in people that arguably shouldn't be working, like young mothers and students. You know, both of those, by the way, are really just investments in human capital. The young mother taking care of her child is an investment in human capital because that child then grows up to be more productive if they're taken care of better. And the students as well, if the student focuses on education and learns more, that's an investment in human capital as well, which increases long run growth, right? That's human capital is a big thing. So yeah. And like, I mean, you know, if we have like 1% more inflation per year, but the majority of people's incomes increase from UBI by 2%, then like everyone's still better off, right? So agreed base. UBI enhances. Is the money to fund it always coming out of the government taking on more debt? Not necessarily. You can easily design it to be revenue neutral. One, UBI would probably replace a lot of our existing welfare programs. So, like, do we really need? We probably don't need food stamps if everyone is just getting free money anyway. So, like, you can use the money from food stamps, and then I think most UBI proposals, like Andrew Yang had a kind of weird way of funding it, but Andrew Yang proposed like just a value-added tax. You just increase taxes on consumption. I think that was how Andrew Yang wanted to fund UBI. I think it was I remember a Conaway tweeted about it. What is the chart he used? This is how Andrew Yang wanted to fund it. We got carbon fee and dividend. How to get to $1,000 per DZ. Greatly reduce tax expenditures. Also simplify tax rules substantially. 2, 20% VAT. 3, carbon pricing. 4, bump income taxes by 5%. That's just one way, but if we could do a federal land value tax, it'd be even easier. True. Yeah, I'm busy. Welfare overlap, value-added tax. There are ways to make it revenue neutral. Also, is Copson okay still here? We can just embrace MMT. How would you feel about a money coming straight for the rich, like increasing their taxes? That I'm chill with that. Like, that's good. It just depends on how they're taxed. There are good and bad ways to tax people. So there are plenty of ways to increase taxes on the rich that I like. Like a land value tax, that's going to affect disproportionately rich people. And I'm all in favor of that. A progressive consumption tax that taxes rich people more than poor people. I'm all in favor of that. I'm all in favor of taxing the rich more than the poor. I think with that we should tax progressively. It's just that there are some taxes that are bad ways to do that and some that are good ways to do that. Okay, strengthening democracy and civil engagement. Example, I said a land value tax and a destination-based cash flow tax, I think are good ways to tax the rich. And I think like a unrealized capital gains tax is probably a bad way to tax the rich. And a realized capital gains tax is probably fine. It's not good, but it's fine. Fair. Amplifying voices. UBI empowers every citizen to express themselves and actively participate in public life, informing opinions and diverse perspectives, and enrich our collective decision-making, mitigating polarization, economic insecurity, often fuels conflict. UBI fosters a more civil and open discourse, bridging gaps in promoting understanding, building community, trust, and okay, this is all fucking dumb. Promoting diversity and inclusion. UBI ensures that everyone, regardless of background or identity, respected in our society recognition. Okay, I don't care. Free to pursue their goals and experiences. Empathy and compassion. Economic anxiety, depression, often fever and hatred. Okay, so I'll lump these two together into just reducing hatred and extremism. economic instability and anxiety. Increase the prevalence. Extreme ideologies. UBI. Reduces this. After environmental stewardship. Would UBI decrease total product yield and thus fewer exports, and people would work less and have more money with UBI? One, it's likely that a lot of people wouldn't work less and some people would work more. It's like the overall effects on the labor market are probably not that great. Definitely not any greater than our current welfare system. So probably not. So people work less and have more money. Decrease total product yield. I mean, that probably wouldn't decrease total product yield. Also, that like increases demand. I'm so sick of successful people. Capitalism is literally the dumbest thing on the planet. Welcome to the stream, Inverted Mystic. Nice troll, dude. Welcome back. I'm not a troll anymore. I hate capitalists and I hate communists. Incentivizing eco-friendly practices, UBI provides individuals the means to make environmentally okay. Don't care for science security. People are, well, I don't know. The left are asked to give an example to countries where economic policies have worked. They point to Scandinavia most of the time. Do you think that's fair? Or have we looked into them at all? It depends on what kind of left you are. I would say for the most part, yeah. But I mean, if you're like a full-on like tanky socialist, then those probably aren't great examples of your system working. Those are examples of like social democracy working for the most part. There's some, I don't know, some fucking libertarian. There was like, I think I was watching a piece from Reason TV a few days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, but it wasn't on stream. Reason TV. Sweden.
There's this pipe dream of Bernie Sanders and others that this will somehow be paid for by the rich. But Sweden learned in the 1970s that you can pick one, a big generous welfare state, or you can make the rich pay for it all. You can't have both.
I mean, this is kind of a fair point, but I don't know. Can you go back to I hate capitalism? I don't know what you're trying to. I don't know. That guy will say like, oh, Sweden's been rich and Sweden's been socialist, but never both at the same time. I don't think that's really. He's probably working with a weird definition of socialism. Everyone also has different definitions of fucking socialism and social democracy and capitalism, so it's hard to do that. But oh shit! Wait, I can take this off. Oh, that makes sense actually because I can. You know why socialism works in Sweden? I don't even know. I wouldn't even call Sweden socialist. I would call it a social democracy. Because it's just for Swedish people. Oh, true. Yep, that's the only reason. It's not even Syria or Sweden accepts a lot of refugees, like from Syria. It's not even true. More willing and able. Make environmentally sustainable decisions. Hear me out. It's not the immigration that's a problem. It's the skin color. That was coming up. Or it's the culture, or it's the care, UBI, hiding people understanding the natural world. Okay, whatever. The more people you put on social welfare, the harder it is it strain. That's true, but like immigrants also work to support the social welfare system. They work and pay taxes. They know it's not like they just drain from it. And then they have children, and those children work and pay taxes as well. Sweden's like 100k people. Sweden has like 8 million people. America has 300 million people. Sweden has, yeah, Sweden has 10 million people. Oh, you're just saying that welfare wouldn't work here because we're bigger, even though you understand not only, you understand we have the largest economy in the world as well, too, right? You understand our GDP per capita is higher than Sweden's, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 76,000. And then let's, Sweden, 56. Yeah, so, so we are $20,000 richer per person than Sweden, so we can absolutely afford what's the same thing Sweden does. I mean, it would work here, but like it would be hard to organize it. I mean, it would be harder to organize it. America's never organized anything. I mean, we already have Medicare. We already have food stamps. We already have unemployment insurance. We already have Social Security. These are all like super large welfare programs that seem to work relatively well. Doesn't food stamps have like 40 million people on it? Also, like UBI is more administratively simple than even food stamps. What's so bad about them? Oh, 1.6. I've way overestimated. Oh wait, no, 42 million people per month. You know how I know? What are you on them? I'm currently on food stamps. They give me like $12 a month. I shit you not. Well, then your income's probably high enough where you only get that amount, because then it probably phases in and out, right? I would imagine. But we should probably get rid of food stamps and just give you free money. I want to take away your $12 a month and give you $1,200 a month. That's what I want to do. Food stamps. Phase out. I'm assuming food stamp phases out, right? Like they'll lower your income. Yeah, it does phase out. So you're probably, over here. So if you have a higher income, you get less in benefits. So you're... Capitalism rewards selfishness. Then you can buy 100x more stamps. True. I reward kindness. I mean, capitalism is not a zero-sum game. Selfishness it creates a lot of positive incentives. It may be selfish of me to want more money, but what that means is I'm incentivized to invest in like making my own business, right? Like I'm incentivized to invest by giving other people what they want. Like you only get rich. This is a meme, okay? This is like a libertarian meme, but like the only way for me to get rich is for me to enrich others. I have to make something else that people want, right? Now, to some extent, monopoly power can subvert this, but like yeah, like transactions really only happen. And again, but there's market failures that we can talk about which subvert this, obviously. Most transactions only happen if both people benefit from it. Now, there's a certain, like, obviously there's a certain level of coercion with, like, work, for example. I mean, it's, for the most part in the US, it's like, work or starve or, like, work or be homeless, right? So, obviously there's a level of coercion there. But a lot of other transactions only happen if both people benefit. Yeah. I only buy the keyboard because I value the keyboard more than I value the money, and the company that sells the keyboard values the money more than they value the keyboard. That's the only reason that transaction happens. It benefits both of us. How's it selfishness to sell time at work? Yeah, I don't... Y'all have been like, Google's not a monopoly for years, and all of a sudden now it is. Who is y'all in this case? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever... I don't think I've ever held a position on that. I don't know who the y'all is here. I think a lot of people have been calling Google a monopoly for quite a while. Like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders have been calling it a monopoly basically the entire time it has fucking existed. Google now owns YouTube and most web domains. Yeah, well, I don't know about most web domains, but they own a lot of products. Actually, as a percentage of traffic on the internet, they probably do own a lot of the most domains because they own Google, YouTube, and Maps, and yeah, maybe they do actually. Don't think anyone has argued against considering that they are the only relevant browser. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Google company now own more than other companies. We're from Yahoo, Yahoo for finance bros. Yeah. Even Walmart is a monopoly. Don't even at me. I don't know if I would consider Walmart a monopoly. You could maybe argue there's an oligopoly there with Walmart, Target, Costco, some of the big retail stores, but no, I wouldn't consider Walmart a monopoly. Ads owned. Get fucked. Okay, in summary, UBI is okay. Said that a million times. And then this is a bunch of people who support UBI, and it's everyone. Oh, Robert Rich. Same guy that was riding with Biden 4 months ago? Who? Me? I still am riding with Biden. I'm riding in Biden. That's a joke. I will not ride in Biden. I'm still more or less riding with Biden because I'm voting for the person he endorsed. I'm voting for Harris, but as in Google browser, but YouTube was like another platform entirely before Google bought it. What do you... I mean, yeah, what? Just because it has competition doesn't mean it's health. Okay. Conclusion. In this blog post, we explored evidence, examples, and multifaceted benefits of UBI. I hope this post provided you insights and inspired you to engage in ongoing conversation. In my next installment, I've delved into the ideological political implications of UBI, transcending national divisions and debates. No many times I've had to explain inflation to customers. Okay, what's your explanation of inflation? Is your explanation of inflation that corporations did it for no reason? They just all decided to unilaterally raise prices at once? Which, by the way, take a short break from UBI. We should actually read some of the greedflation things that I have to read. YouTube literally loses money every year for ABC Corp, and they still stick around because the data is harvested. I didn't know YouTube lost money. Twitch loses money, I know that. Everyone, use your Prime sub. Make Jeff Bezos lose more money. Hit that Prime sub button. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Get some subs for this one. Disney loses a lot of money. They think it's a joke. Disney itself, the entire corporation of Disney does not lose money, right? Just Disney Plus might lose money. The Disney parks might lose money, but the corporation as a whole makes money. I would assume. I can't imagine it doesn't, considering how much it's worth. Disney Plus makes money? Then what part of Disney doesn't make money? $29 billion in profit. Or gross profit. Make money, sure, but their stock is taking. Well, it's a different claim than you made before. But okay, what has to do? Doesn't that sort of prove that they're not a monopoly, or less of a monopoly? If they really have monopoly power, then their stock wouldn't be tanking because they'd be able to control the market a lot better. Because key statistics, you've generated 13 $31 billion in revenue, 1.3 increase year on year. That's revenue. That, yeah, revenue. I don't know if that's, but I can't. Does YouTube really have operating expenses of $30 billion or whatever? Entire business model of Google is based on keeping people on the browser and displaying ads that basically fund their endeavors. Correct. Google sells ads to make money. I would guess that YouTube is profitable. It wouldn't like necessarily surprise me if they aren't, but nibble. I think be honest, if the world was fake and all stopped right now, would you honestly be surprised? If the world was fake, what does that mean? Why? I swear I had a greedflation page. I feel like I read and took notes on one of these already, though. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I went. Okay. Oops, why did that do that? I don't know where. I feel like I definitely had it before, though. All right, I need to pee though. You guys entertain each other. Okay, enjoy this while I'm gone. And here's Bikini Woman as well. And I'm gonna drink as well. More caffeine. Well, it's not caffeine yet. I need to make it caffeine. I'm gonna run out of this already. Got like one left in it. And you guys are still arguing about whether the universe is real or not? I don't know. Phenomenal. All right. Quick break from UBI. Sometimes I hear voices telling me to stop. Okay. You need help there, buddy? Do we need to call someone? Do we? Are they telling you to? Did they tell you you live in a simulation too? It's like sleeping one time, having a dream. Okay. Okay, dude. I don't really need to hear about your dream. I don't know what that is about. Okay. David Sartoria wrote me to a piece he wrote last week with the thesis, which is that after corporate media lied America into a war and a financial crisis, the data showed they lied about a main sort of price hikes and brutal policies followed. My alleged sin was the May 2022 article, "Greedflation is Fake," about takes like this one from Public Citizen, which appear to be arguing inflation was caused by some kind of exogenous increase in corporate greed. At that time, some were floating the idea that the economy needed price controls in order to combat this surging greed. If you need to jog your memory, I recommend. Oh, new mention in PPG server. Why? It's 6 a.m. Why did he just start streaming? Booming head syndrome, look it up. Need to jog your memory? I'd recommend reading Robert Rich's Corporate Greed, Not Wages Behind Inflation. It's Time for Price Controls. Or taking note of Elizabeth Warren Price Gouging Prevention Act of 2022, which would have turned the FTC into some kind of national price regulator. It's absolutely a time and place for price controls and rationing and economic policy making. One of my grandfathers was a communist and a naval aviator during World War II. My other grandfather was an economist who spent the war working at the Office of Price Administration, where he helped secure the future of the free world by organizing rationing and price control system of footwear. I'd recommend rationing and price controls for Europe during the winter of 2022 to 2023 to help deal with Vladimir Putin's effort to cut off the supply of natural gas. But my point about the greedflation is twofold. One, greed is constant in the economy, not a variable. And that explains why inflation was higher in 2022 than 2019. Price controls and rationing, or second, price controls and rationing are a response to certain kinds of supply disruptions associated with war or natural disaster. But if you need to address run-of-the-mill excess demand, you end up with shortages. Greed is constant in the economy, not a variable. Doesn't explain why there was increased inflation in 2022, or 2021 to 2022, really. are cases where price controls can be okay. Sometimes supply disruptions justify price controls. But when used to address demand pull inflation, you end up with shortages. So Yorto's new piece completely ignores all the text of what I actually wrote and instead goes down the idea that the large share increase in prices accounted for increase in profits. This supposedly proves that I am part of a cabal of media liars whose inflation myth across the working class is nonsense. The whole point of is that overstimulating the economy generates price increases and windfall profits, which is ideal of why you want to overstate the economy. The whole point is that overstimulating the economy generates price increases and windfall profits. Okay. We somewhat overstimulated the economy. A good clue as to how we ended up with an overstimulated economy is Joe Biden's statement on February 5th, 2021. The way I see it, the biggest risk is not going too big, it's if we go too small. Based. I heard similar variations of this on this theme, both on and off the record, from the White House's economic communication team with multiple times during the transition and debate over the American Rescue Plan. Joseph Stiglitz, endorsing the administration's approach, explained several months later that while weighing the risk, we also must plan for contingencies. In my view, the Biden administration has correctly determined that the risk of doing too little far outweigh the risk of doing too much. This is something I also said at the time because I thought it made a lot of sense. Policymaking is difficult. It involves a lot of uncertainty. If, when faced with uncertainty, you decide it's important to err on the side of overstimulating rather than understimulating, then odds are that you will end up overstimulating, and that's what happened. With my critical hat on, I would say that relative to sound policy design, ARP made two errors. One is that it included a bunch of state and local fiscal aid money that was knowably unnecessary given the actual condition of state budgets. This contributed somewhat to inflation and also politically allowed Greg Abbott, Ron DeSantis, and other GOP governors to position themselves as hostile to Biden's big spending, while also using Biden's big spending to cut taxes and out raises to cops and teachers. The second problem with the ARP is that it included a pilot version of the refundable child tax credit that was always meant to become a permanent program, not a temporary stimulus. That's fine in the spirit of don't let a good crisis go to waste, except it turned out that Joe Manchin had a fundamental objection to the idea, which meant it wasn't a good idea to spend money on it. But still, the correct policy ex ante was to do something more likely than not that would oversight. Taking that one again. But still, the correct policy ex ante was to do something that more likely than not would look like overstimulated ex post, and that was the stated policy. As I said, despite certain quibbles, I think that was fine calculus. The past couple of years of high inflation has been tough, but inflation is falling, and I don't think the bad inflation of the past will have any serious long-term consequences for the American economy. Does in contrast to high unemployment, which causes a lot of long-term scarring. The stupid rapid job recovery is an important policy achievement, and inflation has been an unfortunate downside of that achievement. But it's very easy to understand in conceptual terms, and if it's perfectly within the observation of that profit, with the observation that profit margins have risen. Jesus. Two things can happen if demand for goods and services you sell goes up. One is you can sell more stuff and increase in quantities. The other is that you can raise prices. One hopes for a similar policy is a large increase in quantities and a small increase in prices. Here. Hope it's stimulus. Likely overstimulated the economy. Which obviously generates price increases and windfall profits. Large increase in quantity, small increase in prices. At the time of high unemployment, that's a very reasonable thing to hope for. After all, most companies should be able to relatively easily increase quantity sold by hiring unemployed and do the extra work. That's the stimulus working, but if you go too far, the economy starts to run out easily. Okay, hold on. Ideally, you stimulate the economy. Please can. Alright, demand increases. Here's more. Rather than raise prices. But if you overstimulate the economy, companies run out of easily available unemployed workers. And so they raise prices. When there's a lot of demand for something and the quantity that can't expand very much, that's what happens when prices rise a lot. Inflation, which creates windfalls profit for sellers. Okay, now this. Supply can't expand. Means prices rise a lot. Inflation. Creates windfall profits for sellers. Not that well, you can certainly turn to any one individual company and say, why don't you just raise wages if it's that hard to recruit unemployed workers? This does not work for the economy as a whole. When there's a lot of unemployed workers, you can have a large shift of people. You can have a large shift of people from not producing anything to producing something, and production rises. When there are a few such workers, people are mostly switching from producing one thing to producing another thing, and the increase in aggregate production is small. Such part of the inflationary process is indeed that nominal wages go up a lot, which has been happening, but prices go up too. In other words, a large share of the price increases induced by overstimulating the economy are captured in the form of windfall profits. That is indeed undesirable, but it's not an alternative to the too much stimulus explanation for inflation. It's a description of why ideally you should not do too much stimulus. As we've already covered, I think the Biden White House has mostly had good reasons to do what they did. But I would like to see progressive acknowledge that the ARP was a mission accomplished and then some on stimulating the economy. The risk of going too small was larger than the risk of going too big. So they went very big and it worked. But that means suppression economics is done, and it's time to return to regular economics with trade-offs rather than have these weird arguments about profits. What is this argument even about? I feel like I'm gonna lose this, and I'm gonna have my $400 microphone be messed up just because I'm fidgeting with the mount. By the way, did I get my money yet from selling my shit? So I can afford to buy the equipment I need to run this microphone better. I have it. Oh wait, maybe. I still probably want this. Okay, what is arguing about? The blessing that occurs on the internet is that it lets people, of course, across vast differences. And to an extent, I think the American inflation debate is getting crossed up with the debate happening in Europe, where the situation is different. European governments did less fiscal stimulus. European countries faced a bigger supply shock from the Russia-Ukraine war, and European societies have different labor market institutions. In Europe, it's common to have much stronger labor unions, sectoral bargaining, and even some degree of what's called tripartite bargaining, where the government, unions, and corporate sector work together to set wages. In a tripartite system, where the government pushes very aggressively for wage hikes in excess productivity, that could create a cost push scenario where companies must raise prices or else be driven out of business. In a tripartite system, the government could also try to generate disinflation by forcing workers to accept lower wages. In that case, making a point that profit margins have actually expanded would be a good counter argument to the proposal. So when the European Central Bank chief Christopher Lagarde argues that profit margins are statistically account for a large share of inflation, she is intervening in a European policy debate. It's the name of the bank, which is limited relevance to the American situation. What's actually happening in the United States is that the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates. This has reduced asset prices nationally and altered time preference in a way that's bad, specifically for software startups. It also created a fair amount of problems with the banking system. If you're a shareholder in a medium-sized regional bank, this has not been a good spell for you. But seniors is claiming the working class has been crushed by brutal policies inspired by greedflation doubters. Doesn't make any sense. The pace of job growth has slowed down, which is what you would expect from very low unemployment rate. I'd expect it to continue slowing down. The prime age employment population ratio is near record highs, and the overall population growth has become much slower than it was 20 or even 10 years ago. So we're not going to keep adding jobs rapidly. Greedflation nonsense just serves as a pointless distraction from what actually is needed. Policy focused on supply side reforms that allow for productivity growth and real wage gains. Trying to use price controls to prevent excess demand from transforming into rising profits is only going to generate shortages and make it harder to unwind the underlying pathology. We just need to admit what happened here. The architects at ARP deliberately erred on the side of going too big, with stimulus, and we're living with the upsides and downsides of that choice. I think the upsides far outweigh the downsides. Primary employment, wages are growing, black unemployment is the lowest on record, women's employment is the highest rate of record. This is not to deny that inflation is bad, but the long-term benefits of a strong labor market are considerable, and inflation is a surmountable problem. I would choose to go bold on recovery as soon as possible or work out well in the end. But to make it work out well, we need to make smart, ongoing choices that reflect a cogent understanding of the current situation, which means acknowledging that price increases have been driven by strong demand, and the alternative of rationing would make things worse. Okay, doing this in reverse order. Reflation is fake. America needs fussy technocracy, not new rounds of populism. Suppose for a moment that you own a company that sells tables. Along comes a global pandemic that leads some governments to formally shut down aspects of the in-person service economy, and beyond that, even in places that don't close bars and restaurants and movie theaters, people tend to go out less. At first, it seems like this might lead to a catastrophic recession due to lost incomes, but the government wisely steps in and provides massive fiscal and monetary stimulus. The result is that people are spending less on services they did before, but have just as much, if not more, cash in their pockets as ever, so they start buying more furniture than ever. This means great sales for your table company, and you start to respond to the surge in demand by making more tables, but there are fundamental choke points in your production process. You can increase output to some extent by buying more wood or aluminum, whatever your tables are made out of. Beyond a certain point, you need to train a whole new set of people to work in a company to buy more table making equipment, or both. You don't want to make a big costly investment in response to temporary surge in demand for tables, so with people buying more tables than you can make, your tables end up back ordered. At this point, you realize that if you raise prices, you'll get fewer orders, but you'll be able to fill orders promptly. That means your customers, who will be very annoyed by shipping delays, are more satisfied, and your profit margins are going to go up. It's a win-win, except for people who are annoyed by inflation. Imagine you own a table company. And COVID. Such down many sectors of the economy. High unemployment. But fiscal stimulus leads to a surge in demand for your tables. First, you can expand production to meet this increased demand. But eventually, run out of workers to hire. All right, want to add cost to hire, train new workers, buy new equipment. Too high to justify a response. Increase in demand. Temporary increase in temporary increase in demand. In order to be able to fulfill all your orders, you must raise prices. That means your customers are more satisfied. They otherwise would have been. Otherwise would have been with delays. and your profit margin increases. It's a win-win. Several people know about inflation, so imagine, to your surprise, when politicians start screaming at the high profit margins, prove that inflation is greed, really greedflation, driven by monopoly power, when all you do is make tables promptly to people who wanted tables. Democrats gaslit themselves about inflation. Face. Increase dramatically. Being responsible for inflation. I'm referring, of course, to left-wing Democrats taking a current inflation situation to the extent that blaming corporate greed for everything is just rhetoric to pass the time while the Federal Reserve does its work. I don't mind at all, but Elizabeth Warren introduced a bill last week. She called it Price Gouging Reform Act in 2022, which is more serious business. Warren's main proposal is that the Federal Trade Commission should step in and block price gouging, which the bill defines as selling things, a table, for example, at an excessive price relative to the average price over the prior 120 days. You can get out from under the charge of price gouging if you can prove that you only raised prices because of the price of your inputs went up. So, for example, an airline would, I think, still be allowed to raise airfare in response to the increase in jet fuel. This is just to me the Democrats perhaps got a bit high in their own supply in attributing last year in attributing various inflation phenomena to supply chain problems. There were specific problems in the supply chain for automobiles, but in general, people just bought a ton of durable goods last year. So if we actually had a negative shock to if we'd actually had a negative shock to global supply chains, then the nominal price would have gone up, but inflation-adjusted consumption would have gone down. What actually happened, though, was people bought more durable goods than ever in inflation, even in inflation-adjusted terms. The problem in the supply chains was people ordering tons of stuff. A lot of Democrats convince themselves. Inflation caused by supply side constraints. And greed. We'd actually had a negative shock to global supply chains and nominal prices would have gone up, but inflation-adjusted consumption would have gone down. Instead, inflation-adjusted consumption. Graphs I like. Is that still in it? Yes. What actually happened, though, was people bought more durable goods, but because Democrats convinced themselves inflation was caused by supply chain problems rather than a surge in demand, they then turned around and found themselves shocked to discover profit margin went up. It turns out it wasn't about supply problems at all, it was greed. What's your political position? I would say broadly, like, new liberal social democrat spectrum. So, yeah, I would say pretty left-leaning, but still overall, like, capitalist, like anti a lot of the what I like extreme progressive left. So like I don't really like Bernie. I don't really like Warren. I mean, I agree with a decent amount of their stuff, but I think things like a wealth tax are kind of insane. Yeah, but overall, I think I don't know, I'm left leaning. I think welfare is probably good, or UBI, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Biden loving new liberal is how I described myself in the last time I had to introduce myself in a Discord server. So, welcome everybody to the stream, by the way. Night Masks, how you doing? Do you play in the political system of the U.S. two-party system, or do you challenge it? Do you challenge against it as if the whole party system broken and corrupted it truly is? I mean, I don't like the two-party system. I prefer if we had a different system of voting that incentivized a multi-party system. But I mean, I'm pretty on policy. I'm pretty aligned with the I would say the establishment sector of the Democrat Party. So I'm gonna play into it because I'm aligned with them on policy for the most part. But also, I would support a candidate in the Democratic primary who is in favor of either ranked choice voting or approval voting, or a type of voting system that encourages multi-party systems. So you play along with the system. Nice, since it grants you what incentives again? What do you mean? Since it grants me what incentives again? I'm aligned with them on policy, so I'm going to vote for them. That's how that calculus works. I play into the system because I line up pretty closely on policy with the majority of the Democratic Party. But again, I would absolutely support a candidate or a bill or someone in the primaries who's in favor of switching the U.S. over to a multi-party system. I don't like the two-party system particularly. I think I think we should probably move away from it. I'm in favor of type of proportional representations that don't allow gerrymandering and allow third parties to compete. Yeah. Turns out I would supply, but not always will agree. At the end of the day, that was a very stupid person who think companies suddenly became greedy in 2021 after years of being non-greedy. In fact, during this whole period from 1997 till 2020, when the price of durable goods was steadily falling, I routinely heard that ascribed to greed. The bad corporations were outsourcing jobs to China to cut costs. Greedy. What's your political goal? I mean, that's a broad question. I would say broadly to my political goal is to maintain liberal democracy. I think that's a big one. Maintain our liberal democratic system. So things like rule of law, the First Amendment, things like that, like classical liberal things. And then secondly, I would say, I have people that have different interpretations of this, but I would say a just economic system where people don't have to face an existence below the poverty line, whilst at the same time individual property rights are for the most part protected. I would say those are the two big things. And if companies pass on the savings to you, the consumer, that was due definitely due to greedy desires to develop more stuff. Yes, companies are greedy when it comes to shipping jobs overseas to cut prices, and they are greedy when it comes to raising prices, surging demand. Greed is a constant, but the particular inflation was a surging demand, not a surging greed. Do you think there's a rule of law? Do you think there is a rule of law in a capitalist extreme economy like the US where money can bribe officials as long as it's in a legalized framework? I don't think money is... I mean, for the most part, I think rule of law is upheld. I think other than the Trump immunity case, ignoring the Trump immunity case, okay. For the most part, rule of law is upheld. When Bob Mendez or whatever was taking illegal bribes, he was convicted. I don't know if he's been convicted yet, but he's been indicted, right? Yeah, and then there were people surrounding Trump that Trump eventually pardoned, which is not good, but that were taking money from foreign governments and not reporting it, who were indicted. And I think I feel like some of them were convicted before he pardoned them, but yeah. I don't know. Like you say, you can bribe officials as long as there's a legalized framework. I think it's. I mean, the issue there is the First Amendment protections there, right? Like usually, like the things with like super PACs and stuff. That's all. The issue there is the First Amendment protection. Is that if I own a company, that company should be able to make a movie about like climate change, right? Even though that might have a political goal. You know, it's like, can I make a movie about climate change before the election comes up? What's your purpose in diving into politics? Do you have a goal to get a political? No, I just like learning about it. I just like reading about it, learning about it, knowing about it. Warren is correct. It's not a law of physics that a surge in demand leads to a surge in prices. When Ben & Jerry's holds a free ice cream cone day, they get a surge in demand. They could respond to that by raising prices to a non-zero level to improve profit margin, but that would kind of wreck the marketing gimmick. You get a situation where the line is very long. You need to wait a while for your ice cream. As a once-a-year promotion is kind of fun, but in general, an economy where you need to spend tons of time standing in line and waiting for things, kind of a bummer. Time wasted in queues is a real loss. At times, it's probably appropriate to the. Yeah, he mentioned this in the last post, but soft resonating could apply these things. Okay, whatever. Simple story. Here is aggregate spending growth, nominal gross domestic product for every quarter of the past 20 years. You can see that during the Great Recession, it slowed, dipped below zero, and then bounced back to a normal level. We didn't have a surge of catch-up spending to return us to the prior trend, which is why the recovery was so slow and grinding. After the pandemic, by contrast, we did get a huge turn in spending and caught up. Does your understanding of what you are exploring better help your life in regards to financial, social life? I mean, the thing is, like, I just find it interesting, so like I'm gonna do it regardless. Even though jerking off doesn't help my financial or social life, like I like doing it, so I'm just gonna do it. There's a margin to everything. Obviously, I could do it too much and it would negatively affect my social life or whatever. I mean, financials, I'm probably gonna do something like, A, I like learning about economics, and that in theory could have a direct financial effect, and then B, I'm probably going to go to school for economics and then get a job that has something to do with economics or social science. So there's that has a financial impact. Social life, I mean, I like talking to people about this stuff as much as I can. So how does politics impact your views in social life, if any? I don't know if politics impacts my view in social life, but I'm not a very social person in general, so. Aggregate spending growth. Equal to GDP. How old are you, and what is your goal in your 20s career-wise? I am 18 years old. My goal, in my 20s, I imagine for the most part, I'm gonna be working at mostly entry-level jobs until I get a degree, at least. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what I'm gonna do, really. What industry do you see yourself working in based on your current interest? Is going to be something in social sciences. Like, it's going to be, I don't know, for some fucking think tank or something for social sciences, I imagine. Whether it be economics or maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll end up being political science or something. We'll see. Or sociology, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. or stream could take off. Hit that like and sub button. Let's go. Let's go. Woo! Woo! Hit that. Make sure to hit that follow. Make sure to hit that. Make sure to hit that. Smash that like button and ring that bell icon. Hit that follow button. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. Join the Discord. Exclamation point TTS. Donate. Exclamation point. Kick Twitch and YouTube. Follow all of them. Go to my Rumble. Follow my Rumble and my D Live and my Twitter. And have you looked in the job market and seen the positions and salary? No, I haven't really looked into that. No, I don't really care. Haven't caught up normal spending is still running at an unusually high level. And that's the whole deal. Early in recovery, surge in spending means a surge in output, but all kinds of ideal resources are brought online to capture the rising spending. Sorry. Okay, but spending. Early in recovery. Excess capacity. Do your parents work in a private sector, public sector? Private sector, both of them, for the most part. Technically, my mom works for a hospital, which I'm sure has some. I think it's a non-profit, which is still private sector. Non-profit, not-for-profit healthcare headquarters. Okay. Have I really Googled the reviews of this hospital? Why? I don't care. Man, so that becomes increasingly hard. So we just have to rise. Fed needs to slow. Oh, sorry. Let me read the. Not currently much in a way. Resources, unemployment rate is very low. The portion for crowded, so the extra spending is causing rising prices because we can only work so quickly to make more stuff. I'm in high school, still a gap year currently. I start college soon. I graduated high school last year. So. Fed needs to slow the total spending back down to a more normal level so everyone can use and catch their breath. And in the political domain, we need to think of ideas that let us make more stuff. GDP is good, actually. Base GDP defender. College, university, community college. And first, I'll go to community college first, and then later I'll go to a real college once I get my. I think I want to get an associate's in general science first. That's what I'm doing first. Okay. I've been mostly riding on the populist left here, so to change directions, consider a recent post by Curtis Yarvin, a favorite thinker of the new populist right. In response to me asking for someone to explain the populist right's act for policy ideas beyond various enemies listed on its rants, he delivered a fairly disjointed essay that essentially disclaims any intention of pursuing four specific policy goals. There's a bunch of stuff in here about how GDP is bad, that I broadly associate with the lazy left-wing anti-capitalist thought of the 1990s, and of course it connects to the new rights idea that international trade is bad. Oh, of course. Have you worked before in like a part-time job? Any? Not really. No. Only ever a little bit for like my dad's company, but not even. But that was a while ago. Even I don't count that. No, I haven't. No. But I do get paid 30 cents a day to stream. Let's go. Drop those. I need to drop those super chats, guys. Give me those. Give me those bit. I'm gonna run an ad break. I'm gonna get that bread. According to the Reddit Harvard Libertarian Theory comment, if the Chinese are willing to do all the work to make our stuff in exchange for pieces of green paper, they are suckers and we should let them. We get all the utility. They get this utility and some paper. What's not to like? The idea conflicts with traditional. What skills do you think you should acquire in your 20s? I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. I don't know. I need to learn more advanced math. I need to get more disciplined when it comes to fucking doing shit. Yeah, I don't know. This idea conflicts with both traditional common sense and the human asset model. The common sense tells us that work is good for the human soul. The human asset, okay, what the fuck is the human asset model? Tells us the regime that work in most cases is good for the human asset, increase the productivity, product of the asset, which may not be quite exactly necessarily as popular, but at least it correlates with the common good better than the satisfaction of desire. And on scale of nation, producing increase in the nation's productive power, obviously making a nation stronger and more valuable, where any nation consumes but does not produce anything, it would drop. Dropped on its face by producers. I don't have a habit of reading personal development books. If not, you should invest in points those books. Should I invest in points? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't really, I don't know what I would get from them. I don't think that's much I need from them. The opportunity cost is too high because I value reading about this more. Like any whatever fucking Jordan Peterson self-improvement book I could read, the opportunity cost is like a book on UBI, and I would much rather learn about UBI. And I think a weird misunderstanding of the inadequate stimulus of most of the 21st century. What I learned at Harvard is that if we let the Chinese make our tables for us, and the upside is that our workers can now go work and make other stuff, so we get but give up tables and the other stuff. Now instead of making tables, the former table makers become unemployed. That's bad, but that's just another way of saying that unemployment is bad, not that trade is bad. And unemployment is really bad. It was a huge disaster that we let the unemployment linger for so long in the past. But I am a boring policy literist, so I want to make policies that will address today's problems. And right now, we do not have an unemployment problem. We have a people are trying to buy more stuff than we can produce problem. So to the extent that more stuff could be produced abroad, Americans could be reemployed making other stuff here, perhaps building houses rather than tables, and everyone is better off. The time for tedious neoliberalism. While warren and the Garvin in somewhat extreme cases, they represent the rising intellectual fashions. In a lot of ways, it's a question of bad timing. Back in 2008 to 2012, the country could have used a lot more unorthodox economic thinking. Protectionist trade policies might have been beneficial. Large-scale debt cancellation would have definitely been beneficial. Deficits didn't matter. We had been plagued by shortfall demand. And of all kinds of wireless populist schemes could have helped people a lot. But the current inflationary situation calls for the kind of tedious neoliberal thinking that has become painfully unfashionable these days. Fiscal authority would be helpful. The Federal Reserve raising interest rates is helpful, and most of all, over the medium term, supply-side reforms that could raise economic efficiency would be helpful. So freer trade is good, expanding legal immigration is good. This is stuff the White House did. Last fall in housing is good. But if we could listen to Brian Schwartz and go even more, that would be better. I suggest giving me the personal development book grant you less applicable knowledge than what you are interested in exploring. It grants me less knowledge than what I am interested in. I don't know. Applicable how? Like applicable to general life? I would assume that whatever fucking weird self-help books probably give me better advice for that, obviously, than like a book that I'm actually interested in. But like, I don't know. I'm just more. It's just just not interesting. Reform occupational licensing would be good. Just go through the whole federal rulebook with a pen. Ask yourself which of these rules have been supported in the past on the grounds that it creates jobs. Would be a good heuristic. Because in today's economy, we don't want to create jobs. We want to maximize output per worker, which means eliminating wasteful overuse of labor. It's time for a fuzzy technocracy, not popular. Based. Okay. example. This is really short. Universal basic income seems to improve well-being. Boards from a robust study, universal basic income has concluded that it boosts recipients' mental health and financial well-being, as well as moderately improving employment. Finland ran a 2-year basic income study in 2017-2018, during which the government gave 2,001 people between 25 and 58 monthly payments with no strings attached. Do you explore politics in a lens of the U.S. hegemony narrative, or did you seek the truth by exploring multiple narratives from different... I don't... It's such a dumb question. I don't... How would I go about seeking it through a U.S. hegemony narrative, and how would I go about seeking it through a different narrative? I don't know what that means. Giving 2,000 unemployed people between ages 25 and 58 monthly payments. 556 euros. Why's that bold? Don't know how to pronounce that. A social insurance institution in Finland announced that the findings in Helsinki via a live stream to study compared to employment and well-being of basic income recipients against a control group of 173,000 people who are on unemployment benefits. Do you know who owns the left and right media in the U.S. and how you notice patterns in narratives they report, or do you realize this fact? I've read Manufacturing Consent. I know what you're talking about. I know the conspiracy reigned. Don't care. Okay. Are they all owned by the Zionist cabal? Is that what we're arguing here? Study. Compare this group. Weight control of 173,000 people who are on unemployment benefits. We learn history from World War I to the end of the Cold War and Vietnam War in the narratives from various nations instead of U.S. history books. I mean, if you want to learn about U.S. history books is probably a good way to do that. But like, I'm aware of the fucked up shit the U.S. did as well. I don't know what you... like, what would you want me to read other than U.S. history books if I want to understand U.S. history? Do you mean books about U.S. history? Or do you mean books from the U.S.? I could maybe understand the utility of reading books not from the U.S. in that case, but I don't know what else you would fucking read. But also, you never answer my question if the Zionist cabal controls all the media. Finding that between November 18th, 2017, October 2018, people with basic income worked an average 78 days with 6 more days than those on unemployment benefits. There's no Zionist cabal. There are interest groups and think tanks that operate in the interests of Israel. Okay, there we go. Yep. Greater increase in employment for people with families with children, as well as those who have first languages wasn't Finnish or Swedish, but the resources aren't yet sure why. One survey, people who receive universal income instead of regular unemployment benefits reported better financial well-being, mental health, and cognitive functioning. Recipients of UBI. Also reported better financial well-being, mental health, and cognitive functioning, as well as higher levels of confidence in the future. When asked whether basic income could help with dealing with situations that economic fallout of the COVID pandemic, Y said that it could help alleviate stress at an uncertain time. I think it would bring security in a very insecure situation when they don't know whether they're going to have an income, she said. Defining basic income doesn't seem to provide a disincentive for people to work. However, the effect of the basic income was complicated by legislation known as the activation model, which the Finnish government introduced at the beginning of 2018. It made the conditions for accessing unemployment benefits stricter. Don't get me wrong, Zionism is very real, and many argue that it's no different than Nazism based on current actions, but has taken geopolitical interests. Preliminary findings released in February last year. I previously found no difference between two groups in number of days worked. Money matters, but it's not alone sufficient to promote either labor supply and demand. Okay, great. Mm-hmm. Okay, here. I'm only interested in the domestic politics of the U.S. For the most part, yeah, but nothing else interests me as much. I don't know. I took a comparative government class. That was interesting, I guess, where you learned about the UK, Iran, Russia, China, and Nigeria. That was interesting. I don't know if I remember the specifics of a lot of it. But. Happy Monkey Day. It's Monkey Day. What the fuck is monkey? What does that mean? I don't know. It's Monkey Day. How far is your historical knowledge node? Knowledge you think you know. Think you know goes back to I don't know. For what? International Primate Day, duh. Fire. Line arguments against basic income debunked. Intelligent income removes the incentive to work. For development of U.S. politics and monetary policy establishment of Federal Reserve, since you seem to be interested in monetary aspects of domestic policy like basic income, I understand a decent amount of it. I haven't done like a full deep dive into fucking history, but like I don't know. I understand what Federal Reserve was created in 1913, I think, right? And then when did we abandon the gold standard? I think we suspended it, and we suspended it before we officially got rid of it. We officially got rid of it in 2021, but we did suspend it before that for a limited period of time. I don't know. We started paying interest on reserves after the 2008 crisis. We moved over to an ample reserve system and started paying interest on reserves. What else? I don't know. But you probably think the Federal Reserve is like an evil Zionist institution meant to bankrupt the American families through inflation or something. So, one of the most popular arguments in basic income is that providing everyone with enough money to live off could reduce the incentive to work, leading to a drop in productivity, high unemployment, and substantial slowdown in economic growth. Current benefit systems often fail to make work pay, with sharp cutoffs leading to additional earnings being canceled out by withdrawal benefit payments. If a system like NIT was carried out correctly, there would be no such incentive. The more income earned, the more income kept. As we see in the U.S. basic income policies of 1970s, that overall hours work fell slightly, with most significant reduction in work coming from single mothers. Most often, the drop in hours was due to people allowing themselves to find new, more suitable jobs rather than simply working less. Current welfare programs often fail to make work pay. Suffer from cliffs as a basic income / NIT do not empirical evidence. Fed is the only institution that's causing inflation as they grant loans to the U.S. government for foreign aid at the expense of the living costs of domestic citizens. But I think you know this, hopefully. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Foreign aid is like less than 1% of GDP in the U.S. You know that, right? Or less than 1% of our expenditures. No, I think it's GDP. Hold on. Foreign aid is like still, it's like less than 1% of government expenditures. I think. I think our aid to Ukraine was 0.3% of our GDP, but like foreign aid as percent of budget, I think it's literally, I think it's literally less than 1%. It's less than 1% of the federal budget. Yeah, like. That's 29. That was before the Ukraine war, though. So, like, it's probably a little higher now, but even still, it's definitely, it's like less than 2% still, because it would be a little over double that. So, also, the Fed is not the largest. Wait, maybe the Fed is the largest holder of bonds. Who owns U.S. bonds? It's not. I think the Fed's like 34%, and then the rest is like U.S. companies and foreign governments. Federal. Oh, and they're only 11%. Hold on. Is this? When is this? End of June. End of June. What month? Federal Reserve, yeah, well, they're only 16%. They're not even, so not only does, this is 2018, okay. Not only is the Fed not giving loans to the government for the purpose of foreign aid, because foreign aid is literally like less than 1% of the fucking, of the government expenditure. They're not even the main holder of U.S. debt. They're not even the main one giving us loans, which is really just buying bond. But giving us loans, it's mostly other parts of the government. Are you justifying that the U.S. is engaging in a proxy war with Russia is not linked to association of inflation with how it impacts international trade and U.S. relationship with many nations? The war in Ukraine is not contributing that much to inflation. Like I just told, like, foreign aid in total is like less than 1% of our budget, which means that That's our budget. That's not even the deficit. That's just a budget. If you want to argue that deficit spending contributes to inflation, you can do that. But it's like, that's such a little part of our deficit. And the Federal Reserve is not even a main holder of that debt. They're like 20% of it. Also, like, inflation can have positive trade-offs, so, you know, there's that as well. Little to know. Reduction working hours. Why doesn't the U.S. grant this money to its own infrastructure? We spend way more money on infrastructure than aid to foreign governments. You know that, right? You know we spent almost $1 trillion on infrastructure, and we gave like $80 billion to Ukraine. You know we spend infinitely more on our own domestic infrastructure than we do on foreign aid, right? And also, you realize the foreign aid is not money. You realize we're not giving Ukraine money, right? We're giving Ukraine very little money. We're giving Ukraine and Israel, although Israel buys most of our weapons, and Taiwan too, we're giving them military equipment. This stuff can't be used to build infrastructure because it's fucking military equipment. We're giving them like old shells that are about to expire, and it's actually sometimes it's cheaper to give them the old equipment and let it be used on a battlefield than it is to dispose of those shells. Like when we have shells that are about to expire, we have to dispose of them somehow. That costs money. It's cheaper to send them to Ukraine. Sometimes it actually saves us money. Your argument seems to justify the use of foreign aid for war. What? We're suggesting U.S. is conducting a major money laundering scheme to enrich the members of Washington, D.C. I don't know how anything I said suggested that. Or else works for slightly within a significant working with single mothers. Most often a drop in hours worked was due to people allowing themselves to find new, more suitable jobs rather than simply working less. You remind me of the bird lady from the show Rich Kids in a Hall. Well, welcome to the stream, Richie Hardy. I look like this girl. Okay. Oh, haha, big nose. Despite the ability to get by and not work at all, the individuals who would be most likely to slack off are those whose productivity is low in the first place, perhaps due to a lack of motivation or aptness or the role that they are in. The absence of these workers from the labor market could actually boost productivity as they are replaced by new capital. Their roles could be automated. These individuals have the opportunity to learn new skills and become more productive in industries where they are better suited. More people could find a role that motivates them, as U.S. pilots suggest. Few appear to drop out of labor force solely due to UBI refused. Are you Jewish? I'm not. Additionally, many of those who could benefit the most from basic income would be those who often face difficulties in full-time work, people involved in childcare, domestic duties, those who are disabled. In this case, it makes it easier for these people to manage as they are receiving their own income and aren't reliant on others, assuming that the basic income is paid on an individual rather than household level. Those who do drop out of the labor force are the ones whose... Why wouldn't it be? If the money is being sent to military industrial complex companies, which are U.S. companies with publicly available stock, and members... Oh, well, yeah, sure, members of Congress are buying stock that they know will go up. Sure, that's true. That part is true. That's an issue, yeah? But I want to consider that a massive money laundering scheme. That's just Congress people taking advantage of the fact that the U.S. spends a lot of money on its military. Like, it's an essential form of money laundering to some extent. The process of finances generate more dollars in military industrial conflict line of politics. These members are expensive U.S. taxpayers, whose money doesn't even end up directly funding government spending. Let's choose labor. It's most likely to be unproductive. There it is. Anyway, that's due to a lack of motivation or aptness to the role they are in. This is just basic income allows these people seek education or find better role more suited to them. And they could be placed more productive capital. There. These individuals could have opportunity to learn skills, become more productive. Okay, in the case, it's easier people to manage to receive their own account. Okay. People are more likely to find work meaningless when it is no longer the main source of income. Won't those who choose to stay in employment find little value in the work if they don't need the money that they earn? This argument holds little reason to sell people. Many people relish work itself and hold a sense of pride and identity in what they do. With the current welfare system, millions are stuck in an unfulfilling job, often because they cannot afford to take time off and obtain the skills needed to switch industries. Basic income allows these people to feel free to pursue the positions they're really interested in rather than having to take time to keep afloat. People could also have the liberty to learn skills that would allow them for an expansion of creativity, simply more enjoyable and fulfilling roles. Greater bargaining power for workers could mean businesses having to replace mundane essential jobs requiring little skill of automated capital or AI. Otherwise, market distortions could occur due to labor being more expensive than capital. Why do you think the U.S. institutions like the IRS are aggressively seeking tax payments when the money doesn't even directly fund government spending? Given the Federal Reserve grants low, you're making like this weird like MMT point. Like the reason we collect taxes is because we self-impose the constraint that taxes be used to even out government spending. That's a self-imposed constraint. We don't actually have to have that constraint. If we didn't want to, we could spend money without collecting taxes. There's no point there. There is no issue with doing that. Well, sorry, there is an issue. The issue with doing that would be inflation. But there's no reason we technically have to. It's just that we choose to do that self-imposed constraint to mitigate the risk of inflation. We do it basically because we believe politicians have a pro-inflationary bias, and in order to make sure we don't print too much money, we self-impose our budget constraint on ourselves. That's the reason we do it. Also, again, the Federal Reserve is not even the main holder of U.S. bonds. Also, by the way, if we weren't funding, if we weren't using taxes to fund, you realize we only sell bonds to make up the difference between what taxes raise and what we spend. That's the only reason we sell bonds. We could just not sell bonds. There's no reason we actually have to sell bonds. The same way taxes don't finance government spending, bonds also wouldn't finance government spending. We don't have to sell bonds. You realize that, right? You realize bonds don't finance government spending as much as taxes don't finance government spending, right? So you see the problem and don't challenge it, yet you haven't paid taxes to know the true impact on your own pockets yet. Well, I mean, what's the problem? What do you think the problem is? Also, again, if you're saying government, or if you're saying taxes don't finance government spending, you realize the bonds also don't finance government spending, right? There's no reason we actually have to sell bonds. We could just monetarily finance it. We could just print the money. There's no reason we have to sell bonds. Just like there's no reason we have to raise taxes. We could. There's no well, the reason is inflation again, but also selling bonds supports interest rates as well. But selling bonds is a self-imposed constraint, just like taxes are a self-imposed constraint. But I think that self-imposed constraint is probably a good thing for the most part. I mean, I don't know. Like maybe someone could convince me of MMG, but we'll choose to stay 1 minute. Still receive income. Spend. You are wrong. The Fed can't just print money to finance government at will. It's a private institution, not part of the U.S. You realize the government, that's a self-imposed constraint. You realize that, right? That's a self-imposed constraint. The reason the Fed can't just print money to finance government at will is self-imposed. That's a self-imposed constraint. Just nothing stopping the Fed from doing that. We could change the law and the Fed could do that. You realize that, right? That's also a self-imposed constraint. Just like raising taxes to finance government spending is a self-imposed constraint. We don't actually have to do that. That too is a self-imposed constraint. The reason the Fed can't print money to finance government at will is because the law doesn't let them do that. We could just let them do that, or we could just let the government print money to finance its own spending. We wouldn't even need the Fed to do that. We like the government could just say, anytime we buy something, we're buying it with newly printed money. That's a self-imposed constraint. Selling things, then the basic needs. People also have increased opportunity to. Sure, it's a self-imposing constraint. Are you starting to see that our financial system is broken? Why is that broken? What do you mean broken? Just because we have a self-imposed constraint, that's broken? I think it's probably a good check, because it's a good check on inflation. Like, it's literally, that's what stops hyperinflation from just printing too much money if the wrong person gets into office. That's the reason we do it. Like, I think you should wait until you pay taxes and do your tax return to see how broken the system is. Why would like? I mean, I don't have like a income to pay. Like, I'm an independent still, so but like I do pay excise taxes, I guess technically, when I buy shit. See how broken the system is. Until then, all you see is the theories, not the truths in it. I don't understand. I don't know how that would change my opinion at all. Like, if I, like, let's say I get, what, I'm going to get my tax return, I'm going to have to pay a lot of money in taxes, and I'm going to all of a sudden change my entire view on the monetary system. Like, I just don't think that's going to happen, brother. I might be like, oh shit, taxes are too high, we should lower taxes. But that would not change my opinion on any of the things I just said. Like, give me a second. That's the most popular criticism in UBI since apparent cost. The money needed to give an entire population enough to live on has to come from somewhere. What could make a system affordable, potentially revenue neutral? Is it withdrawal? Is a withdrawal rate in the case of negative income tax, or clawing back money through taxation in the case of UBI? Anyway, I just wanted to test your knowledge and accuracy in these questions. You're doing great. Keep up with your passion and political interest. Make sure you live a little and explore the world more socially. Thanks, I appreciate it. Night Bass. As people earn more, the amount they receive through negative income tax decreases at a tapered rate until they reach a certain income where they're no longer eligible at NIT. It's entirely possible to set the withdrawal rate and a baseline at a level where substance is possible, and the cost of introducing the income. The scheme is not prohibited to implement a revenue neutral UBI. Could provide those over $20 or $70 a week. Additional savings from basic income can be made through reduction in number of DWP employees, as much as the bureaucracy is attached to the current welfare system might no longer be required. Possible to design a revenue neutral negative income tax or UBI through a raw rate or increased tax revenue. Also, savings spending and its current welfare systems placed giving money to everyone really to access inflation. common misconception that entire population now has enough money to live on. More money will be injected into the economy, leading to higher levels of inflation. That's not the case. Floating the money supplies and changing due to the nature of funding behind it in IT. Money supply doesn't increase with a rota neutral or UBI or NIT. Demand pull inflation would not occur because we'd have closer to full capacity. Sorry, because we'd have to be closer to full capacity to experience high inflation. And in this scenario, more likely to what we expect, a healthy level of inflation and growth. In fact, AD itself might not shift out as you expect, and if inflation were to occur, we would have seen already the current welfare system providing substantial payments through universal credit. Current welfare systems. Back on. Demand. Inflation only occurs when close to full capacity. Other than high inflation, more likely we'd experience a healthy level of inflation and growth. The UK employed QE after the 2008 recession and didn't cause inflation, though we injected a huge amount of money into the economy. This is because banks who received extra cash didn't actually put it straight into the economy. They held on to it. Similarly, those who receive extra income may choose to hold on to it rather than spend it immediately. Well, there's a substitution benefit. Yeah. Won't spend it. Basic income would worsen poverty and inequality. Some say, like Ian Gold of Financial Times, that we're replacing specific benefits with a single grant. Those who are dependent on multiple benefits will have enough income to cover basic needs, and those who don't need the additional income will get it anyway. But those if receiving income would have the freedom to spend it on whatever they want, covering the previous benefits they received and more. And basic income trials suggest that people tend to spend much more money. Tend to spend such money in necessities like food and shelter rather than using it to fuel addictions or wasting it in some other manner. A Give Directly trial in which villages in Kenya were sent direct cash transfers resulted in individuals being able to literally build a roof over their heads, as well as start businesses and invest in livestock. Though inequality is not something to be concerned about. The actual level of inequality might actually decrease UBI, as there will be baseline standard of living, narrowing the gap between the rich and poor. Billionaires don't get a little more out of the system because of both NIT and UBI. Those with greater income pay it back via withdrawals or taxation. Those who depend on multiple benefits will have income needs. Those who get the income. Those who don't need income will get it anyway. Basic income allows people to spend the money they receive. They see fit, rather. Turn it on. Oh, what's up, Ness? Evidence shows most people spend it on needs. Are you just waking up or are you about to go to sleep? I can never tell. I mean, I've been streaming for 6 hours, 23 minutes. I got up a while ago. I don't really know. I don't really know when I'm going to go to sleep. We'll figure it out. I mean, we'll see. When I'm 18, should I apply to be Jeremy Fragrance's girlfriend? Yeah, you should do that, Ness. Is he taking applications? UBI. Ensure a baseline standard of living. So it's a gap. Maybe I should apply in now and get a head start. Why is he taking applications? Where does he live? Does he live in America? You got rich and poor. Oh, what's up, Sample?
Yeah, the people in chat are asking a question. I don't see you answering it. Are you Jewish?
I did answer that one a while ago. I said no, I'm not.
Oh, maybe I missed it. Damn.
He asked that a while ago. Yeah, it's not even. Yeah.
Damn, that's all. The people need answers.
That's all you wanted to know.
I just need to know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You're doing UBI reading?
Yeah, I'm reading some of the stuff you sent me. Actually,
U-based I. That's right. That's right. Universal basic income.
The chat too.
Whoa. What's up, real Gumball Waterstone?
Not much. I'm chilling.
Amazing. Well, that's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to know if you're, one of them. That's it.
One of them, yeah.
No.
Jared, do you remember that's the first thing that my grandpa asked about you when he dropped me off to hang out at your house?
Yeah.
Oh God! Wait, he asked if you were Jew, if he's Jewish.
Yeah.
Crazy. Terrible.
A fun fact about my grandpa: he does not believe that slavery happened or the Holocaust.
Terrible.
So.
No, what?
That should tell you about the motive behind asking that question.
Horrible. What the hell? No. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, shit. Your grandpa's a Muhammad Abbas? I didn't know that one.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's right. Well, that's all. Wait, also, I have a funny story, but let me tell it in the DMs. Okay, give me a sec.
Okay.
Give me a sec.
Screen share.
It's kind of. I just kind of want non-fun to know about it, but not. No, not everyone. Okay.
Heard. Understood.
Here, this happened yesterday. Okay, let me just screenshot. Maybe I'm retarded. Maybe I just I'm like not good with social cues. Okay. Wait, give me a sec. But here we go. Let me non-fun check this out. Okay. Okay. Don't read it out loud.
Okay, I won't. Oh my God.
I had to make that joke. It was too funny.
At least he found it funny.
Yeah, no, I don't think he hates me now. I don't think he hates you. I had to leave. Oh my God, I feel so bad. I feel maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should, be less internet, brain. Damn, horrible. I feel horrible. But yeah, no, I don't think he left because of that. Maybe he did. I don't know. But I don't think he hates me. I just, oh my god, it's a good joke, okay? It's a good joke, okay? Because I have an exam on like September 10th, and I don't want to say I'm free on the day after. That's terrible. So I just make a joke. That's even worse. I don't know. That's how my brain works.
God.
I don't know. Still me.
You gotta. You're my bridge builder at a bridge builder sample, okay? We I need you because anytime I friend someone, like a convoy and stuff, like you're always like a mutual friend. So you're my.
Oh yeah, I just talked to SDL yesterday too. I talked to both yesterday, Micah and SDL, but not Econoboy, not the trifecta. Could have had it. Did not talk to him about Israel. Well, barely about Israel. Only virtue signaled, so as I hate it. I hate this dog shit country. But
in my email to Jeremy Fragrance, should I refer to him as Jeremy Fragrance or Mr. Fragrance?
Mr. Fragrance. 100%.
Okay.
But
I will get Mike on someday. It would be a killer podcast episode.
Oh yeah, you can. I mean, just DM him, right? Just DM him.
I gotta work up the courage. Oh wait,
I might be on the first thing I asked him was like, "Hey, Michael, when are we getting the when are we getting the?" I asked him. The first thing I asked him was like, "Hey, Michael, when are we getting the article that criticizes worker co-ops 2.0?" Because he has part 1, but he doesn't have part 2. Part 1 was fire. But he was like, "No, I mean, part 1 basically had it all," and that's true. Whatever, I don't care. But we need part 2 against
I might get on Hippy Dippy soon too. That'd be cool.
Oh, damn, that's good.
Yeah, I joined the recruitment thing, and I did like the application or whatever, and the person in charge of like the recruitment, Danabo, was like, "Oh hey, I'm in your chat sometimes. Like I've been lurking on your stream."
That's right.
So I think hell yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Like in one of those.
Yeah, we need you on the Hippy Dippy. Also, another thing Mike brought up, he said maybe what was it? He said maybe talk to me to prepare against talking points against SDL or something like that, or just 2v1 on the Three Wonks podcast. But I don't know if I have enough free time to do that, and I don't know if I want to be in a figure in this wonky circle. But maybe if you talk to him, he'll probably tell you the same. So I don't know. I'm just saying, if you talk to Micah, I mean, you're the guy for it. You're like the content creator who can benefit. No, hundo. Well, that's all. I just wanted to make the Jewish joke. I know. Another thing I told this deal was that I made it clear that I do not approve of the 2014 oligarchy study being in his fact sheet.
Wait, does he use that? What?
Well, it's nuanced. He cites it, but then he cites replications of it, and then some other evidence to the contrary. So he thinks the most studies show not an oligarchy, but what's it called, the pluralistic democracy, where it's also rich people's interests play a heavy role, and it's probably true. I mean, some studies don't really find a lot of corporate control or lobbying effects, and people always cite this figure that a borillion trillion gorillion % of people who win are APAC funded or some shit, and that's false. And yeah, but I don't know. I don't care that much. But I just wanted to make it known that I do not approve of any citation ever of this dog shit terrible study. The only thing that it did good is incentivize the field to research further. That's it. It did way more harm than good, though. Terrible study. That's it.
No, I like it because when people bring it up, I can immediately.
Then I have to explain to people what R squared is.
Oh, and that's true.
It's very annoying because whenever people cite studies, they pretend to know what they're talking about, and then they don't, right? They think statistically significant means a really big result, right? Yeah. And then you have to explain to them, and then when you explain to them, you either are economically literate, which SDL is, so he'll just talk about other literature, and then I'm outclassed, and then fuck me, right? Or they'll be a denialist, and then they'll just deny the basic statistics and scientific method, where it's But it's possible to even have like just like deny statistics or like how do you know observations are independent? And it's like, well, we don't, but we kind of assume it. Oh, so you make assumptions? Oh my god, sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. I do not possess justified true belief that isn't an Ungedier case. That's all I'm saying. That's a philosophy.
Okay. Can we take a break from the nerd talk so we can discuss my email to Jeremy Fragrance?
Yeah, what are you emailing him about?
Okay, so like a month ago.
Is that okay? That's your stream.
Huh?
What?
Is that okay? We talk about the email. It's your stream.
Yes. It's okay with me. I don't know about Jared.
Well, if I don't like what's happening, I'll just kick both of you from the call, okay? So.
Okay. So like a month ago, Jeremy Fragrance posted a girlfriend application. He didn't give a template. He just gave an email if you want to email him. So this is the email I have drafted up. The email is girlfriend@jeremyfragrance.com if you're interested, by the way.
Terrible. Sign it up to
Hi,
like a
Mr.
million porn accounts or something. And then like it gets
I hope not. Hi, Mr. Fragrance. This is my official application to be your girlfriend, smiley face. I am 18 years old. I am a devout Christian. I have been baptized under the Catholic and Baptist churches, but I currently identify as a non-denominational Christian. I go to church every Sunday, and I read my Bible every day. If we were to date, I would love to have a Bible study with you. I'm living in North Carolina, but I would love to travel around and come visit you in LA or Miami. I love your style and your fragrances. I am looking forward to hearing from you.
Wow. Wow, wife material.
Thank you.
True.
Well.
Only one of those things. Actually, only two of these things that I said were true.
Wow. Lying?
A little bit.
Are you Jewish?
No.
I know, that was horrible. You see, I should stop making jokes like that. You see, that's what I'm talking about. You should just stop making jokes like that. Terrible. Terrible. Horrible. Feel really bad. No. Yeah, that's all. Okay, well. I mean, sounds like I don't know if you're serious. Like, it's a
This is not a serious application.
Yeah, okay,
I do
yeah.
not want to engage in sexual relationship with Jeremy Fragrance.
Yeah, okay.
What?
No, I mean, isn't he the guy who's just like, I think I'm seeing him on like Instagram Reels saying like the most diabolical shit, and then that like deflecting, or not deflecting, just like pivoting to another topic. It's like, this fragrance, we like it. I killed a dog in 2002. It's like, I don't know what's going on. What's going on? He's like the other guy. What's his name? What's
Martin
like 2 days
Cabello?
less than slavery. That guy.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Let your grandpa talk to him.
I've heard that once you send the email, he like gives you his Snapchat, and then, or like if he reads your application, he gives you his Snapchat. And I've seen videos of girls getting messages from him on Snapchat where he's like, "You look very sexy. You look very sexy today."
He's like terrible. I don't know what's up with him. He's his own beast. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's good that people like that find the internet where they can be themselves. That's all.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Should I send him pictures of myself so he knows what I look like?
Damn.
Yeah, do that.
A land value tax would have prevented this.
This is true.
That's right. Well, that's it. Enough shit posting. I need to start. I have an intro to econ exam on the 6th, 9 a.m. So I've been studying the heck out of the ISLM model. Okay.
Yeah.
And all the socialist propaganda they teach you in Econ 101, and I'm not joking about this. They like teach you that like free trade. They show that's my professor. She shows like that free trade is like lowering prices, and then she's like, actually, it doesn't always really. And I'm like, what? And then she's like, yeah, I mean, vegetables are not really lowered. And then it's like, what are you talking about? Because like we imported pineapples, not vegetables, they're fruit, but you get the point. And then like the price of them halved because we imported them from Costa Rica who's like the #1 exporter. So the price of pineapples halved after we opened to trade. And she's like, well, that's not the case with other fruits and vegetables. And I'm like, and then I look it up because I don't know it in the middle of fucking class. And then guess what? That was a lie. And it's just I don't get it. This is all this socialist propaganda. I don't get it. Bugs me. And then people will see like we have monopolies that are propped up by the government. And then they teach you, okay, well, you see a monopoly, what's the solution? A price control. And it's like, well, if it's a natural monopoly, yeah. But it's a government propped up monopoly. No, it's not. No, not price control. Break it up. Open the competition. Terrible. They don't teach you this. Okay, they don't teach you this in class. But
they teach you about the Phillips curve. Are you in the corner screaming,
Thank God,
screeching?
no. Thank
Anytime
God,
they...
no. Thank God, no. No, it's just ISLM. It's just like all the definitions, and then I think quantity theory of money came up, but I don't think it's in the exam. And then it's basically just, macro is just ISLM, right? It's simple Keynesian model. And then the money base, money supply, reserves, deposits, blah 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 blah, blah, all that shit. And then it all coincides with the ISLM model, where the liquidity and blah blah blah. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you ever take an Econ 101 thing? Or
I mean, I took my high school AP classes, which are technically college level, but they're very much still meant for like high school students. So like they dumb it down a little bit sometimes.
Also, Mr. Sondheim is just a shitty teacher.
Mr. Sondheim, that's not true. I love Mr. Sondheim.
Dude,
He's the best teacher ever.
I was in his class for other day for Philosophical Friday or whatever the fuck he calls
Philosophy Friday.
And we were talking about OJ and
the best philosopher.
Based?
Right. We were talking about OJ, and I was like, yeah, man. Well, because there were these guys in there, and they were like, OJ did nothing wrong. And I was like, no, he definitely killed his wife. And Mr. Sondheim was like, well, you have to understand that these kids are obviously joking. I mean, even then, OJ did do nothing wrong. There was no substantial evidence proving that he killed his wife.
True. You got to respect the court's opinion. That's
no,
not the ICJ.
it's
No, not the
about
ICJ.
that.
Not the ICJ. When it's like a local court, not like international court.
But yeah, not the ICJ.
Yeah, no, that's what I think. If the gloves don't fit, you must not quit. That's what I think.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know, the OJ case, I never really read into it. I know the big Dersh. He's like a defender. But yeah, I am not a Philosophy Fridays sounds horrible.
Philosophy Fridays based, okay? There were some students who couldn't appreciate it.
Yeah, because you only wanted to talk about free trade.
I did want to talk about free trade, but nobody. But like even like when I say like students wouldn't appreciate it, they're like the point of it is like we're as a class supposed to like mostly agree on like something that'd like be interesting to talk about or discuss. So like sometimes it's like our fucking ghost real, and like usually what he'll give everyone a piece of paper and they write down their answer, and you don't write your name, so it's like anonymous, and he like reads them all out. And then we all have a discussion about it. It's like interesting, but like students will just like goof around during it and like not pay attention and like talk over him, and like it's
terrible. No, yeah, I get that. Like, is it called Philosophy Friday, or is it just what do you call it?
It's called Philosophy Friday.
Terrible.
You think it's terrible? It's awesome. I still text Mr. Sun. I actually haven't texted him in a while, but still.
I don't think philosophy is. I know a lot of philosophy, but never has it helped me. The marginal returns diminish very quickly. That's what.
Yeah. But I mean, well, we're doing like we'd only ever do like this. Like a lot of times, like I'll ask, like, oh, would you kill a butterfly for $10,000 or whatever? Like it's like surface level stuff, and it's like yeah. And then like we'll do economics sometimes. I always wanted to do one at worker co-ops and or free trade, but nobody else wants.
Worker co-ops don't look the way my philosophy on worker co-ops is. It's very cynical. But it's all these market socialoids. Okay, these people are evil. No. They're just like They're just like biased. Okay, they're like they probably were progressive. They probably were like, oh, I'm progressive on social issues because of course I'm not a monster. And then probably the left is also right on a lot of econ stuff. And then you're like, you find out, oh, socialism is like terrible and trash. Oh, but then it's like, oh well, what if I had this esoteric idea that like only 1% of socialists actually believe, but I like adopted it, and then I can call myself still a socialist and actually like prevent people from like I like make my position unpopular, but at least I can call myself the label that makes me left wing. And then they do that and support it. And then these people, you need to be literate on market co-ops, or I'm sorry, on worker co-ops and market socialism to rebut. But the general public doesn't have that story.
Yeah, they don't know.
You should just hide worker co-ops from them. Okay, you should just be dishonest. Don't let them know. They don't need to know. It's false. All right, we don't teach astrology in physics classes. We don't teach about anything, all the pseudoscience. Right? We don't teach intelligent design in biology classes. We shouldn't. So I don't know. Even if students like start arguing that route, then you need to be knowledgeable about intelligent design to completely destroy them. But you don't. You
well, nobody else even knew what worker co-ops were. Nobody else really knew it.
That's my point. That's my point. Don't let them know. Don't even let them know. Keep them how they are. Just make them indoctrinate them into the neoliberal paradigm. That's right. That's my position. That's my take. Cynical, but true. And I'm right. That's my.
So you're gonna take econ? Or did you?
I'm taking EPF because macro micro didn't fit in my schedule. Personal finance.
Yeah.
Oh. Nerd, loser, lame.
Yeah, I don't like my.
Just watch my Instagram reels. That's all you need. That's all you need to pass.
That's right. That's right. Well, it's fun talking, but I'm gonna go back.
What?
Honestly, you've taught me a lot more than Miss Samkin has. So.
Wow. That's right. Well, it was fun talking. I'm gonna go back to studying ISLM model and.
Oh yeah, do you have to go to? Do you have to go to the north for your test again?
I'll go on the 5th, the day before the exam. But yeah, knock on. How do monopolies set prices?
How do monopolies set prices? What do you mean?
When marginal revenue is equal to.
Well, it's equal for monopolies. It's equal to. Well, they produce from marginal revenue equals marginal cost.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I wanted to. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then the cost is marginal cost. The price is marginal cost. That's it. And then when it's equal marginal returns or revenue, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. You got it. That's right. Okay. Well, talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah. Oh damn! I didn't get to tell him. I hope he gets bombed in the north by Hezbollah. But.
Oh, okay.
Mrs. Sonheim is an awesome teacher. Y'all just don't appreciate him.
Okay.
Like I do.
I don't. Most people don't care for his teaching style.
Yeah,
and I don't care for him as a person.
Boo.
Okay.
Have you ever even had a class of his? You just have been in his.
I've been in his class, I've interacted with him, but I've never had him as my teacher, which is why I said most people don't like his teaching style, because I've never experienced it.
Yeah, I would text him more, but I want to get my license first.
Because you're not allowed to hang out with them until you get your license.
Well, I mean, there's just no way to really do it until I get my license. Yeah, so it's
Mr. Gilbert said they wouldn't hang out with you until you got your license.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are you with black men for Kamala? Does somebody make that?
I'm with black men for Kamala.
You're neither of those things. Neither am I.
My dad's black.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he? I don't know that.
Let me look for a picture of him.
I have a picture of him and you in Walmart.
Oh, yeah. Look at that picture then.
Are you with white dudes for Kamala? Hell yeah. because I am a white dude for Kamala. Let's go.
I am also with white dudes for Kamala.
Also, welcome back, Joe Billy.
Are you with gays for Kamala?
I ain't with that gay shit, bro.
Oh, okay. I think I still have that screenshot of you saying faggot over and over on Jackbox.
No, I've never done that.
You've done it quite a bit, actually.
Nope. I've never made a joke with the F slur in it. That's never happened. Nope.
But you've said a variety of other slurs.
Not really. Not since I was like 15.
Well, yeah, but still.
Oh yeah. But
How long ago was the N-word incident?
Like 4 years ago at this point, because it was 2020.
Okay.
Maybe it was 2021, 3 or 4 years ago. Well, it has to be before 2021, I think. Maybe it was in early 2021. But
how do you find this much content to stream for 7 hours?
I haven't even read most of the stuff I want to read today. What do you mean? Yeah, what I do is I DM Sample, hey, what are your send me links on this, and he sends me shit. But then the next thing I do is sometimes I'll ask like an AI bot, like, hey, give me things to read on this, and it gives me things to read on it. And then also I'll just like Google things to read on it, and I'll find it. I got so much shit I gotta read, bro. You don't even know. I got whole ass books downloaded for this shit. Don't you think Trump and Kamala's policies are basically becoming the same? Not really. And U.S. politics becoming a uniparty? No, I don't think so at all. You also have what?
I also have books to read.
Yeah, because you're nerd AP, whatever nerd, AP, English.
Literature.
Literature, that's what it is. Yeah, nerd.
Mm.
Does she read out loud to you? or does she make you read it?
She doesn't read out loud to us because we're not in the retarded class.
Yeah, she would read out loud to us.
Because you guys had no reading comprehension skills.
No?
I don't think it's that big of a stretch to say that AP collegiate level classes have a bit of a higher standard than the slow class of in an English 2 setting.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah. Not true. Inaccurate. She just liked us more than you, and that's why.
Oh, okay.
She
was babying you is what she was doing. She was having read aloud time. Did you guys sit crisscross applesauce?
No.
Oh, okay. Did she read Lord of the Flies to you, or did you guys read that on your own?
She read it to us. She would give us like 15 minutes of silent reading time each day or whatever. That's like the only time she would read to us. Or wouldn't read to us. Everything else she would read to us because we were too dumb to read it on our own. I don't feel like 2024 Trump has become a lot more centrist. I mean, I feel like most of his positions haven't really changed. He's still doing the border shit. He's still doing the tax shit. I mean, I don't think he's nearly like he was flying the gay flag, the pride flag back in 2016. Haven't seen him do that. I think Republicans have gotten a lot worse in that issue. Yeah, but I don't even think he has very consistent policy positions. He just kind of says what's popular. I loved that class. I would walk in every day and I would play music on my phone and keep my headphones on the entire time.
She actually banned headphones in our class. So.
Red, boo. Oh, she did not like that I wore them, but I did it.
Oh, okay.
I
was gonna say
bad.
that's a double standard.
I felt bad because she would be like, you're hurting yourself if you're not paying attention, and if you're one of those kids sitting there with your AirPods in or headphones on, that shows me disrespect, and then I would do it anyway because I didn't care about Lord of the Flies at all. Sorry, Miss Walsh. I bet she's watching.
Make a formal apology to her. Did you have her for English 4 too?
I mean, yeah, that's what I had her for. I had her for English 4.
Oh, I thought you had her for English 2.
No.
Who'd you have for English 2?
I forget. I remember I had Miss Sullivan for English 1 because that was when I was retaking it, and then I had Miss Bretcher for English 2. I had Miss Bretcher.
Oh, right, I forgot. I feel like Miss Bretcher and Miss Walsh are the same person, but with different accents.
Well, Miss
They're
Bretcher
both fashionistas, and they both teach AP English, and yeah.
Yeah, that's both have fucking traumatic backgrounds.
Yeah.
I don't know. Has Miss Walsh got on any stories about her fucking ex-husband who killed himself or whatever? I don't even remember.
No, not yet. She has told us about how when she was teaching in Long Island, how one of her students raped and killed a girl, and then another student committed a hate crime against a Mexican man and got life in jail. And then the other guy killed himself in jail.
Oh, awesome. I don't even remember that one. I don't know if she ever told that to us.
I think his name was Dante Taylor. Dante, look up Dante Taylor, Long Island. That's the guy who killed and raped the girl.
Damn.
If you go under images and you scroll down a little bit, there's a picture of him with his face like completely swollen and like
oh yeah,
disfigured. After that happened, he killed himself.
Damn. I hope I got more likes on TikTok. What? Why is that funny?
Because we were talking about this, and then you're like, boo, 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 boo. Speaking of, I gotta look.
Rapist, good one. Nobody gave me more likes, but you did epically own the deep.
I did.
Or should I DM Micah? I sent him a friend request. I got a DM. Hey, I'm a small streamer, and should I say like I'm a big fan of the Three Walks.
Wasting your time.
What the fuck was that?
Huh?
What should I say to Micah? I'm a small streamer and fan of the Three Wonks. That's his podcast.
Say hey.
Hey girl.
Hey girl, I know you don't know me, but I don't know, man.
But I really like your stuff in worker co-ops and wanted to invite you onto my stream. That sounds cringe. Wanted to.
Say, I was wondering if you would be able to come on my stream.
I was wondering if you'd be able to
No,
come
it
on my stream
doesn't.
sometime.
Here, let me
Wondering
help
if
you,
you'd be
Jared.
interested in coming on to the
Doing
the
what?
non-fun stream sometime.
Okay, let's see. Hey, dude.
We might be able to do Hey Man. I don't know about Hey Dude.
Okay. Hey, man. Hope I caught you doing well.
I'm not saying.
I am a big fan of your podcast. I'm a small streamer and was wondering if you'd like to get on stream sometime. Let me know what works best. Thanks again. Or I guess just thanks in advance.
I need to mention. I'd love to discuss
Fine.
worker co-ops with you at some point. That's the big thing. I'd probably.
Okay. I'd like to get you on stream sometime.
Oh, and GDQ targeting.
And maybe discuss insert nerd topic. And then signed Jared Nonfon.
Oh, of course. I'm gonna go a little more because we're taxable. Basic income would be even better. Oh, what's up? Where did you write it down?
Oh, my notes app. Hold on, let me screenshot it.
Your
send it
notes
to you.
app? Just
Yeah.
copy it.
Oh yeah, you're so right.
And then I can copy it. After adding the notes. Some.
This is ironic that I'm acting as your wingman right now.
Yeah, you really needed to sign it, Jared.
Why wouldn't I?
What if hey man. I'm not. I'm a fan of 3 walks. Your blog. Also a small streamer. I'm wondering. I'd like to get on stream sometime. Maybe discuss. To be targeted. Ray. I guess technically I have a podcast. I think I made like I think there's 3 episodes in it.
Get me on the podcast.
None of which I'm very proud of at this point because my production quality is increased at this point.
Can you revamp your podcast so I can be the first guest?
Yeah. What do we want? What do you want that episode to be about?
Eating pussy and I don't know.
Eating pussy. That's something only one of us has experience with. And notably it's not the host.
You know what? I think that a podcast about that would actually be beneficial to you and your audience. Because think about it. You and your audience.
You can just like tell me how to eat pussy right now if you want to. If that's what you're like.
No, but like here's the thing. You and your audience as a collective have never experienced it.
Correct.
So my proposal would be, you know, educate the masses, right? This is how the Renaissance started.
Is it? Really though?
Basically.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that one's accurate.
I'm pretty sure that it's accurate.
I don't know. How long could you drag that out for?
Well, it wouldn't be just about that. I feel like it would be longer than that. Well, I don't know. We would talk about different things, but I feel like that would be the main topic at hand. How to make a woman climax.
I feel okay. Here's the issue, though. You're doing the you're doing like the how to make a woman climax, but like that isn't so much the issue as like how to how to put yourself in that situation where you have the potential to make a woman climax in the first place. We're kind of we're skipping over that part. I think that's
that's we can start there. Because yeah, we can start there. And that concept is very tricky because everybody's different. So like what might work on me probably wouldn't work on somebody else. Yeah. So generally speaking, it's hard to like do that just because of what I just said.
Right.
I think I don't know. I appreciate the input, and that part will not go skipped.
Oh yeah, I feel like that's the harder part. I mean, I don't know.
That is the harder part, and we can start from there and then make a 2-hour podcast about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to Mr. Gilbert afterwards.
He would not be happy with me.
In-depth political conversation. He should really. How to make a woman climax? Tell her you watch non-fun videos while brushing her teeth. True.
True. So are you free Monday? When do you want to do this?
I'm free basically anytime. I don't do shit ever. I don't know. What should I don't have any better name than the deep state liberal still. So I probably would just keep that branding. But
we can brainstorm. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, brainstorm. Come up with something, bitch.
Oh, okay. That was unnecessary. I don't know.
The dumbass name.
You could do something like, you know how Smosh had the show with no name? You could do the podcast with no name.
Yeah, I guarantee you someone has already done that.
No, they don't talk about how to make a woman climax, so.
The podcast with no name, KE. The podcast with no name. I think there's multiple podcasts with no names. So. It'll be Tucker as well. Let me know if you'd be interested. I don't know if I wanted this to sound as formal because I'm just like telling him to come on my fucking dumbass 4 Twitch viewer stream. How do I make it more chill? Sup, dude?
Take away the exclamation point at the end and then replace it with a smiley face. Or, alternatively, add a space and then the exclamation point. So it would be like...
The smiley face works better, but...
Like that. But yeah, I overall I do think the smiley face would be better.
I'm gonna say hop on stream sometime. Hop on stream sometime to chat about.
Oh shit, I have to get ready for work. I have
Nerd.
10 minutes. I'll be fine.
I feel like this well. Hey man, I'm a fan of the 3 Wonks in the blog. I'm also a small streamer and was wondering if you'd like to hop on stream sometime to chat about ochre co-ops and maybe in DDP target as well. Let me know if you're interested. I feel like this works.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
chat, I'm shooting my shot.
If I was Micah and I got that message, I would be like, wow, I really want to go on this guy's stream and talk about workers co-ops and maybe NGDP targeting as well.
Oh, I thought that DM was from Micah. How is it?
They're remaking Lego Harry Potter.
Why? As a movie or a video game?
A game.
Oops. I actually see Lego hair. Lego Harry Potter. Lego games would be cool if they were online multiplayer, but they fucking won't add it. So it's the only way to play it. Co-op is to either have someone physically in the room with you or to use like Steam stupid remote play, and that shit sucks ass.
True. I only ever had it on the Wii. So
I love the Wii.
I never... Huh?
I said I love the Wii.
It's so good.
I spent $8 whole to buy Twitter Blue. And Twitter's not promoting my shit.
Why?
Because it lets me stream on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
It's just a way to, it's just easier to like build connections there. Because like I can farm it pretty easily. Because like the way the Twitter algorithm works, it kind of heavily incentivizes people to just like retweet shit or quote tweet shit. So like when I make like my Instagram reels, I can post them to Twitter, and then I just add like a few different accounts, and they all repost it because they're incentivized to repost it, and it benefits me as well.
You remember when you would tag people in the title of your YouTube shorts, and then people in the comments would be like, "Why the fuck was I tagged in this?"
Oh, that's an awesome exploit, dude. That's so cool that you can do that. That's man, I should start doing that again. Why'd I ever stop?
Because people were getting pissed at you.
It was awesome, man. I would just go to Markiplier's latest video. I would look at his latest comments, and I would just copy their names and mention all of them. It was so fire. That's free infinite view glitch. Little known fact for you guys out there. You can just on YouTube has their new mention feature, and it notifies people when you mention them. So like you can just put it in the description, like a bunch of people's names, and it notifies all of them that they were mentioned in a video, and they'll all click on your live stream or video. It's awesome.
So I'm gonna come over Monday. We can get the Deep State Liberal podcast started back up.
Oh, yep.
Do you need a co-host? Like, am I gonna need to make regular appearances, or is this just like, am I just
regular?
like
I'll make I'll make a Patreon. You know, we'll split it 50-50.
Okay. I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
No one would pay for the Patreon.
Well, I mean, it might be nice to have it up, unless there's like a fee just to start one.
There isn't, but I think I actually do have a Patreon already. I just don't do anything with it. Because there's something I really can do with it. It's better for people to just donate directly through my stream, and they can use a funny AI TTS voice when they do it. So.
Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be understanding what value-added tax is and how to calculate it. This video is important to the suppliers, manufacturer, distributor, retailer, consumers. Value it's adding to the supply chain.
I'm not going to be able to like physically come over if I'm going to be a regular co-host.
Yeah, that
so
makes sense.
we're gonna have to do some of the episodes digitally.
Can you get a Shure SM7B so you sound better?
About that,
Yeah, what about it?
No.
Why not? It's only $400, and then you have to buy a $100 thing to run it.
Oh, so let's open my bank account. Let's see how much is in there currently. $282. So
That's
I'm
close
about
enough.
I'm about $300 short. Yeah. This is why we need $15 minimum wage. Because I'm broke all the time.
Don't you do you earn more than don't you earn $9 or whatever without tips, and then you probably
It's $8.50 without tips, and then depending on how many hours I get, normally it's never less than like $100 in tips on my paycheck. So it's like $10 an hour. I'll see how much my next paycheck is, because this week I started my schedule for school where I only work like 20 hours 2 weeks. So I'll see how much I make then. Because previously I was working like 40 hours. Which was exhausting, by the way.
I'm the cat. What's up, Chameleon Eyes 11? Welcome back to the stream. I can't believe you're the cat.
Meow.
What? Where's my cat?
Somewhere being fat.
Nah, bro, he's not. He's not even. You're lying. He's not. He's not.
I have 2,000 non-fawn points.
You got a cat. Oh, you're melon cat. 2,000 non-fawn points. You know what? You can redeem so much funny, wacky, funny stuff.
What does Fred do?
That's the fish.
Oh, lame. I was hoping it would be like Fred, like from YouTube.
Yeah. I'm adding that one.
Awesome.
I don't even know if I can add it. I don't have. They want to let you add like 10 for free.
Lame. Yeah. Take the stupid Fred off. And add the good one.
I do that. I don't know how many people are doing that. Is VAT related to border adjustment tax? Not really. They're kind of both ways of taxing. They kind of end up doing the same thing. No, but a border adjustment tax is a different way to tax cash flow. Or VAT isn't really cash flow tax. No, they're different. VAT is at the end of the day a consumption tax, and a border adjustment tax is a cash flow tax. It ends up taxing corporate tax flow, not consumption.
That is so true.
It is.
I have to go get ready for work. And
Loser.
I'll see you tomorrow, Jared. Oh yeah, I will see you tomorrow. Okay, what time should I come over?
Oh, tomorrow's Monday? I didn't.
Yeah.
I never know what day it is.
Yeah, I don't have school tomorrow. It's Labor Day.
Oh, that's right. It is Labor Day. I don't know what I'm up.
Like 12, 1 o'clock. What are we thinking?
Come over at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Google says border adjustment taxes imports. It kind of does, but it's different than it does that for administrative reasons. It doesn't tax imports more than locally produced goods the way tariffs do. Like the tariffs are like a tax on imports. A border adjustment tax just tax imports are the same way. Tax goods based on the location of final consumption as production. Allegedly eliminates incentives for companies to reduce their tax bills through tax diversion and intangible asset relocation. Yeah, it does that. It does that to do that, not to like shield U.S. It's not like protectionist policy. Border adjustment tax is trade neutral. The stronger the domestic currency would make exports more expensive internationally, lowering demand for products while reducing the cost incurred by domestic firms for producing goods and services in foreign markets, helping importers. Thus, the anticipated strengthening of the domestic currency neutralizes the border adjustment tax, resulting in a trade neutral outcome. However, studies indicate that currency adjustments may not always flow through to price adjustments, shifting the incidence of the tax to consumers and/or producers. In theory, it's trade neutral. It's not meant to. So taxes cash flow how? Basically, I don't have time to get into the whole thing. Basically, instead of like a normal corporate profit tax, which taxes accounting profits, the destination-based cash flow tax basically just takes a look at your cash inflows versus your cash outflows, which isn't always the same as the accounting profits, and it just taxes your net cash flow. Basically, the big advantage of it is you're not ever going to tax investment because it allows for the immediate full expensing of investment, basically. So the burden never falls on investment or normal returns, the burden of the tax only ever falls on super normal returns. And then also, depending on how it's structured, if you have a negative cash flow, you actually receive a tax credit. Basically, you receive money. So that way, it doesn't have as big a distortionary effects, because basically the government is sharing in both the risk and the reward, because the government takes a risk because it says if you as a corporation loses money, we're going to give you money, and then it also shares in the reward because it says if you make money, we will take some of that money. So you don't distort incentives as greatly. Instead of accounting profits, investment and taxes, net cash flows. Yeah, technically, traditional corporate income tax is not supposed to tax investment. Depending on how it's structured, you can have it not fully tax investment. Yeah, thanks. I got it now. Thanks. Yeah. That's my understanding of it, at least. But I'm not a tax expert. Okay, their political implications, excessively high levels of UBI / NIT would be problems, high penalties, and the government support. There could be issues of opposing political parties, promising higher and higher basic income in order to accumulate greater levels of political support. For basic income to work, it should ultimately be relatively neutral. Otherwise, they become unaffordable or force the government to borrow to fund it. A solution might be to have a third party administer the level of basic income. We see something like this in a low pay commission, advising the government on national minimum wage. Removing politics from the payments means evidence-based increases or decreases in level rather than rhetoric driving the debate. It's a potential problem. What a solution could be. Being a third party administered level basic income, we see something like a low pay commission advising government national minimum wage. That is also a problem, even with our existing offers. Increased cost from, or increased cost from higher levels of welfare tourism. What are you reading about now? UBI, basic income. Well, I guess technically this is what we're reading specifically right now is about just basic income, not necessarily UBI, but. There are concerns about countries providing basic income for all open themselves to being swamped by an inflow of immigrants to the country looking for a stable income. The argument goes that the country would end up increasing the amount spent on such program, and so decreasing affordability. But his argument doesn't take into account the additional revenue provided by immigrants in terms of productivity growth. Studies have shown that UK immigrants should not be generalized as starting to cash out of the welfare system, and most immigrants are actually less likely to claim benefits than natives. Many forms of basic income, such as CBI, are only paid out to citizens of the country, so migrants would have to wait several years after moving before they could claim basic income, weakening any incentive to immigrate solely because of purpose of income. Benefits can. Trump love America, Kamala loves LGBT. If you think those two things are contradictory to each other, then I don't know what to tell you. I feel like America is a nation founded on liberal values. It's founded on tolerance. It's founded on tolerance of other people's lifestyles. If you consider being gay a lifestyle, those two things are not at all contradictory. We're a nation founded on freedom, founded on tolerance. Please support Trump today. I didn't consider it. If you say please, I guess I have to. God, I didn't consider that one. Damn, fuck. God damn. We get it. Only two citizens. what do you think of Elon Musk? I think he's done some good things, like with SpaceX or whatever. But I think I don't know. I think he's insane. He is literally everything the Republicans say George Soros is. Like he bought Twitter, financed with money from Russian oligarchs, and now Twitter is an insane right-wing platform with a ton of right-wing propaganda. At least it has community notes. The community notes feature is good. And it's full of Russian bots and Russian disinformation. And it's shit. Dude, the verification thing is horrible. I paid $8. I paid $8 to Elon Musk, okay? At his stomach, paying $8 to Elon Musk. And I couldn't even do it because you can't buy Twitter Blue for 3 days after you change your profile picture, which is fucking stupid, okay? And then I'm finally able to buy Twitter Blue, right? It makes you verify your account, okay? With a phone number, that's fine. To do that, it makes you enter a password. I don't think I ever made a password for Twitter because I signed up with Twitter through Google, and I didn't have like a separate Twitter password. I tried every single password I knew, every single password I ever used, and they all didn't work, including like the password I used for the Google account I signed up with, because that'd be like the obvious. That's the first thing I tried. That's the obvious answer to what like my password is. Didn't fucking work, okay? So I have to reset my password, then I have to wait 2 more days just so I can have the privilege of spending $8 to give this motherfucker more money. I mean, I was already like the richest or second richest person in the world. Okay. So I have to wait 2 more days. And then after that, after all that, I spend my $8. Okay. Spend my $8. And guess fucking what? Okay. I'm under review. I was under review for like almost 2 days. I have to wait longer to actually get my fucking check mark, which I paid $8 for. But it should take 15 minutes to review me. I'm sorry. Whatever review process they should have 10,000 workers in India working for 10 cents an hour, able to verify me in 15 minutes. I paid $8. It is a fixed cost to verify me, okay? I'm paying you $8 a month, and you won't even spend the upfront cost necessary to verify me in a reasonable amount of time? Like what the fuck? Like, yeah. It's really stupid that it's an old senile who run the USA for too long. Hey, you know, Trump is the oldest nominee in history, right? The oldest nominee in history. He's the oldest nominee in history. Anyway. Immigrants also work and contribute to the welfare system. Basic income makes people reliant on the state. This argument suggests that by spending more on welfare, individuals are more reliant on said welfare. Independency could be detrimental when trying to cut down spending on the sector. However, by introducing the UBI scheme, you're letting people spend money on their personal priorities rather than a state-funded welfare program or a burdensome group that decides what people need for them. They want rather than government or busybody groups decide what people need for them. Isn't taxing net income superior to taxing total cash inflow? I don't think so. You just tax profits. The issue is 1, it's administratively more difficult to do that. 2, sometimes you don't allow for the like full expensing of these goods, right, of like investment. Sometimes you're gonna end up taxing investment. Farm tax is way better than income tax, you know. Well, what is your political ideology? I'd say I'm broadly like new liberal social democrat spectrum. Taking a less interventionist approach. Oh no. Governments are allowing individuals to become consumers. They are now contributing to market forces with benefits and more specific programs. The government could actually be creating surpluses and shortages in industries by distorting supply and demand. Not to mention, interest payments can't be considered inflow statements. I feel like fuck. God, there's something traditional corporate taxes does with corporate tax or here. What if I feel like something traditional corporate taxes do with their dumbass fucking loans where I think they allow you to deduct the interest but not the principal or something like that. Interest payments can't be considered in inflow statements. Interest payments you're making would be outflows. Interest payments you get, I would assume, would be considered inflows. I don't know. What did you say earlier during the ad? Oh fuck, I forgot what I was saying. I was saying something about that. I don't know. It's basically a cash flow tax. Just make sure that none of the burden of the tax falls on investment, and it's administratively simpler than taxing net income. Because taxing net income usually depending, unless you do full expensing, but if you do full expensing, you basically just have a cash flow tax. You end up taxing investments, which you don't really want to do. Basic income could create a simpler still. Trump is a feminist. Kamala is worse for America. You provided nothing to back any of this stuff. So we're going to do that laissez-faire approach. The laissez-faire approach, basic income provides welfare, could open the gate to more reforms of a similar nature, for example, increasing privatization or cuts to other schemes or programs. While more free market policies may not necessarily be a problem, worries about it are unfounded. Basic income is an idea that has garnered support from the left, right, and everywhere in between. As the Citizens Basic Income Trust puts it, CPI is not a possession of political ideology. The introduction of basic income would not make right-wing policies any more viable than it would for the left. Garnered support from both sides of the spectrum. Instituting it. Won't mean right wing to use to cut programs or to cut welfare spending. Any more viable. Say to reduce government intervention. Any more viable. Fire. Thoughts on economic espionage? I don't have any. I don't know if I mean, it's probably probably not ideal, but I have read that that's how countries have developed. Hold on, let me get my evil anti-free trade book here. I think the UK employed industrial spies, right, to fucking figure out how. Listen, sometimes IP law goes too far, so maybe it should be maybe spying is justified. I want to find. I remember in this book there was like there's a section about how the UK literally employed like industrial spies to try to go after, or to try to figure out how to produce some things. I don't know where it is. God, I don't remember. Just seems like with taxes and income tax without interest and asset depreciation, write-offs for the sake of administrative ease. Kinda. Are you talking about a destination-based cash flow tax? I mean, that's not. I mean, a destination-based cash flow tax is not for individuals; it's for corporations. Oh, this is really short. Ensuring it's the latest in countries to give its residents a guaranteed amount of money every month, also known as universal basic income. UBI is proven to reduce poverty. Yet few countries have embraced this policy. What is universal basic income? I think the biggest argument against UBI is it's too expensive and the country is saddled with debt, according to my armchair analysis. Yeah, basically the two most common and biggest arguments are basically going to be too expensive and would cause inflation, but I think it could pretty easily be financed. We finance a lot of shit in this country. Okay, I think we could figure out a way to do it. You're gonna reduce welfare spending. How to finance? Well, there's gonna be welfare overlap. So basically, if we give everyone enough money to live on, basically, you're not gonna need to have programs like food stamps anymore. So there's a lot of welfare overlap. You cut the spending on welfare and just make it and give it to UBI. There are different types of taxes, like a value-added tax, or types of consumption taxes that can be instituted to finance it as well. Yeah, a land value tax. Finance it with a land value tax. That's the most efficient way to do it. But UBI is a recurrent cash payment to someone regardless of their work status or other qualifiers such as income, age, etc. There are 5 defining characteristics of UBI. No tax return. The payment is in full. No tax can return a payment in full. Welfare recipients are a small fraction of countries' welfare, whereas UBI services everyone. That's true, but also another thing, which is why we would also have to increase taxes in like with the consumption tax or whatever. That's true. But also a lot of that, there's a lot of spending that goes into means testing for those programs. You can't finance, well, technically, I mean, you could finance a smaller UBI with the amount of welfare spending that we do. But true, we couldn't finance the entirety of the UBI with welfare overlap, but a large portion of it could be financed with that welfare overlap. Yeah. But you also, yes, would have to increase taxes in places, yeah. Why not just UBI for poor people? There's a lot of benefits you get from not having to do means testing. Means testing drives up cost. Means testing operates just as an inefficient tax, and call it welfare. Well, there are like ways to do this that I would still be in support, like a negative income tax, for example. Like a negative income tax only gives money to people who need it technically, and it's just a tax return anyway. But regardless, okay. There are a lot of benefits you get from not means testing. You don't have to spend money evaluating everybody's income, deciding who gets the benefits. You just give it to everyone, and it's administratively simpler. B, there's no stigma attached to it. And complaints about universal basic income in the UK is that the government will cut you off if you start making extra income, which is what causes a lot of people. Well, universal basic income. Another one of the advantages of UBI over like welfare is there's no disincentive to work. A lot of welfare programs right now suffer from what's called welfare cliffs. Basically, if your income increases, you stop receiving benefits, so you don't have an incentive to increase your income and get a better job because you stop receiving benefits. UBI solves that by just giving you money no matter what. So even if your income increases, you still get that money every month, right? That's another advantage to UBI. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's like a lot of people who are eligible for benefits in the US for welfare just don't get it because they don't file the right paperwork and they don't know that they're eligible. Yeah, and they wait till people are in poverty to address it, versus UBI just prevents people from falling into poverty for the first place. There's also, since everyone gets it, there's no like stigma attached to it. Right now we like see people who are on welfare, so a lot of some people see them like look down upon them and stuff. There's no stigma with UBI because everyone gets it regardless of income. Yeah. But technically, like, I want to be opposed to what's called a negative income tax, which is, it's a type of basic income. It's not a universal basic income, but it's a basic income. It just makes sure you can't fall below a basic low income. Yeah. And then also for any, we talked about this earlier, I don't know if you hear, for any universal program, for any means tested program, you can design a exactly equivalent universal program. Where people are taxed at the exact same effective rate. So literally everything stays the same, except it's administratively simpler to administer. Obviously, a exactly equivalent universal program to our current welfare system would be a relatively small UBI because we don't spend a ton of money on welfare relative to how high a lot of people want a UBI to be. But yeah. UBI is an unconditional cash payment. Earn cash payment. Given to individuals. Real life example, UBI in action. England. Program was launched at the end of June 2023, and 30 residents will receive about $2,000 every month for the 2 years, regardless of the work or economic status. It's worth noting that this test isn't government-sponsored. Think Tank Autonomy is running an experiment in Northern London and Northeast England. How do you incentivize for UBI recipients to work? Well, it's incentivizing them to work relative to a welfare system, to our current welfare system. Because currently, right now, like I said, it's all means tested benefits. So if you go up in an income bracket, you might lose your benefits. That doesn't happen with UBI because you keep your benefits no matter what. Current welfare system is bad compared to a UBI. I would think so. What do you mean by bad? Will there be exceptions for immigrants or dual citizens when it comes to UBI? Yeah, UBI should only be granted to citizens. You know, yeah. I mean, I don't know what exactly we would do about dual citizens. I think isn't there like an issue that I think I've read. Can you collect Social Security in a different country? You can visit other most countries still receive payments. Can you like if we say you are dual citizenship? I mean, a higher income should receive reward enough, right? Not necessarily, not always. No, the math doesn't always work like that. Also, you don't know, you never know how long you're going to be able to keep that job, right? That's it. Like, yeah. So it's like, do I risk taking this job and then not being able to have my benefits? When I know if I lose that job, then I might not be able to get benefits again for a certain amount of time or whatever, because I've earned too much to receive those benefits. But no, the math doesn't always work out like that. That's why that's the whole issue with welfare cliffs. Is that sometimes people have. Yeah, so it's a math problem. I mean, kind of, yeah. Look, see. This is a fucking... See, there's an issue here. Instead of creating cliffs, just drop reward proportional to income. What? Well, that's what a negative income tax does, basically. That is what a negative income tax is. It phases it out slowly. That's why a lot of programs have a slow phase out, which in theory mitigates the welfare cliff problem. Instead of UBI, give everyone tax credit based on income on top of welfare to the poor. Well, negative income tax, in theory, would replace a lot of the welfare to the poor. That's the point of a negative income tax. It's a more administratively efficient way to get money to the poor people, basically. Bill Clinton did it. We don't have a negative. Well, we have an earned income tax credit, which is kind of similar to a negative income tax. But. Oh wait, you are talking about an earned income tax credit, aren't you? I don't know. It's probably just still not as efficient as UBI, which just ensures just gives everyone a baseline standard of living. Never, and there's no potential to suffer from welfare cliff issues with the UBI or anything. And also, there's no stigma, and there's no. But it's wasteful to give people who don't need the money. It's not so. You're not really giving them money though, because people who don't need it. Also, inflation is not really that much more inflationary than the current welfare system. Also, they're like, it's not. You're not increasing the money supply. You'd only increase inflation a little bit through aggregate demand. But the trade-off is almost certainly worth it. It probably would not be that inflationary. But you're not really giving people who don't need the money because you're also taxing people. So you might give someone $12,000 a year, but you're taxing them way more than $12,000 a year based on their income or based on their consumption, depending on what tax you do. So they still end up paying all their UBI back and more. You're not really giving them money. Here. Pull up the Greg Mankiw video. How old do you have to be to claim UBI? I think most things have it starting at 18.
Comparing Plan A.
Yeah, this is literally like exactly what you're talking about. Listen to this.
Assume these are balanced budget, so we don't have to worry about deficit issues. The first one is a means-tested transfer. So we're going to give everybody $1,000 per month aimed at the truly needy. So the full amount goes to somebody with zero income, for a person at the very bottom. The transfer is then phased out. Recipients lose 20 cents for every dollar of income they earn. These transfers are financed by a progressive income tax. So there's no taxes on below $60,000 and a 20% tax on all income above $60,000. Now the second policy is closer to what Mr. Yang is proposing, a universal transfer of $1,000 per month for every person, financed by a 20% flat tax on all incomes. Now think for a moment whether you prefer to live in a society with safety net A or safety net B. Now I'm not going to take a vote here, but I did actually take this to a bunch of Harvard students, Harvard undergraduates, and I gave them exactly this experiment, and they were unequivocal in their preference, absolutely unequivocal. Over 90% said Plan A is clearly better. And the argument basically ran as follows. Plan A targets the transfer payments of those who are truly needy. As a result, it requires a smaller tax increase. Moreover, the taxes are levied only on those people with really high incomes. Plan B is crazy. Why should rich people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos receive government transfers? They don't need it. And if they give it to them, they have to raise taxes more to pay for it. Well, superficially, these arguments seem appealing. But here's the rub. As the economists note, these policies are exactly the same. Look at the net payment. That is taxes less transfers. Everyone gets exactly the same under these two plans. A person with zero income gets $12,000 per year in both cases. A person with annual income of $60,000 gets exactly zero. A person with income of $160,000 pays $20,000 in both cases. And everyone faces the same set of incentives, a 20% effective marginal tax rate for every dollar of income. In other words, everybody's welfare is identical under the two plans, and everyone faces the same set of incentives. The difference between Plan A and Plan B is only a matter of framing. Now, I bring this up. This is kind of obvious to the economists in the audience, but I bring this up because I think it teaches really two important lessons.
UBI, will UBI be able to give me a big titty goth girl? You'll probably more easily be able to afford a big titty goth girl with UBI. So we'll say yes. Yes, it will. But yeah, for any means tested program you can design in a exactly equivalent universal program, that's probably going to be easier to administer and generally more economically efficient. Yeah. And also less stigmatized, and also no welfare cliff issue, things like that. Yes. Why doesn't money supply go up? I mean, in theory, you could make a UBI where the money supply does go up, but you're not printing money to finance it. You're using tax dollars and/or borrowing to finance it. You're not printing any money. The government is just spending money that it raised with taxes. Or technically borrowing, but even that doesn't print money. But yeah.
First, if somebody finds something like Plan A attractive, which all my Harvard students did, and once they sort of
sure makes that budget bigger. Well, I already said not necessarily. You can easily design it. Well, I shouldn't say easily. You can design a revenue neutral UBI that doesn't increase the government budget. Or sorry, I shouldn't say doesn't increase the government deficit. It would increase the budget, but not the deficit, which is really what matters. But yeah, but like everything has trade-offs. Obviously, there are trade-offs to everything. So I mean, obviously, a trade-off of UBI would probably be increasing the government budget, but it probably has a lot of positive trade-offs that are worth it. Given individuals. Currently a think tank is funding a UBI study in London, or in England, not just in London, in England. 30 residents will receive about $2,000 a month for 2 years, regardless of their working income status. What is the goal of UBI? UBI is meant to ensure some level of economic stability, either to help recover from a crisis or to cover daily expenses that would be unaffordable otherwise, instead of waiting for the government to step in an individual case of assistance. Doug McKay, a public policy professor at the University of North Carolina, pointed out that the economic fallout of COVID-19 pandemic is an example of how UBI could be helpful. When people are losing their jobs, it takes time for the government to react, he said. He told a UNC publication. How do we get basic income in place? That would have been a way of ensuring people are secure, have the ability to meet their basic needs, and live a dignified human life. They don't need to appeal to various agencies. They have a consistency in terms of being able to afford housing, food, and so on. It's an anti-poverty measure. UBI aims to provide baseline level of economic. Off topic, what's your thoughts on people being sent to jail over hate speech? I think most of that's dumb. I don't think it doesn't really happen in the US because we can't really criminalize hate speech. I don't think you should be sent to jail over that shit. Like, there's definitely an argument for deplatforming people who are like spreading like absolutely blatant misinformation. Being able to sue people for defamation makes sense as well, but like, I don't think anyone should go to fucking jail for that. Like, yeah. No security. Never bad people. I'm falling. Poverty. How does UBI work? Multiple recent studies have shown that UBI can lead to improved health outcomes and increased employment for recipients of UBI. For example, a Finnish study, which you've read like fucking 10 times, or heard cited 10 times today already, so that the average life satisfaction for the group reported money was higher compared to the group that received no money. People receiving basic income reported better health and lower levels of stress, depression, sadness, and loneliness, all major determinants of happiness, than people in the control group, according to a report in the study. Another study in Stockholm, California, which you've also heard cited today like 3 times already, found that full-time employment increased because UBI gave people time to apply for better jobs rather than having to work multiple part-time jobs. And a study in Houston, New York, found that all employment increased from 29 to 63%, which contradicts opponents of UBI's claim that it would destroy an incentive to work. Multiple studies have been run on UBI, and most find similar results. Little to no effect on hours worked, and an increase in health and education outcomes. Finnish study found people receiving UBI reported better health and lower levels of stress, depression, and sadness, loneliness. Study in Stockton, California. Full-time employment increased because UBI gave people to apply for better jobs. And this one we haven't heard cited before. Study in, or maybe we have actually, New York. Found that all employment increased from 29 to 63%. Where has UBI been tested? There have been at least 160 UBI tests globally, according to the Stanford Basic Income Lab. $160 UBI test. 2/3 have occurred in the US, but the largest and longest test is underway in Kenya. It's just to give directly stuff. But in the US, largest is underway. Kenya, yeah, from Give Directly. Give Directly. Where is UBI bill implemented? 2011, we read about this before too. Iran introduced nationwide unconditional cash transfer to compensate for the phase out of subsidies on bread, water, electricity, heating, and fuel. The average Iranian household received about 29% of its income from this program in 2019. Each household received IRR $550,000, which is about $20 at a time. Another example is Alaska, the Alaska Permanent Fund. The Alaskan government has given each citizen an annual check based on the state's oil production. The payout typically ranges from $1,000 to $2,000 for each day. High of $3,000 in 2022. Introduced a nationwide unconditional cash transfer program. $2011. Average Iranian household received 29% of its income from this program in 2019. The Alaskan Permanent Fund. That's not how you spell it. Each citizen an annual check from the state's oil revenue. All right, wow. Crazy. I'm looking at my taxes for fucking Discord shit. Or it's my notes for Discord shit. I have a question about the UBI video. Yeah, sure. What is it? How long is this? It's not that long. Okay, 15 reasons to drop universalism over means testing public benefits. So option A, progressive tax if person makes 60K plus 0K transfers. Oh, hold on. You're actually doing the fucking math. Okay, hold on. If person makes 60K plus 0 transfer, 12K tax, 48K remaining. Option A, progressive tax. 60K. I don't remember what the fucking video. Hold on. Did I just closed the video right?
Comparing Plan A and Plan.
Person makes 60K plus $0 transfers. Government taxes 20% of all income above $60,000 per year. $48K remaining. Option B, UBI person makes 60K plus 12K. Financial K equals 60K net. 48K. I don't think that's how the math works. Government taxes 20% on all income above $60,000 per year. 60K, $0 transfer from option A. Transfer is phased out. Recipients lose 20 cents for every dollar of income. They probably still get income from this then, right? Math is fine, but obviously something else isn't. I don't know what the fucking... I'm bad at arithmetic. I think, so there's no difference. Everyone is left with the same amount of money. First program and second, 20% flash tax in the first $50,000. Hardly different than phasing out a benefit at 20 cents per dollar of earning. Okay. We'll read this and then I'm probably going to end stream after this one. There's no welfare for option B. There's 12K bonus. I don't know. I'm too tired to do the fucking math. I'm pretty sure the way they designed them to be exactly equivalent. But maybe he messed up or something. I don't know. Oh, here. Wait, let's just... Hold on. This probably breaks it down. Yeah. Surprise, these two are the same. Structured the same way. Means tested. Illustrated below. Make you draw. Okay. Okay. Option A. If you have 60K. So someone makes 60K. You get $0 in transfer for the government. And you also pay $0 in taxes. So you pay 0. Option C. Or option B, you earn $60,000, you get $12,000 from the government, and you pay $12,000, so you get $60,000. Oh wait, you were taxing the person who earned 60K, weren't you? Yeah, I think the thing is you were option A, person makes 60K. Yeah, so you're not taxed if the option A, you're not taxed an income below 60,000. That's the difference. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, you don't tax the person. The person making 60K in option A does not pay any taxes. That's what it is. Okay. Well, I said if you make 60K or more. Well, they should have said more than 60K then, but yeah. All income above 60K. I think it probably said that.
Comparing Plan A and
yeah, it says all income above 60,000. So if you make 60,000, you're not paying the tax at all. You're not paying, yeah. That's just what it was. Okay. I didn't notice that either though, so. Okay, my point still stands at no. You would because you're taxed 20% on that $1. So you're getting you'd be taxed 20 cents on that $1, and then you'd be getting 20 cents in benefits, wouldn't you? How does the or no, you wouldn't be getting any benefits, would you? They did, yeah, they designed it to be exactly what the math works out. Well, oops, you're good, man. Listen. You might think I know a lot just because I can answer some of your questions. I promise you, I do not know that much. Don't trust everything I say. I can still be wrong and shit, okay? I don't know shit. B, I just read what I read, and I know some stuff from that. But I'm not particularly smart. Yeah. Okay, do I have anything? Read that. It's okay, you know more about this than I do. Listen, if you... I'm glad I could help, but like, honestly... Sometimes I feel like you are honestly faster to understand this stuff than I was when I read about it. So. Oh, wow, crazy. All right. This whole debate is pretty good, by the way. I think this is taken from a wealth tax debate he did.
To come.
Yeah, it's taken from this wealth tax debate. This whole debate is really good.
Example.
It's a little hard to understand Zuckman sometimes.
You know of what it wants.
Sorry, this is Saez, not Zuckman. Saez, Emmanuel Saez.
Was either they don't die, or when they die, they manage to represent their wealth in a way that's.
Okay, well, watch. I mean, you're under no obligation to watch it, but it is interesting if you care about it. Okay, we'll read this, and then I'll probably end stream. Has long been a cultural shift towards heightened restrictions on entry into our economic safety net program. Establishment, Democrats and Republicans alike, over the past 40 years, have increasingly added work requirements to the plans. One of the main problems with this trend is that the people shaping the policy often haven't lived under these systems, and these plans don't have much of people on these plans don't have much of a political voice. This comes from the economically disadvantaged. having less disposable income to contribute to campaigns and less information and access to find out about them. Why do you do this? Entertainment? Yeah, I just find it interesting. I like learning about it. I find it interesting. And then B, when I don't know, when I debate people, I want to be able to have an understanding of this. So sometimes I'll read this shit in preparation for like a debate. Right now, I'm not doing that. I have no debates planned. Although it will, I guess, in general help. Yeah, usually for entertainment and knowledge, and then sometimes for a specific topic, it's for debates as well, because I debate people sometimes. So. And an increasing shift towards means testing welfare programs. By the way, I don't like that I have to do this, okay? But we will start farming TikTok debates. I will start doing them. So expect that at some point. A lot of welfare programs say by adding work requirements. Path forward to improving the condition of impoverished people is to replace an economic safety net with an economic floor. Scott Hansen, a leading universal basic income advocate, states that coronavirus has made abundantly clear that a net is by definition full of holes, and then when it comes to our safety net, the holes are large enough for millions of Americans to fall through. What's really needed is a universal and unconditional floor free of holes. A safety net is full of holes. What debates? For example, like I think one of the more recent ones I had was like it's just a wealth tax debate. The Boss. There's another political streamer named The Boss who is running. He's streaming right now. Oh, he's streaming on YouTube.
Was your ally?
Yeah, he's streaming on YouTube as well. That's cool to see. He runs like a debate tournament. So like he has his debate tournament. Sometimes I sign up to debates with that. I might be on Hippy Dippy soon. That'll be really cool if I get on that. I know this guy, Lil. Yeah. Oh, you're in the politics community. You've been in my chat before. I'm presuming it. Yeah. If you know this, if you know me, you probably know a lot of these other streamers. Yeah. But he runs his debate tournament. I might be on the Hippy Dippy debate stuff soon-ish. A recruitment debate, not like the actual show. We'll see if I get on the actual show. Who knows? But yeah, and then I don't know. Oh, good. The Boss is streaming on YouTube now. Oh wait, no, he's not. He's premiering a video. Godspeed. I thought he was streaming on YouTube as well. We need more multi-streamers in here. I think I'm the only one. I think I'm the only person in the politics community sphere, the lowest level Twitch politics community sphere that multi-streams. Everyone else like only streams to Twitch. I guess Soundsoul multi-streams, I think. But he's on the next level of Twitch politics sphere. Yeah, anyway. What we really need. Did you watch a Chink interview with Flex? It's like 5 hours. No, I haven't. Maybe I'll make content out of it later. I've seen I think the one clip of him talking about the Trump fake elector scheme. So, maybe I can do that tomorrow or whenever I next stream. Make content out of that. That would be a fucking pain to edit though. Because it'd be like a 5-hour thing that I have to edit through, and I'm not gonna upload a 5-hour video. I'd have to edit highlights of it, and my webcam is frozen. That is cool, awesome. Oh, I'm back. All right, fire. Yeah, it'd be a pain to do that. I could do it though. I did it for the Destiny Finkelstein debate. Although I don't think this one would get as many views. I need an editor. That's what I really need. Top 15 reasons to... Oh, I kind of hate this. It's all going to be all caps. It's mostly about money and politics, at least so far. I hate that discussion. I don't, because one day we'll do a full reading into fucking Citizens United, okay? I don't think Citizens United was that bad from like what I read. I don't think money in politics is as bad as people think it is. I have a feeling that I'm probably going to disagree with a lot of what Schenk says, but I don't have enough like background information to fully challenge everything he's saying. So that's going to lead to me either having to agree, because I don't. Yeah, you definitely need to watch it. Okay. That's either going to lead to me having to agree or having to fucking research it, and that's going to be fucking annoying. We'll do it. I'll make content of it. Fuck it. That'll be a good stream. That'll be maybe not tomorrow's stream, because I don't know when I'm going to be streaming. Fuck, I still need to buy a fucking suit, because I'm going to homecoming, I guess. God damn it. Alright. Means testing grants higher administrative cost. This is due to increased paperwork and processing to establish individuals' wealth and income. Look at America's existing programs. We see two plans are universal. As soon as you reach a certain age, Medicare and Social Security. Medicare has an administrative cost rate of 1.1%, Social Security administrative cost rate of 0.6%. These are much lower than the average collection and income tested systems we have in the U.S. Those are Medicaid, SNAP, housing vouchers, SSI, school meals, EITC, sorry, with average range in administrative cost from 1 to 10%. As a teacher, do you think a corporation donating money is an exercise of the right to free speech? And secondly, a corporation in person? I don't even think that's what Cincinnati ruled. The issue is there's obviously a First Amendment concern with the way corporations are able to spend money. Like, corporations should probably have the right to be able to spend their money making a like move, like this original Citizens United case was about Hillary the movie. It was about like a documentary. I said I'm using the word documentary lately, but documentary on like Hillary. You should probably have the right to do that, but yeah, I don't know. Like super PACs aren't allowed to coordinate with campaigns, right? Like you can't do like A, they can't coordinate with campaigns, and B, you can't do like a quid pro quo, like we're gonna donate to you in exchange for you supporting X policy. So like, I don't know. And like, there are reasons that like corporate voices need to be heard. Like, unironically, like corporations are not all super evil, mega evil devils. Like, yeah, there are like legitimate reasons. Like, let's say someone wants to raise the minimum wage to $150 an hour. It's probably important that corporations are able to step in and say, hey, this is not a policy beneficial to us, and in turn it's not beneficial to everyone because the minimum wage would be so high that it would cause significant unemployment effects. It's probably important for them to do that. I don't know. Anyway. Is it because the increased paperwork and processing involved in evaluating if someone is eligible benefits. Can pharmaceutical companies do the same with doctors' influence of drugs they prescribe? There are. I don't. Can't they do that actually? I feel like they I feel like there are reasons for some pharmaceutical companies, if they feel like they have a good drug, to be able to lobby doctors so they prescribe that drug. That's probably a good thing. But I don't know if there's everything's on the margin, right? So there's some margin that's going to be good, but also obviously a margin where it would be bad. But I'm pretty sure they are, to some extent, able to do that, right? Aren't they able to? I feel like I was talking to Anok one time and he mentioned that. Two programs in the US that are universal once you reach a certain age. Social Security, Medicare. Both have administrative cost. Lower than means tested programs. Means testing causes more administrative errors. You would be okay with a doctor choosing drug for the patient based on non-clinical reasons? No, it should only be for clinical reasons. But pharmaceutical companies, if they feel like they have a good drug, should probably be able to inform doctors of that drug and be able to lobby them to use it. I want to say for non-clinical reasons, but yeah. People eligible for aid end up not getting assistance. Yeah, okay. Many people eligible for benefits do not receive them. Due to incorrect paperwork, processing, or even just being unaware that you're eligible. But a farm rep can give a doctor a nice gift, say, expense her to Italy for a few years. Is that ethical? Probably not. But I don't even think that's not really. I don't think that's what happens with lobbying. Like I don't think you should be able to buy a politician a nice fucking trip, a nice trip to the Bahamas in exchange. That's what happens all the fucking time. No, I don't think so. No, You shouldn't be able to buy a politician a nice trip to the Bahamas or give them money in exchange for them supporting a policy. But should you have a right to form an organization that advocates for a certain policy? Absolutely. Just like pharmaceutical companies should probably have a right to advocate for the use of their drugs. Yeah. I'm a doctor. Let me tell you, this happens all the time. Oh, you're saying, okay. I thought you meant the equivalent for politicians happens all the time. Okay. That's probably not ethical. But a pharmaceutical company should probably have the right to, like, lobby for the use of the drug the same way, like, I, individually, should have a right to, like, come together with my neighborhood and all advocate for a policy that we're in support of. A corporation should also probably have the right to use some of its money to donate to a super PAC, which lobbies for policies that are good for them. Like, yeah. There's, like, obvious First Amendment concerns there, but... Snap administrative error rate has been increasing and reached 7.89%. Damn. Same reason money doesn't belong in medicine, it doesn't belong in politics. Well, I just told you, I would obviously disagree with the analogous thing to flying a doctor out to the Bahamas or whatever in exchange for them supporting some drug for a non-clinical reason. I just explained that I would not support the analogous thing that for politicians, but that a super PAC is not that. A super PAC is just an organization expressing views that can't even coordinate with the campaign. They can't coordinate with the campaign. They can't do the same. They can't do like a quid pro quo thing. Yeah. The trade-off is implicit. The income tested plan, you have to debate about where to draw the line for... Oh yeah, I didn't write down the title. Means testing makes programs politically divisive. To debate where to draw the line for cutoffs declines. Furthermore, it allows for a narrative reform around haves and have-nots. One group taking from another. Moreover, it's easy to consistently cut more and more people out by adding restrictions to it. Okay. Means testings. Means you have to debate between where to draw the line. Benefits and gives them millions of dollars of psychologically powerful things. But people corporations can't gift politicians millions of dollars. They can just donate to super PACs. They don't even, I don't even think they donate that much to super PACs, all things considered. Considering what's at stake, I don't even think the number is that big. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I think it was like literally, I think it was barely over $1 billion for each campaign for the 2016 election. Yeah, it was basically... Thanks for the follow, Yimbike. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it very much. Welcome. What's up with you? Amount raised by candidates 1.5. Amount raised by PAC supported 643 million. Considering what was at stake here, I don't even think that's that much, dude. That's like $2 per person in the US. For narratives. You're taking. It's not about the cost. It's too great. It's about the buying of influence. But I don't believe you can really buy that much influence with PAC. I don't think anyone's ever proved that. And also, like that, you could donate to a PAC too. Like, obviously, corporations and billionaires or whatever have more money, but like this also grants you the ability to. What was it called? 2 ideas from Dead Economist. PDF. Hopefully I can find it. Fuck, I don't... Oh, that's academia. Fuck, there's a good... Why is this only 26 pages? God damn it. I feel like there was a thing in here like the paradox of super PACs. I'll have to find a PDF of it. It's a bit naive to think politicians don't act to keep their donors happy. But it's not even, you're not even directly donating, you're donating to a PAC, but I get the point, sure, yeah. Hold on. Let me open it in Amazon and see if I can find see if the look inside thing. Okay, it doesn't show my fucking... I want to do this. BRB, all right. Okay, fuck. I'll find it for next stream. Means testing makes or means testing creates a work disincentive. If you work more to increase your income, you will decrease your means tested benefits. Many individuals do not want to work if it makes them financially worse off. You decrease your benefits you receive. Means testing creates benefit delays and disruption. Due to paperwork, benefits have to be delayed till after later. After processing, this results in delays in getting plans or continuing to stay on programs. These delays can last as long as a whole month. Paperwork takes time to process. There are delays in how fast you can receive benefits. Means testing criteria information risk to benefit for benefit delivery. Stacey Nets Tangle, it's difficult to navigate. This is particularly true for people who have unexpectedly fallen hard times and not previously been on welfare programs that additionally individuals may not be aware. Feel that finally deadlines to ensure coverage is continuing in the systems, risking benefit disruption. Current safety net. It's difficult to navigate. Especially for people. Unexpectedly fall on hard times. Not used to navigating it. Means testing is not more progressive. If you ever work in a position of political power, at least try to. Political power, I don't know if I'm that interested in it. A political power, maybe. I don't know if I would ever want to run for like elected office, but like if I could like work internally to like a party or as an advisor or something, maybe. Or like for like a think tank that like advice and policy or something. The net benefit for the poor is higher than the net benefit of rich because the rich will be spending more on taxes funding it. Net benefit for the poor is higher than the net benefit of rich. So that what? Net benefit for the poor is higher than the net benefit of rich. The rich will spend more money on taxes funding aid. That doesn't really. Means testing creates poorer quality programs. Programs not used by the wealthy are less likely to be properly funded because people with more political influence will not be recipients. According to polls, only 5% of Democrats and 15% of Republicans want to cut back on Medicare. Only 3% of Democrats and 10% of Republicans want to cut back on Social Security. These results for universal programs are significant. When compared to government assistance desires, other assistance funding desires, 10% of Democrats and 44% of Republicans want to cut government assistance to the unemployed. 6% of Democrats and 44% of Republicans want to cut assistance to the needy in the U.S. Programs not used by the wealthy are more likely to be cut because people with more political influence will not be the recipients. Means testing great stigma in receiving benefits. Programming that only benefit of work and harm mental health means testing produces a feeling of failure from needing to accept benefits instead of everyone receiving them. And those who leave them, and they also stigmatized others for using. Thoughts on U.S. is hypocritical negotiated with Taliban, yet they say they don't negotiate with terrorists. I don't know. Did you find it? Find what? No, I haven't been looking for it. I wasn't reading this. I'll find it tomorrow when I watch the video. I'll probably find it before the stream tomorrow to read it a little bit first and then watch the video. Just more reason for all y'all to hit that like and sub and follow button. Make sure to smash that. Make sure to bring that bell icon. Make sure to something. What's another self-promo shell thing? Follow, ring the bell, smash the like button, subscribe, super chats, prime subs, like and share. Hit the share button. I'm joking. Means doesn't create broken promises to voters. When universal programs go it means that's a program some people who are expected to receive benefits and supported the initiatives may no longer qualify for them. That's okay, whatever. Means testing hurts urban America. When income tested programs are done at a federal level, they may not be excluding people from high cost areas. This happens because their incomes appear too high to qualify for benefits, despite the cost of their area also being higher. This will mean urban areas which send up a higher incomes and higher average cost will often be excluded from benefits while still bearing expenses. Enacted federally. Many who live in urban areas will have incomes you're too high to see benefits, but also have to deal with the higher cost of living in yes. Means testing benefits programs. Mean testing makes benefit programs handle income fluctuation worse. Due to income checks after being applied to the previous year's income, many without a salary may still fail to qualify. This trend was clearly evident in most recent stimulus negotiation of direct cash benefits. Millions of people who lost their incomes in 2020 still had to file tax returns by February 12th this year to properly have their income accounted. Many income checks apply to the previous year's income. Meaning many without a salary now. They failed to qualify. And then there's also an issue. Also an issue if you get laid off from job after receiving halfway through the year after receiving above the income cap. Means testing requires extra time, demands on the impoverished and marginalized. Poor, elderly, and disabled are often in poverty and citizens in a poverty testing benefit system. We focus on these groups and spend what little extra time they have to receive benefits they need for basic survival. There's people need benefits the most. To disabled and poor to spend what little extra time have to navigate the means testing system. Means testing hurts victims who receive justice. I don't know what this is. Settlement payments given to someone as recourse of damages made against them are often counted as income. Mean testing penalizes people who just receive justice by taking away their government benefits when they win compensation of damages done. I mean, that kind of makes sense, but okay. Many victims. Benefits are taken away. After many punishments. Means testing incentivizes people to commit more fraud to receive more benefits. Faking injuries, false reports of income, false reporting of job searching can all be done to continue receiving benefits. When's the next gaming stream? I don't know. Whenever. I'll probably be gaming in the background whenever I react to some of the Shank Lex Friedman interview. I don't know. I just do them whenever. I don't know, whatever. Okay. That's where we're ending for today. Tomorrow, I guess we're doing the money politics thing, even though I do. Oh, fuck. But I want to read. This is long, though. This is like 20 pages. So I don't want to, I don't want to finish this out today because I don't really need to read this. How long is this? Oh, that's kind of long, though. These are both really short, though. Maybe we'll do these two short things. And then I'll answer. And then we'll just save the two slightly longer things for tomorrow. Actually, one of them is quite long, but... Last week, the Peterson Institute for International Economic Conference, Inequality, Greg Mankiw, economist Greg Mankiw, illustrated how the universal basic income plan and means that transfer plan can be economic equivalent. His illustration has important implications for when evaluating plans such as Andrew Yang's freedom dividend, $1,000 per month basic income proposal, as well as the broader debate of how to evaluate U.S. tax burden across income distribution. Mankiw proposed a question: would you prefer? Okay. Imagine two different social safety net proposals. Fuck. Option 1 may seem preferable since it seems progressive, but these plans are actually identical. Everyone faces the same marginal effective tax rate and thus has the exact same incentives as is illustrated below. Mankiw draws 3 important points of analysis. First, those who would support a means-sensitive transfer as outlined in option 1 should likewise support the universal benefit as outlined in option 2, given that the two are economic equivalent. Assess 3 implications. Those who support option 1 should also support option 2, considering the fact they are identical. 2. Though the plans are economic equivalent, there might be savings associated with the administration of a universal benefit as compared to the means sensitive transfer benefit and progressive tax. Other plans are economically equivalent. There may be savings from administration. Utilizing a universal program rather than a means tested one. And third, the equivalence highlights how misleading it can be to focus on just taxes or just transfers. Equivalence of these programs highlights how it is misleading to focus on only taxes or only transfers. Third point is pertinent to the current debate about distribution of tax in the United States. Option 1 features lower, more aggressive tax rates and more progressive taxes and more progressive transfers than option 2, but these observations mean little when option 1 and option 2 are analyzed. And when considering both tax and transfers, they result in equivalent incentives and outcomes. To illustrate the equivalency between these two plans, consider the welfare of 4 people under each plan. And the net outcome of both plans. Hopefully, yes. Can I make the entire table smaller? These are all still under it, right? Yes. Other than means as a person, per player transfer plan, a person makes $0 in income, receives $12,000 in transfers from the government, and of course of the year pays zero in interest tax, zero in taxes, as she does not make more than $6,000. Person B makes $30,000 in gross income, and so receives a phased down benefit from the transfer program, $6,000 taxes. Person C makes enough gross income to be ineligible to the transfer program and also pays nothing in tax. Person D is likewise ineligible for the transfer but owes income tax and amount of her wages that exceeds $6,000. And at the same table, under the universal basic income program, person A's situation remains unchanged. She still receives $12,000 transfers and no income tax. Who did not have any gross income. Person B now owes taxes on income. However, because he receives a full $12,000 in UBI, his net income remains the same at $36,000. Likewise, person C owes taxes on her wages, but the UBI plan nets the same amount of income after taxes and transfers. The same can be said for person D, who, though paying more in taxes, now receives a UBI payment resulting in the same net income. Maker's illustration of equivalency means that the transfer program and universal basic income shows that by focusing solely on taxes without the regard to transfers as a fund leads to an incomplete understanding of the fiscal system. Based. Wow, crazy. Negative income tax, basic income, basically the same thing. I've been talking about negative income tax lately, equating to the idea of basic income. I think the policies retrospective advocates would deny that they're the same policy. In this post, I'm going to outline why that's incorrect, and I'm happy to say that they're basically the same thing. For the uninitiated, negative income tax form welfare replaces most existing welfare schemes with a single payment that supplements the income of those unemployed and low paid. The payment is withdrawn as your earnings increase, ideally at a gradual enough rate to increase your earnings, and hence reducing leisure time is always worthwhile. Negative income tax is a payment made to no and low income people. There replaces many current welfare programs and phases out at a gradual enough rate so that income increases, or so that as your earnings increase. So as income increases, so does your earnings, overall earnings, I should say. Example, $5,000 basic payment is 50% marginal tax rate. So, sorry, marginal withdrawal rate. This means for every additional pound earned, a worker would receive 50 pence less in NIT payments. Someone paid an income of $0 would receive an NIT payment of $5,000. They use pounds, but dollars. Purchase on $100 a week. If they took a job that paid $5,000 a year, they received top up of $2,500 per year, paid at $75,000, a top up of $1,250 per year. Once they reach $110,000 per year, they receive nothing in NIT. Example. Fuck this British shit. Dollar. 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 It's probably starting to replace thing. Yeah. Oops. Well, whatever. Oh, hold on. Why didn't I copy this part? As a DA was supporter of middle freedom, among others, has a reasonably strong pedigree in the right. Even libertarians who object to income redistribution in principle usually consider the negative income tax as the least bad form of welfare because it administratively simple and prevents incentives less than most welfare schemes. It particularly is appealing to many liberals and libertarians because it is unpaternalistic. A basic income, on the other hand, is usually conceived as a flat payment made to everyone, irrespective of circumstances. Income is really conceived as a flat payment to individuals, regardless of circumstances. This leads to a very big problem. Assuming it replaces most forms of welfare as NIT does, the basic income high enough for unemployed workers to subsist on would simply not be affordable to pay for everyone. I don't think that's true. But that a basic income high enough to pay. Policy ideally would design to help the poor, end up being very expensive. We did not need extra money. After the basic income recognized, and the solution typically to use tax system to claw back. Claw back the payments from high income earners, so everyone gets the same money but withdraws it according to their earnings. Acknowledge this and argue for the use of the tax system to claw back the payments from the highest income earners. In practice, that's more or less the same as negative income tax. The only difference is that whether the withdrawal takes place from the front of payment or the end as paid with basic income. In practice, this makes most programs similar. The only difference is whether the withdrawal takes place at the front end of payment as with NIT or the end as with basic income. Strange as it may seem, the policies advocated by Milton Friedman and the Green Party are the same in all but technical detail. But even if there was a surprising amount of agreement in terms of kind of welfare we'd like to see, the detail may be more difficult to agree on. How much a basic income be? Where should it begin? Do we withdraw? At what rate? Questions like this, I think, are more likely to be what breaks up this unholy alliance, but maybe not. Traditional policies like minimum wage probably do more harm than good. I don't know if I agree with that. And rightfully, the question of how to improve the lives of the low paid does not seem to be going away. It will take compromise, but the negative income tax based income, we may have the answer. Oh. Why the minimum wage thing? Okay. We just set these up. Can I really not? I can copy this, but I can't. Oh. Does that? It does. It's a little broken, but whatever. All right. That was some good reading, right? Got a little bit of more this to read tomorrow, I guess. And then I guess we'll do the money and politics thing, I guess. Maybe it'll come with a new video piece, so maybe it'll be worth it. Who knows? Okay, thank you everyone so much for watching. I love streaming. A lot of people watch me stream. My webcam seems to be really fucking laggy. Or that might just be my OBS. Oh. Well, I don't know what's happening. Or it doesn't really matter that much because I'm fucking in this room. Okay, so. Oh. Whew. Okay, caught up. Thanks everyone so much for watching. I love streaming. A lot of people watch me stream. I appreciate all you guys being here. Appreciate you guys watching me stream. Yeah, I'll stream again. Technically, probably later today, but we'll say tomorrow. Yeah, there's not really many people I can raid right now because it's an odd time. But thank you guys for being here. Modern Day Debate. I guess I can raid them with 2 viewers. Anyway, yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I will see you all later today / tomorrow. We'll see when I stream. Yeah. Thank you. Goodbye.